Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning from wherever you are. Welcome to our Friday podcast. Only this time it's the year. Well, I don't know who titled this, but it should be called The Year Was Insane. Let's talk about it. Nonetheless, we are here. We're not queer. Get used to it. Joining me are Zam
No,
and Gary.
I'm bi. So
Doesn't matter. You're still queer. You know what I mean? Like
okay, okay,
queer means odd. I always use it in a classical sense. I don't use it
okay,
in the modern sense. And on that note, we are going to be talking about events that rocked us here in 2023. But before we do that, I thought we'd start off with a bit of fun, talk about our best and worst films of 2023, then take the piss out of Ricky Gervais, and then go into talking about the year. We're in no rush, we've got plenty of time. Have you guys put your list together? Have you?
I have, yes.
yeah, yes,
Excellent, excellent. I don't know who else is going to join us. I don't know if Christine's going to be coming in or not, but we can get started, and then anyone else could just pop in, give themselves a little bit of a butt plug, and talk about their films of the days. Hello, Daniel Vance. Hello, and now host of the most
Daniel Vance.
award
Yes,
nominee. Yes, well, everyone's an award nominee for the Golden Glasses here, and I'm going to start with you. We'll start with the best because I could barely put a fucking list together for best of 2023 because it's really been a naff year for films. Let's be honest. So, Zam, do you want to give us your list? Doesn't have to
okay.
be 10, by the way. I always
No,
say
no,
10, but it's however
all
many.
right. Well, for a start, I was able to do 10 for my worst, but we'll get to that later. I was only managed to pull in six, and even then, I really should only have four. Because it's that fucking bad, of a year for films, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm sure there is a couple of good ones here which I haven't seen yet. I've still yet to see Oppenheimer, and I'm sure there's a few other films out there which are actual gems. But unfortunately, they haven't come across my path yet. So this is all I got. So begrudgingly, at number six, but they've only got a top six, is Guardians 3. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I didn't think it was. I think it was probably a lot better, or definitely better than Guardians 2. And we had a decent villain in that film. I didn't mind it too much. I think it was Guardians 3, the style of Guardians itself, which every other MCU movie is copying, um, that pisses me off. But Guardians 3, that style belongs to them, so I have no real problem with them continuing that style, so to speak. It's their style. So yeah, Guardians 3. Next one. This is very controversial, but I liked it, even though a lot of people disliked it, and that's the Marvels. I genuinely like that film. I know it has some problems. Don't get me wrong. I'm not oblivious to it, but I think the way people are going on about it, I thought was more the fact that they like the haterade is full on because they were looking to hate on it. Yeah, I think there's a whole bunch of different types of people were waiting for the film to come out just so they could shit on it, and that's why it is where it is. Next one, we kind of proves that the go woke, go woke, go broke um, mindset is definitely not the case, and that's
Hey,
Barbie.
put your birds in the cage, god damn it.
This little fucker. I'm trying to, man, but they got wings. All right, all right, all right. Next one is Barbie. That I thought Barbie was okay, but I like the fact that it's a film that is woke as fuck, and it killed at the box office, and lots of people fucking love it. All right, and number three, and we're getting to our top three now, is John Wick 4. I like this movie, definitely better than John Wick 3, in my opinion. Yeah, I know your eyes are open, but I thought the action was a lot more varied compared to the third one. I thought the third one was very similar to the second regarding action scenes, and didn't really improve on things. I thought the way things went with this fourth one, there was a lot of variation, a lot of variety. Did like it. Great stuff. I enjoyed it, and you have to admire somebody almost in his 60s still doing fucking films like that. Next one, number two, we have Extraction 2 with Chris Hemsworth. Some of the best one take or supposedly one take action scenes. Fantastic stuff. I cannot wait for the trilogy of this movie already. This is probably Chris Hemsworth's best stuff or more popular stuff outside of the MCU, because he's obviously struggling to find his feet outside the MCU. He's very lucky he's got the MCU, because who knows what sort of actor he would be without it. And finally, at number one, I'm sure this will be a lot of people's number ones, or definitely in their top three, is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Absolutely fantastic. Blown away by the art style, animation. You know, it's one of the best Spider-Man movies ever made. Just great. And what woke as fuck as well, I may add. Yeah. And killed it at the fucking box office. So this go work, go broke thing, shut the fuck up. It's not fucking genuine.
Well, I mean, this shows you how shit 2023 has been for films, because I guarantee half of these films wouldn't have made your list had the year been better. Like the Marvels is a prime example. I got nothing against the film. I didn't hate it. It wasn't great, but it wasn't shit. And it's not one of the worst MCU films. There's plenty to take that list. But I think given any other year, it probably wouldn't have made your list. But no, that's still, that's your list. That's all good. Gary.
Okay, so here's my list. At number 10, Poor Things. It's a pretty decent love story, kind of weird, experimental thing by that guy who did The Lobster, and he did.
Yorgos Lanthimos.
Yeah. So it was actually a really good film. I mean, it's a bit weird, but
I didn't even know. I have to watch that because I didn't know Lanthimos had a film out.
Yeah, so that's a really good film. Number 9, An Anatomy of a Fall. Zone of Interest. Zone of Interest, that should be. Number 8, Past Lives. So this is about a love story about people being in transit and stuff like that. It is beautiful. Number 7, Killers of the Flower Moon. I saw that recently, and that's really good. Number 6, Maestro. I thought Bradley Cooper did a really good, documentary biopic, whatever you would call it, about Leonard Bernstein and his the fact that he was bisexual in a society that really didn't like that sort of thing, and it was good to see that. And his performance is pretty decent as well. Number 5 for me is Mario, one of the best probably cartoons I've seen.
I wish. Yeah, that's in my top 10 as well. Yeah, sorry, I should have remembered that one. Yeah,
that's all right.
Definitely. Yeah.
Number 4 is Barbie, because anything that annoys Flaming Ben Shapiro is okay with me. Number 3, this Godzilla -1.
Not seen that yet. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the digital version.
If you want to know why the Godzilla movies in America are shit, this is why. Because this is all about it's a human drama. But Godzilla is literally the enemy all the way through, and you actually care about the human characters for once. I said number 2, but do you know what? It's 1B. Across the Spider-Verse, just a perfect film about loss, family, bereavement, trying to change the past, all that sort of stuff, and it's so well done that I can't wait for number 3. But if they are going to take time and not work everybody to death, I think it's good that it's going to be 2 or 3 years in the future. And number 1 for me, the best film I saw last year was Oppenheimer. And I know that some people go it boring, but those people are idiots, right? And I'll explain why. Right, we are in now more pressing nuclear times, or more World War pressing times than we've been in. I'd say in probably a decade, probably more. Right, with Israel and Palestine and the invasion of Ukraine. So this gets into why humans are shit. That we will love somebody as long as they benefit our interests, but then we'll tear them down as soon as they keep on telling us the truth about the actions. And that's what I love about this film. It's all about how we human likes to fuck around with people that we venerate. And it is just, especially in this year, as I said, with nuclear war, more possibility, just tremendous stuff.
Yeah, that's a lovely list, Gary. That's a lot of random stuff I didn't even know about in there. So that's great. I'm going to go to Vance's stuff here. So top, he's got Across the Spider-Verse, Oppenheimer, Reality, not seen that. Leave the World Behind, not seen that. Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Okay. So mine. So these four here are I'm counting as one because they were basically they just fit into one because they were short stories. This was, of course, my beloved Wes Anderson, who also has a distinct honor of making a really shit film in Asteroid City, but he made beautiful anthology stories of Roald Dahl's books. And that was the wonderful story of Henry Sugar, the Rat Catcher, Poison, and the Swan. Brilliant adaptations done in such a Wes Anderson way. I absolutely love those. Next, we have a return of a series I absolutely loved, and that was a movie adaptation of it. That was Mr. Monk's Last Case, which, that just got me in the feel because I used to love Monk, the series. It was great. Tony Shalhoub, brilliant actor. Next, we have, so that was, hang on, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, I don't even have 10. So that'll be 8. So number 6 is Killers of the Flower Moon. Great film. Martin Scorsese at his best. You have and this is despite knowing the Osage murders about the Osage murders beforehand. And I think this was a great adaptation. So yeah, he did a great job. DiCaprio and De Niro, phenomenal. And a lot of the native actors that they used were really good as well. Next up, we have number 5. We have The Iron Claw, which is a fantastic biopic. Despite my gripes with it,
I should
as
put
a
that in
film,
there as well.
yeah, as a film,
Totally
it
forgot.
did a great job. It did a great job. As a film, it did what it did its best to talk about a family where you could have added even more tragedy to the story, but the acting was fantastic. Absolutely loved it. Number 4, we have the Super Mario Brothers movie. An absolute brilliant time. I did not expect to enjoy it or to be as good as it should have been. And it's in this purely for the fact that 1, it was really good, and 2, it was way better than I expected it. And number 3, it's because the Rainbow Road scene is one of the most beautiful action scenes ever created. And so that's why it's in there. Number 3, we're entering documentary territory, and that is with Wham. So Netflix had a fantastic documentary about the history of Wham. I am a huge fan of Wham. I love 80s pop. It's one of my favorite genres. And Wham were literally one of the pinnacles that brought 80s pop. That basically brought pop into the forefront. And this is a great documentary. I learned so much. You think you know a lot about people, but this documentary just added that much more.
Hello,
And hey, Shreds.
Hello.
Number 2, of course, it's Barbie the movie. And I'm not. I think you guys personally are doing a disservice by talking about how it upset people. I think as a film itself,
That's a real good
it
film.
was
Don't get me wrong.
brilliant. It was surreal. I love surrealism. Like surrealism, that's why I love Wes Anderson. But surrealism always wins for me, and I think he did a great job. The music was fantastic. Mark Ronson that guy has just been brilliant since day one, and the fact that he was the one that produced the music for this was a great touch. It just adds to the fact of just what a great production this film was. So I absolutely loved it. And of course, number 1, no surprise to nobody, it would of course be Guardians of the Galaxy 3. No, I'm just kidding. Into the Spider-Verse, which it's an animation masterpiece. I mean, what more can be said? There is obviously the sad stories of how horrible the working conditions were, but I think it will be a disservice to those animators that work their bollocks off to put this any lower, because that film is just it's just cemented
phenomenal.
itself as one of the greatest animations ever made. So I fucking loved it. Shredder, have you got your top 10 films of the year, or top however many?
Oh God, no! I didn't know I was supposed to prepare for this kind of thing.
No, that's all right. I did put it in the group chat, but that's all right.
I probably missed it. But off the top of my head, I mean, I probably agree with you. The best movie I've seen this year has been Across the Spider-Verse. Number 2 for me would probably be Oppenheimer.
Okay.
Number 3 would be Barbie.
Yeah.
So that would be that would be my top three.
Okay, that's cool.
Number, if I was to maybe go down the list a bit further,
You see the Iron Claw?
I haven't seen that yet. I actually really enjoyed Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem, so that probably
Okay.
be number 4 as far as I'm concerned. Well, what other movies did I see this year? Oh, jeez.
Well, there was like I don't know if you've seen Killers of the Flower Moon. Did you see
No, I didn't see that this year.
the Wes Anderson anthology on Roald Dahl's books, like The Swan, Poison, Ratcatcher, anything like that?
No, I didn't see those.
Mr. Monk's Last Case.
No, I didn't see that
You ever
either.
used to watch Monk when it was out?
I was not really.
No.
I was not really a fan of that.
No. Oh, fair enough. I liked it. I used to love that series. That's all right. It's no problem.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 would probably be in my top 10 at least. You know, again, I wasn't offended by it. It was a decent movie. It was a good way, I think, to round off the trilogy.
All right. And the Ricky Gervais special would be in your top 5 as well, wouldn't it?
Absolutely fucking not. I think Lady Ballers has got more of a chance of being in my top 10 than Ricky Gervais.
We'll be talking about those a bit later.
I've never understood why stand-up routines are looked upon as films. Like back in the day, with my youth, Eddie Murphy had a couple of good ones, Delirious and Raw, and they were actually stated as films, but they were just a stand-up comedy show.
Yeah, the stand-up specials, they shouldn't be classed as films.
Because they were shown in cinemas, so therefore there's classed as films.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it a film still, you know.
It doesn't make it a film, no.
In my opinion.
All right, let's go into the worst of 2023. So, Shredder, we'll give you some time to think about your worst. I like to start this one because I have 21 films.
21?
Holy shit.
Oh,
I just
Jesus.
have 10, like you told
21
me.
films, and I think they all fucking deserve to be in here. All of them. You lot are not going to like me, but okay. So I'll start with number 21. That will be The Creator. Now, The Creator,
Oh, really?
I wanted to love this film, but the editing process absolutely shot this film in the foot. If any film needed, I wouldn't say a director's cut, maybe a studio cut to make it a bit more cohesive than when it was, this would be it. Number 20, we have Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget. 35 minutes. I was bored out my fucking head, and I'm a huge Aardman animation fan, so it was bitterly disappointing. Number 19, we have Cocaine Bear. Absolute overhyped bollocks. I was very disappointed. Number 18, Elemental. Pixar pish. Number 17, and My Big Fat Greek Wedding 3. Again, I love the first two. This was just a big pile of soulless crap. Number 16, I think I'm at. Old Dads. I know, Zam, you like that film, but I just think it was a big pile of shit. Number 15, we have White Men Can't Jump. An abomination of a remake of an absolute classic. I tried to watch it, but no. Number 14, we have Dix, the musical. Atrocious.
Yeah,
absolutely atrocious. Like the two main stars can't act for shit. They had no passion in their performance. The songs were garbage. It was just like, just think of it as frat boy fucking try hard shit and trying to be woke at the same time. It was awful. Gary, you had your hand
I was going to say, yeah, sorry, I forgot about 2 honorable mentions in my list. So Bottoms, which is great. It's basically a lesbian love story, which is great. And then also, what's that other film that I just thought about that I just lost now? Go, carry on, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Number 13, we have Rebel Moon, obviously. Number I think this is number 12. I might be a bit off my list there. Number 12, we have Dungeons and Dragons. Shit film. Number 11, we have Heart of Stone. That was with Wonder Woman actress Gal Gadot, and that had every bad spy trope you can imagine. Number 10, we have Expendables 4. Need I say more? Number 9, we have Nimona, which was it was a highly praised animation, but I tried to watch it and fuck me, it was awful. Like the leading lady, the voice, everything was just a frustrating character. So that goes in there. Number 8, yeah, we have Operation Fortune, Guy Ritchie film with Statham and Hugh Grant and all that. Awful. Number 7, You People with Eddie Murphy and oh God, Jewish actor. Forget his name. He was in
Adam Sandler.
no, he's lost weight, gained weight, lost weight, gained weight. It was in
Jonah Hill.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, with Jonah Hill. Every bad trope that you can imagine to do with like the roles reversed. Oh, white guy dating my black daughter and all this kind of, but it was just badly executed. Number 6, we have House Party. Again, another remake of a
Oh my
great
god!
classic. Yeah.
Kid and play in it by any chance? As cameos.
Oh, they make a
Oh.
cameo in it, but I didn't make it that far into the film. It was so bad.
Okay.
Then we have number 5, John Wick 4. I've never been more bored of action in my life than when watching this film. I just wanted it to fucking end. Number 4, we have Ant-Man Quantumania. Need I say more? Number 3, we have Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Pile of shite. And number 2, sorry, Shredder, but Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. This film pissed me off because it was so bland. And number 1, of course, The Flash, which is an utter pile of dog piss.
Oh man, that one.
So yeah, that's my
Yeah.
list. It's brutal, but I pulled no fucking punches. I think movie watchers need to hold their standards a bit fucking higher these days. Some of the shit that gets through and gets made is just fucking shocking. Gary, we'll go to you next.
That's my cousin, by the way, in the back. That's really adding.
What? This one.
Yeah. Moose.
Hello, Moose.
Yeah, we're just
Yeah.
talking about films. We're talking, just so you know, is that we're talking about the entire last 12 months. And don't worry, we'll add you in once we start maybe getting onto the more political things.
Yeah.
Go on.
Number 10, Aquaman 2. Whatever.
Not seen it yet, so okay.
All right. Number 9, Exorcist Believer. One of the most cynical, flaming, updates, remakes, whatever you want to call it, of all time. Number 8, a film that's even worse than Elemental, Wish. At least Elemental had some heart
Seen it.
behind it. Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Number 6 for me is The Flash.
Yep.
Where am I about to? I'm on to number 6. I'm at 6. All right, that is Dial of Destiny. I hate that film.
Okay, Indiana Jones one. I didn't hate it. It was a mid. Could have been better, but yeah, short list anyway. But yeah, cool. Number 4 now.
Yeah, number 4 is that. Elemental being there because I hate it. I wanted to love it, but I hate it. Number 4, Quantumania.
Yep.
Same
Deserves
number
to
as you.
be that.
Number 3, 65. The worst special effects I've ever seen of dinosaurs. This Jurassic Park looked like flaming. Well, Jurassic Park was great, but flaming like anything to do with dinosaurs looked great. Number 2, Rebel Moon.
Of course. Yeah.
And number 1, the worst piece of shit I've seen in, actually not last year, but actually not quite a number year. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. My fucking god!
The horror movie.
God, I mean, look, this movie links all the movies on your list, GG, look like they're Oscar winners. I swear, like, apart from the first bit where it was like really well told, like these little weird creatures, it's literally like you come into the adult, it's literally people in masks. All it is, and it's like just there going, "Oh, we're gonna stab you." It's just like it's like every bad slasher trope ever. Fucking.
They're making a sequel of that.
I can't put that in my 10 worst list for the simple reason I was laughing my ass off watching the whole thing. I mean, to me, it's one of those great pieces of disaster piece like The Room.
Oh yeah, but it's really bad. So.
Yep. Oh, that's a solid list. Zamo.
Okay, well, I'm going to have one film in this list that I guarantee you guys haven't seen. I can't wait to mention that one. But at number 10, Rebel Moon. It is still, even though I didn't hate the movie, it's so cliched and it follows the tropes of stuff we've seen before. And once again, all right, Zack Snyder, you want to make a Star Wars type movie, but you're using formulaic shit that we've seen before. Try to make a space opera, which is very unique, and he didn't do that. So that goes at number 10. I agree. Thinking back at Chicken Run, Dawn of the Nugget, it's an Aardman film, but recently their stuff hasn't been doing too well. And even though I didn't mind the film either, it's not good enough. So it's part of my worst films list. At number 8 is Mission Impossible 7 Part 1. I thought this film was really fucking shit. I'm a big fan of some of the recent Mission Impossible movies, but this one was a joke. Some of the stunts were pretty good, don't get me wrong, but having an AI villain, it just what the fuck were they thinking? All right, number 7 we have Equalizer 3. I do like the Equalizer movies with Denzel Washington, but there's a lack of action in this film. It's pretty much action at the beginning and then action at the end, and just some sort of fucking character development throughout the middle of the movie where I want to see this guy like kick some ass and fucking fuck over people in various ways using his particular set of skills, so to speak. And number 6, Indy 5. Biggest Indiana Jones fan here amongst us all. I love the Indiana Jones movie, but the last 2 films, this one as well, absolute joke. I know Harrison Ford loves his character so goddamn much, but I want to see Indy keep going on, but I want to see him recast as well. The best thing about Indy 5 was the World War II bit where he was still in his prime, and it kind of shows you that, and that's what we want. We don't want I want an Indy who can still do the action, not have to avoid the action, which is what Indy 5 was. He's trying to get himself out of situations, not in situations, and it's not good enough. I want to see him kick some ass and do some crazy shit, and we never got that because he's too fucking old. At number 5 we have Fast X. Like, this franchise, it's like junk food. Like, it's in and it's out, pretty quickly. But like, it's just stupid. Like, John Cena died in this one. I guarantee you, in the next movie or the movie after that, he'll come back alive because fucking Gal Gadot's character came back alive. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh no, John Cena died. Surprise!
He'll be like, he'll come back. You can't see me, motherfuckers, and they're like, you're fucking. Anyway, number 4, Blue Beetle. It's a shame, really. Like the DCEU is not that great anymore. This is not terrible, but it's not good either, and it's just average at best. And I think DC films need to be better than that. And number 3, this one's a bit of a surprise for you guys, but Justice League Warworld. I didn't like this movie at all. I thought this was, the animated movie. I thought this was a big pile of shit. This was the one where they're in different settings, so you had like a one woman in the Wild West and all of that.
Yeah,
it was bollocks.
It wasn't great.
And this is what upsets me, because we've gone about Aardman. I think DC animations become really shit as well. It used to be something you could go to and say, this is quality. But DC animation recently has not been that good. It's not.
After they did the Flashpoint paradox, it's not been the same.
You can sort of trace the downfall of the DC animation to The Killing Joke, because that one really pissed off a lot of people.
It was awful.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I thought it was shit. But then
Killing Joke, go on.
I didn't like it.
Just for me, like, regarding The Killing Joke, like what's on the comic book page doesn't necessarily translate well to film. And the idea of Batman having a laugh with the Joker after what that fucking cunt has done, no. I mean, it's just, you're better off killing the bastard. But yeah, he'll never do that. Number 2 is Ant-Man 3. This film is awful. Like, the MCU just generally is really shit. And this is like one of those films that looks like everything else that has come out from the MCU, the same color palette, the same sort of style of humor and everything. I know Ant-Man to a degree is a comical character, but you got Kang in this. How can you fuck this up? And you did. So yeah,
he had the easiest layup to bring Kang into the world, and they shit the bed with it, and that is inexcusable. That's why
I wouldn't. That should have been a bad guy win in this film, but they blew that.
Absolutely.
It should have been a bad guy win, and they blew it. And finally, the one movie that none of you guys have seen, and I have, because it's the biggest pile of shit, and it's a fucking disgrace, It also has John Cena in it as well, and Jackie Chan. And it's called Hidden Strike. And this film is terrible. Jackie Chan is almost 70 years old, and he's trying to still act like he can do all this shit when you know there's stunt doubles involved and what's not. He's just too over the hill to be doing action movies. And what pisses me off is that throughout his long ass career of 50, 60 years of making movies, he has not really done any non-action films. Everything he's done is action. And I think Jackie Chan, who's a tremendously good actor, by the way, let's not forget that he's a great actor. Jackie Chan, you shouldn't be keep going down this well all the fucking time. You should have made a lot more films that weren't action orientated. And I think people would have appreciated you as an all-round actor, not just an action star. And this film, unfortunately, kind of shows that he doesn't. He's kind of got Stockholm syndrome to a degree. He doesn't know what else to fucking do. And this is a prime example of it. It is fucking bollocks. It's really bad. If you watch this film, you might want to fucking kill yourself. It's that bad.
Again, there's a lot of films that you guys mentioned that I haven't watched because I just can't be arsed. It's like, I'll torture myself through some films, but there's definitely
it's bad, mate. John Cena doesn't save it. John Cena, and you could tell like Jackie Chan's becoming a bit of a grumpy old man because when you get those outtakes at the end and all the fucking bloopers and stuff of every Jackie Chan film, Jackie Chan comes across as a little bit of a fucking asshole towards fucking John Cena. With some of the bloopers and stuff. I think he's just becoming a bit of a grumpy old man now. I mean, like I said, he's almost 70, so there you go. But there's my list.
All right, Shredder.
Okay, out of all the movies, I've had to think about the movies that I've actually watched this year, and these probably would be the 10 worst that I could think of that I've seen this year. Some of the stuff you've mentioned, I haven't seen Dawn of the Nugget yet, so I can't comment on that. Again, there's a couple of movies that you've mentioned that I just haven't seen yet, so I really can't comment on. But the ones that I've seen, my 10 worst so far. Number 10 would be... Hi, Chris. Number 10 would be Elemental. How the hell Pixar went from being some of the most innovative storytellers and the kings of animated movies to making this kind of crap. It's incredible just how far
Pixar, mate. It was a
how
change
far
of
they've
hierarchy.
fallen.
Yeah,
it's amazing to think how far they've fallen from the glory days. Number 9 would be Expendables 4. Basically, it's a bunch of old action movie stars from the 80s and 90s looking for one last payday before some of them inevitably croak. Again, absolute garbage. Number 8, Fast X. How is Vin Diesel still getting work? Number 7, The Exorcist Believer. Again, what an absolute pile of garbage. Why can they not just leave the original Exorcist alone? It was that was a masterpiece of horror, and again, this is just the latest in an attempt to absolutely bastardize and drain milk whatever you can out of the franchise. Number 6 and number 5, I'm going to pair up together. Ghosted and Pain Hustlers. Both movies on Netflix starring Chris Evans. He's gone from beloved actor to the Marvel franchise.
Add that to the list. Yeah, 22 films to add to the list. Yeah,
he's gone from beloved staple of the Marvel franchise with Captain America to doing movies for the streaming platform Netflix that, frankly, looks like Kevin Sorbo turned down.
What was the other one? Ghosted and
Pain Hustlers.
What's that one?
Pain Hustlers.
Yeah.
Again, it's another movie he's done for Netflix. It's him and Emily Blunt starring in it, so that gives you an idea of exactly the kind of star power that movie has got.
Fair enough. Yeah. Such a bullshit
but yeah, it's horrifically bad, bland, and just god awful crime drama. It's again, like I said, it's like stuff Kevin Sorbo decided he wasn't interested in. Okay, so number 4 on my list is Shazam: Fury of the Gods.
No, bro.
Yeah,
I
I've not
absolutely
seen it.
loved. I absolutely loved the first Shazam movie. It was fresh. It was innovative. It was a whole new take on the superhero genre. Again, it was something completely different. It was the idea of like a superhero, but he's the child in the body of an adult superhero still at the end of the day. This was just absolutely a horrendous way to follow it up. And part of that can be blamed on The Rock and the disaster that was Black Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 3, Peter Pan and Wendy. Yet
Didn't
another
even know this
soulless
came out.
cash. Yeah, yet another soulless cash grab from Disney. Not even Jude Law's performance of Captain Hook was good enough to save it. Again, don't watch it. I wish this one had stayed lost. Number 2, The Flash. What a disappointment this was for superhero movies. Again, even just leaving aside all the controversies with Ezra Miller, the story was terrible. The fact that they brought back Michael Keaton to play Batman, but he was still Bruce Wayne, despite the fact he was much, much older than the character of Bruce Wayne was supposed to be. And
Yeah.
a lot of the sequences were just terrible to watch. Again, the story itself was fucking rotten as well. And that's disappointing, given that the actual Flashpoint paradox that in the comic books and even the animated movie were far, far better than this.
Well, I mean, sorry.
This movie did them absolutely no justice at all.
No. The Flashpoint Paradox is one of the best comic book stories for me.
It's the best Flash movie ever made.
And the adaptation was fantastic. Even in the series, they bollocksed it up as well. It was just a one episode, one and done, like, inexcusable. Anyway, sorry, Shredder. Your number 1.
And of course, number 1 worst movie I've watched this year has got to be Lady Ballers.
Oh yeah.
You sat through and enjoyed that.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I can reveal that I have endured the whole thing, and I can also reveal that yes, I am going to do a review of this, and it will be posted on New Year's Day.
Oh my lord!
A full
Christine,
review
hello.
will be going up on New Year's Day.
Hey, that just jogged something that just happened to me. A very close family member of mine just posted a meme, and I already knew that he's gone down the rabbit hole of the whole QAnon shit. But he actually put a meme up saying there's nothing more beautiful than a woman dressing like a woman, and nothing more ugly than a man dressing like a woman. And like, this is a very immediate family member. So sorry, I'm really upset about this. So I wrote in the comments, I said, nothing more ugly. So famine, war, child cancer, really, nothing more ugly. Not that it's ugly, right? But I'm so sick and tired of Q. And that movie is just perpetuating this fucking ugly lies. And I'm just so angry. That's all.
Well, I'd like to add to that the fact that you mentioned the fact it's perpetuating ugly lies. I've mentioned before, and I'll mention again, the fact is that Lady Ballers was not originally supposed to be a comedy. Ben Shapiro wanted to make it a documentary, but he found out that no, you can't just simply have men in wigs turn up to women's sports and play in professional women's leagues. They have to undergo hormone replacement therapy, and it's got to be monitored. Now, none of the people that were cast for Lady Ballers were prepared to go that far, which is why they scrapped the idea of doing a documentary for this thing that, you know, Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire have claimed is a massive problem. And instead they opted to do this farce of a comedy movie.
Well, that's what makes it even worse. It's the fact that they did their research and they found out, no, you can't just fucking put on a wig and go and turn up and do these sports. And they still decided, like all right-wingers do, we're still going to be disingenuous wankers, and we're going to make this film anyway. And
we're just going to pretend that this actually does happen and just make a comedy instead rather than a documentary.
Exactly. Fucking idiot.
For me though, regarding these guys being wholesome Christian family value motherfuckers, that the sort of like toilet humor style comedy they're going for, kind of goes against their own personal beliefs. So I'm surprised they made a movie like this anyway. So
I mean, to a little girl to make a flaming sex joke.
yeah, I know.
Where he goes, I could be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. What do you mean, like sleeping? He goes, yes. So it's like, that's totally inappropriate for a fucking kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, from a family values, like, yeah, but you know, they don't see it like that. Again, I mean, they're the biggest sexual deviants on the planet. Most of them are closeted gays or fucking pedophiles, or you know, Matt Walsh.
I mean, Matt Walsh wanted to fucking impregnate 16-year-old girls.
Yeah,
some of them, of course, associate with Alex Jones, who again has, despite the fact he's come out with some absolutely vile transphobia, revealed that he is a trans chaser.
Yep. Yeah, didn't one of his browsers kind of have trans porn on it?
Yes.
Wait, shut up.
Yeah.
One of his he brought up a tab that contained his browser search history, and on it was the name of a transgender porn star whose specialty was penetrating men.
There you go. That's what these people are, man. They're the ones that love getting pegged all the time because they love authority. They want to be ruled over and dominated, and they like to perpetuate this fucking character of I'm my own man, I'm strong, I'm independent, and all this kind of shit. If you're strong and independent, mate, you go against the fucking status quo. You don't embrace the fucking status quo, dumbasses.
Steven Crowder definitely likes dressing up as a woman. He enjoys that, and I heard rumors that he pays men to fuck him in the ass. So
yeah.
Sorry,
exactly.
Chris.
I have personal experiences with this where, being in the army, you're around a lot of men who think they're alpha, right? I was approached seriously twice where men offered, and no sex involved, but one guy offered me an apartment if all he wanted me to do was basically beat the shit out of him. The other guy offered me an apartment and a car to do basically the same thing. Now, at the time, I was like, oh, high and mighty morals, and like, oh, I'll never do that. Nah. Now I'm thinking, I fucking should have done that. I should have just beat the shit out of them and taken their money and ran.
Get the money first, beat the shit out of them, and run.
Yeah.
Were they going to pay you well and all of that, and the apartments were they nice in a nice part of town?
They probably would come back and propose.
I didn't get
to
that
you
far.
as well.
I didn't get that far into the conversation, but I'm sure I could have asked for what I wanted.
One of them would have asked for a pegging down the line as well.
Probably.
And these are probably people that are like MAGA chuds these days.
So,
I got to switch my camera.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
All right. So, who saw the Ricky Gervais special?
I did.
No,
Me too.
Yet.
What an absolute pile of crap.
So, look, I'm not a Gervais hater, okay? And if you want to say whatever you want to say, jokes and all this kind of shit, that's fine. My problem with this special was, number one, the jokes weren't funny. He's done them all a million fucking times before. Number two, and this goes across the board, and this is really what I want to talk about. He spends the whole special complaining about other people complaining about his jokes. So when you're trying to, I'm sorry, but if you're somebody who says, I can say what I want and do what I want, which is fine, you want to do that, don't then spend the whole time crying about other people complaining about your jokes. People have always complained about Ricky Gervais' stuff. Everything he's ever done. There's always been somebody that's hated something that Ricky Gervais has done. But the fact that he's getting a little bit more pushback now because a lot of it's been like anti-trans stuff and all this kind of shit, he just spends a half the special just fucking crying about it. And this is endemic with comedians today. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're not edgy, you're not hard, you're not cool if you are crying and complaining every fucking time you have a special about other people's opinions on your stuff. I came and Ginger wants a pegging, of course. That's like, to me, if you want to be an edgy comedian, really edgy, if you were actually fucking edgy, number one, you wouldn't mention about people complaining about your jokes. You just keep doing them. Number two, you would actually do some edgy humor, and that is going against the political establishment. Something that how many fucking comedians do these days compared to the people like George Carlin and oh god, what was the guy that smoked himself to death very young, 33 years
Bill
old when he
Hicks.
died? Bill Hicks. You know,
Lenny
people that
Bruce.
actually voted against.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lenny Bruce.
Yeah, Lenny Bruce, all that. Those were fucking edgy comedians. Those were comedians that had balls. These guys are claiming to be edgy just because they're punching down. That's not how this fucking works. And that's what annoyed me more about Ricky Gervais' special, because I'm not a guy that hates him. I don't love the dude, but it was just like, it's just seeing this sad fucking 60-year-old man now just become another Dave Chappelle, was just crying for fucking 90 minutes.
I mean,
So,
he's
yeah.
literally become the joke that Stuart Lee has been telling about him for the past couple of years, which is that his entire shtick is saying, "Oh, I can say whatever I want," and then crying about the fact that people are pushing back when he says some really disgusting things.
I watched.
That's it. That's
5
his
minutes.
entire act.
I watched 5 minutes of it yesterday. I turned it off.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't
I
previously,
refuse to watch
previously previously, I mean, he spent almost an entire special cracking the one trans joke about how, you know, if a man can identify as a woman, well, I can identify as a chimpanzee. I'm a chimpanzee.
Yeah.
You know,
just
and
like
that
and
again, as
that
Frankie
old-
Boyle
that old
likes to put it,
chestnut. Frankie
yeah, as
Boyle
Frankie
was awesome.
Boyle
I saw that.
responded to it. He's pointed out Ricky Gervais, very talented actor, but Ricky Gervais, you know, wants to identify as a stand-up comedian.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, like, we spent the first 10 minutes is, "Oh, I'm woke now," and then goes around saying things that people who are actually woke don't actually say. It's just like, this is what you think people on Twitter think that be woke is.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as well. Like, for comedians these days, when did Twitter become life? It's like they now they depend on Twitter more than anything. Without Twitter, these people are fucked because they've got nothing to work with. And you know, it's just sad to see. Like, once upon a time, these were people that kind of like buck the trend. Not Ricky Gervais. Ricky Gervais never bucked the trend of anything, you know. But you know, like your Chappelles, your Bill Burrs, and all this kind of stuff. These are people that bucked the trend, just did what they want, and now they just sit there fucking just pissing and moaning all the time. It's just like, bro, you've just lost. I lost any fucking respect I had for them, because look, I have no issue with the comedian. They want to say whatever joke they want to say. That you're always going to offend someone and all this kind of shit. No, I don't believe in punching down, but sometimes you can get an outlandish joke that's funny. That's fine. I'm not here to censor anyone, but when you complain about something, you just lose your street cred. You know what I mean? You kind of become the opposite of what a comedian's meant to be, because comedians have historically always bucked against the establishment, butted heads with the establishment. And these lot, they are the establishment now.
No, for me, it's what's your intention with the joke, because I don't mind making fun of different cultures, different people, gay, straight. It doesn't bother me, but does it come from a place of hate? But if it does, which it is with Ricky Gervais and Dave Chappelle and people like that, then I genuinely have an issue with it, because they are being political with their jokes. You know, I take the piss out of everybody and anybody, and it does. Sometimes it does come from a place of hate, especially when I'm taking the piss out the right wing.
You know.
It 100% comes from a place of hate. But when I take people who are more I'm aligned with, it's just me just taking the piss and having a joke. But I genuinely don't fucking hate those people. But I can't help but make a joke regardless. The same way we take the piss out of each other. I call you a Greek bastard or whatever. I don't fucking hate Greek people.
I call you Al Qaeda all the time.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
All of that, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so yeah.
Yeah, but again, Ricky Gervais and
Sorry.
I was going to say Ricky Gervais and Dave Chappelle, their act comes across as like the modern equivalent of a Bernard Manning or Roy Chubby Brown. The kind of people who literally their entire act was about punching down, and the punchline always being about a thick P word or a stupid N word.
Yeah, but that their equivalent of that now is just against trans people, which
trans people or wokies or women.
Yeah, wokies or women. Yeah, Christine.
I was gonna say I don't mind what type of language you're using in a joke. There's a difference between using a bad word and making a joke about it and it being ironic or funny, and the like Zam was saying, and it being hurtful and racist. There's a huge difference.
Yes.
And a great comedian can still edge that line and use all those words, but still be funny and not be hateful or hurtful.
Yeah, and Ricky Gervais's form for punching down at people and then not understanding why people got upset. So, for example, one of the producers on The Office, I think it might actually have been the co-creator of The Office, actually, is in a wheelchair because he suffers from polio. And he got fed up of all the disabled jokes that were being made at his expense. And Ricky Gervais
I forget his name, but he's a phenomenal producer. Ash Atala, that's it. Phenomenal producer.
And again, he got sick and tired of all the disabled, the disabled jokes that were being made directed at him. And, it wasn't even the case, like just light banter between them. Ricky would just, make disabled jokes about him while he was there in the room. And,
that's Gervais to a T, though.
Yeah, or again, the fact that he didn't understand why this Down syndrome charities were really just saying, "Hey, look, can you just cut the shit out?" When he kept calling people "mong," which has predominantly been a dig at the people who do suffer from Down syndrome.
Yeah, and he says, "I use it to introduce stupid people." Well, then people use it at Down syndrome to indicate they're stupid. Does he not see the flaming through line there?
Yeah.
And this is the thing that I hate about it, is that he doesn't seem to get that people aren't just pissed off with him because he tells a joke. It's that the jokes aren't clever. That's the difference. You can tell a offensive joke as long as it's clever.
He has the mentality of a teenager that hasn't grown up yet. And the problem, the thing you've got to understand with Ricky Gervais, he's a very insecure man, very insecure. Like ridiculously so, and this is projection. Oh, sure. This is, he's trying to he wants to punch down to make himself feel better. It's not about the audience; it's about him. And Richard Coughlan, always tells of a great story that a friend of his was with Ricky when Ricky was starting up his stand-up routines and all of that. So they kind of worked the circuit, and he made he made a joke at his friend, and then his friend hit back with about his feet because he's got very small feet and he wears larger shoes to cover it up. And Ricky Gervais just had a fucking meltdown. Gary Shandling, who was digging at Ricky Gervais when Ricky Gervais met his hero, and Gary Shandling was just taking a piss out of him. And Ricky, again, he had a fucking meltdown. He's such a small, like, pathetic man, and this is why he does it. And it's just telling of his character, and people need to call him out on it more, that he himself has his own insecurities, and that's why he doesn't have like a large circle of friends. Nobody fucking likes him.
Yeah, and that show he had with two of his friends.
Yeah, no worries.
He had that show with two guys.
Yeah, with Carl and oh god, I forget the other guy.
It was
all he did was take the piss out of Carl to the point where the guy was gonna be crying. Like, it wasn't funny; it was cruel.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like
Carl Pilkington.
Yeah, Carl. What was the other one?
Stephen Merchant, the guy who co-wrote The Office with him.
Steve Merchant. That's it. Yeah, Steve Merchant. So this is this is the show that people they loved watching, like Idiot Abroad and the podcast and all this kind of stuff. Now, the podcast, to be fair, they were funny because it was Carl Pilkington just being Carl Pilkington, but with Idiot Abroad, that was just borderline, just like pushing the guy to do the worst kind of shit. And I just found it like deeply uncomfortable watching it. But
You
Gervais
could
just
tell that it must have been in his contract that he had to go through those things, because there were several times where you could generally see the fear, or he just did not want to do these things. And there's Ricky fucking laughing at him because he knows he's got him by the short curlies. He's got to do them.
yeah. Yeah, but seeing his meltdown now after everything is poetic justice, even though he's making a fucking fortune. But I think that one of the things that just absolutely pissed me off with the special was once he made a trans joke, the fucking audience cheered. And I'm like, that's your audience now, Ricky. Those are the people that are gonna go see you. You are like Roy Chubby Brown. Now you are that's your audience. It's gonna be Daily Mail fucking reading Twitter bots, and that's it.
Who he was raging against in the beginning of his career, like those were horrible people, and now he's
Yeah,
catering
he used to rally against the right wingers, and now he's just that's his audience now. Because a couple of people were like, "Hey, man, don't punch down," because that's all it essentially is. It's just the same. Don't punch down, but you can't tell Ricky Gervais that's his career. His whole career is built around punching down.
And the thing is as well, right? Now again, you can use offensive language in jokes as long as it's clever. There's a piece by again Frankie Boyle where he quotes Lloyd George. He directly quotes Lloyd George because he does this whole routine about how he preferred when Britain was more honest. Like the Ministry of Defense used to be called the Ministry for War, and back in the day, there was a meeting in cabinet where there was discussion about what the use of aircraft in warfare and what would happen if the Americans became too powerful. So Lloyd George in cabinet, and this is recorded, said that we would sell the Americans our expertise in bombing N-words.
Who?
N-words.
Lloyd George, he's an ex-prime minister.
Again,
that
was from Lloyd George, but I won't go into the whole routine, but he does use that word. He uses the full word uncensored in that because he's quoting Lloyd George and he's pointing out the absurdity of just how racist British society is from the top down.
Yeah.
When this is the kind of thing that was being quoted in cabinet
by the prime minister.
But here's the other thing, though. I mean, everybody says, "Oh, you say whatever you like as a comedian." Who is really considered by audiences and even professional stand-ups to be the greatest stand-up comedian of all time?
Richard Pryor.
Billy Connolly.
Goddamn right.
Yeah. Now, Billy Connolly, he came up in an era where there was as he described it, there was a lot of comedians doing the club scenes with mohair suits, and they were basically espousing utter, vile racism and sexism in their acts, and he found it vomit-inducing, and he hates it. He noticed it got to the point where there were even black comedians leaning into those kind of acts. And he thought, well,
Davis
no.
Jr. had leaned into it because I think he was forced to.
Who?
Right. But
Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah.
Right. But as Billy Connolly put it, he the way he looked at it was the role of the comedian is a bit like the poet, which is that it's his job or her job to spot the absurdities and just point at like how ridiculous something is, not punch down and just espouse racism on stage, which is what a lot of comedians back in his era were doing, and in some cases are still doing now. It's why we have the kind of things like the Ricky Gervais special. It's why we've had that tour that was organized by Andrew Doyle. What was it, last year?
Yeah,
that was doing the circuit, and part of his whole act was he was just reading. He was reading tweets he wrote from a parody SJW account that he created called Titania McGrath, and that was his entire act.
Fucking that's the state of it, really, isn't it?
I don't know what comedian I forget his name. He's a British comedian. He does jokes on people sending him spam mail and his responses to them.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Dave,
What's his name?
Dave
Oh.
Gorman, by any chance?
No, it's not David Coleman. It's
Lissett. Joe Lissett,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Lysett, Joe Lysett. Yeah.
Yeah,
Joe
Lysett,
Lycett, yeah.
Joe
Joe
Lysett.
Lycett.
He
Joe
is
Lycett.
hilarious. I find
Joe
him
Lycett's funny.
so funny. And
Yeah.
if you ever get the chance, see a skit he does when he was renting a space to do his writing, and the sign he put on his door and the rigmarole between him and the landlady over it was hilarious.
I'll
Oh,
check that out.
He's done a lot of great stuff. I mean, the fact that he changed his name to Hugo Boss just to wind up that company
Yeah.
because they were fucking over some what was it, a brewer,
A brewer.
some
Yeah.
independent brewer. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is that ever since that Ricky Gervais specials come out, all of his fans have been losing their shit over James Acaster. His bit on Ricky Gervais getting mega playing again. They're going, "Oh, James Acaster, who is he?" and all this sort of shit. It's like, are you crying about that? Are you? Is that hurt your feelings? Oh, Diddums. Yeah, that's not ironic at all, is it?
And they always cry like the hero worship. You know what I mean? It's just like, you know.
But that's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? This is much like, again with the movie Lady Ballers. The thing is, when it comes to Ricky Gervais, I have not heard anyone actually defend this as being legitimately funny. They'll say, "Oh, this was hilarious," but the most I'm hearing about it is that it's funny because it wound people up like you.
Yeah.
That's literally it. It's just the idea that it annoyed other people or offended other people. Now, I wasn't really offended. I was just fucking bored by it because again, he is
It was
now
boring.
becoming
Yeah.
he is now becoming that joke that Stuart Lee told all those years ago. He's literally becoming the person who says, "I can say anything I want," and then crying about supposedly being cancelled when
And
people.
Stuart
call
Lee's
him
my
on it.
favorite comedian, by the way. Him and Billy Connolly. Yeah, Christine.
Sorry, my friend Joe just messaged me. I messaged him earlier about the show, and I gave him the title and said it was on YouTube, but he wants to know what channel this is.
NerdTube.
What?
NerdTube. Shall I give you a link so you can send to your friend?
You can try if I can send a link.
Yeah.
NerdTube. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll be
one
right
word.
back.
Okay. No worries. I'll send you the link for you can share the stream. Share. Copy. So yeah, again, with regards to Dave Chappelle, for example, now, and any kind of comedian from a background that's steeped in a history of oppression, when you're fucking decided to die on the hill of making all these trans jokes and then making an excuse like, "Oh, well, you know, I had a trans friend," like he literally devoid of the irony of I can't be racist. I've got black friends. It's literally that. I can't be transphobic. I had a trans friend, and all this kind of shit. And you're like, and you're willing to die on that hill. You're willing to keep punching at that hill because Chappelle, if anything, is one of the most stubborn people who never ever accepts that he's wrong. He always thinks that he's right. And this thing here, this is just like I've lost all fucking love and respect for him because I'm like, you as a black man should know the shit that you've been through, your people have been through, and yet somehow you cannot. And this is cognitive dissonance. This happens with every oppressed minority. They don't want to think that they are on the same level of another oppressed minority. They like that there's another minority that they can oppress so they can feel better about themselves. So the fact that he doesn't see what he's doing is no different to your Bernard Mannings and all of that who were doing all the racist fucking jokes. It sickens me. It sickens me. And it just, for me, it's just like, no, you know what? Just go and cry. Sit there and moan that people are complaining about you. And you just have no fucking right to talk about anything you want to talk about. Chris Rock hasn't taken that plunge. You know, he hasn't gone down that route. If anything, Chris Rock has improved as a stand-up comedian because, like, the marriage stuff and all this kind of stuff that he talks about is fucking hilarious. But he could have easily gone down the same route as Dave Chappelle, but he hasn't.
Yeah. Do you know who these people like Ricky Gervais and Dave Chappelle remind me of when they say, "Oh, that you chose to get offended by the joke, so it's your fault"? They remind me of Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, when he got in all that hot water when he was cracking
Oh, the rape
jokes
thing.
about whether or not he would rape the Labour MP Jess Phillips.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly that.
I never go that far. Yeah, when it comes to jokes. When it comes to, like, I always admire Liz Truss's rack, but that's about it. You know what I mean? I would never make it. I would never go on any for.
That's not a rape
You know
joke.
what I mean? She's got a
Admiring
fucking
the body
amazing
of-
rack, by the way, for a prime minister.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You can motorboat it like she motorboated the economy and sunk it.
yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I do apologize, but yeah, all that spicy food, I had to blow my fucking guts at my fucking ass like you wouldn't
Well,
believe.
I was going to
man.
say, like, it shouldn't have taken you like the next morning. Normally, it's just a couple of hours, and then it's Revenge of the Anus.
Unfortunately, today was a bit of a burner as well. So like I had to take. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's me, and my old man. We're synchronizing right now. But the moment I want to take my shit, he's in the fucking upstairs toilet, so I have to go fucking downstairs, take my shit in there. The fucking hose to wash your ass with is not fucking as good as the one upstairs, which is why I don't like shitting downstairs. And make sure I fucking got every fucking speckle of dirt off my cheeks. And then I came upstairs and I realized, you know what? I feel like I just been fucked in the ass. Because this is a bit of a painful one, so yeah.
So you feel like a closeted right winger right now.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Cool.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that's Ricky Gervais and the state of stand-up comedy today. We can move on to review the year and come on the standout stories. I'm going to let somebody else take the reins on this one.
Well, I got some stuff I would like to talk about.
So not coming back.
Off away here.
Well, the very first thing that happened, significant thing in my opinion that happened in 2023. It feels longer than it does because it pretty much happened at the very beginning of the year. On January the 2nd, Jeremy Renner had that infamous accident with the snowplow, where a lot of us thought that he would have been killed, and it's hard to believe that was still listed a year ago when that happened, and the recovery that happened to him, because apparently he was going to lose limbs and shit like that. He saved his nephew from getting run over by taking the brunt of it himself. And that actually,
I believe that was this year. That's crazy.
Yeah. January the 2nd, 2023. So, we had the King's coronation. Obviously,
was that this year as well?
Yeah,
Yes, it was.
That was this year.
It
was this year.
Yeah,
I mean,
hard to believe it was at the end. It was the end of last year that the Queen died.
Yeah, pretty much. And same with in 2022, like we also celebrated her jubilee and stuff like that. And then the moment she died, Charles became king. Michelle Yeoh, the first Asian woman to win Best Actress at the Oscars, which was pretty cool. Yeah, well overdue. But yeah, now here's one that I think a lot of people will remember: the Titan submarine.
Yes.
Ocean Gate.
Yes.
Ocean Gate, yeah, where unfortunately there was a young lad who died, and a lot of people were sad for him.
That's the worst tragedy, yeah.
But basically, people weren't showing really much remorse or gave a shit, and were taking the piss more regarding the people who died, simply because they were billionaires, and you'd have thought with people with all this fucking money and clout would have tried to maybe create their own fucking submarine or buy their own one instead of going through some shitty little company where they were inside some goddamn capsule, run on a fucking PlayStation controller. Absolutely ridiculous. And
But
it's a
it
shame what
wasn't
happened to the kid, but
It wasn't
Sorry?
them. It wasn't them. It was the guy who created it because the thing was so so slapdash and flaming badly made. It was like I think Shredder put it right at the time. It looked like something that Wally Coyote got for the Acme company.
yeah, no, yeah, you're right, boss man. Blame does go to the people who made that stuff and all of that, but at the same time, like, there's no love lost to majority of the people who die because they're a bunch of fucking rich assholes, and rich assholes right now are very unpopular in today's society, unless you're like a right wing cut for someone like Elon Musk.
You have no idea how hard it was for me. I actually wrote a parody of Yellow Submarine.
Really?
Yeah,
We all died in a yellow submarine.
Well, not quite. The chorus actually goes, "We all died in a homemade submarine, homemade submarine, homemade submarine."
Well, here's one which is very well. Look, I personally thought his melt. A lot of people. Look, I found it funny, but in a macabre way. I wasn't laughing with it. I was laughing at it. Please remember that. You fucking little bastard.
Did he shit on you?
No, but like they get spooked. I could blink my eyes and they shit themselves. They're birds. Anyway, regardless, this is for me. This was one of the most funniest things to laugh at, not laugh with. Kanye West loving Hitler. When he was on Alex Jones' show and Alex Jones is trying to save him, and by wearing that mask over his face like an idiot, yeah. But Alex Jones is trying to save him, saying, you don't really love Hitler, do you? And he goes, I love Hitler. Like that. I laughed my fucking arse off the way he said it like that. That was so funny. Let me tell you something. I love Hitler. And then Nick Fuentes going, that's my boy. Like fucking
Fuentes like,
yeah, we got a black guy who fucking loves Hitler. I fucking and he's Kanye West for fuck's sake. He probably thought he struck gold. And then there's fucking Nick Fuentes. Sorry, there's also what's his face? Milo Yiannopoulos with them as well, trying to revive his career. That fucking nonce. But yeah, so that for me was hilarious. I like laughing at Kanye West. I know he's got issues, but regardless, fuck him. Honestly, fuck Kanye West. Fuck his issues. Yeah. Fuck him. He's a cunt. And it
got all the money in the world to help, but you want to put yourself in front of the camera and say the absolute worst shit.
He blames his stuff on being bipolar. I'm bipolar. It doesn't make me a racist or an asshole.
Exactly. I agree.
Anyway,
look, what I want to say is that there are a lot of people in this world who have problems and they are really vile people, but they like to be given a pass because of maybe some mental conditions and stuff like that. And I'm sorry, I can't give people like that all the time a fucking pass. And because if they keep repeating themselves being assholes all the fucking time and saying, yeah, you got to leave me alone, you got to be nice to me, but I've got a mental condition, so I'm allowed to be a fucking asshole and be totally horrible and evil and say the most vile fucking things. So fuck you. You know what I mean? So fuck Kanye West, fuck him, and fuck everyone who follows him. What else do I have
it reminds
here?
Me like when Roseanne Barr, I was going to say, it reminds me kind of like when Roseanne Barr, her career went down the shitter because she was tweeting some really fucking racist shit, where she was comparing a black woman to an ape. And then she was posting, I thought the bitch was white, things like that. And then she was trying to blame it on Ambien to the point that the fucking, the pharmaceutical company that manufactures Ambien actually put out a statement saying side effects of Ambien do not include racism.
Actually, before I continue with my list, there was a time when me and Ginger were playing on PlayStation together. There was a guy called I call him Randy Orton. I call him Randy Orton, and you're like telling me how you moved to Leicester and you've got issue with Leicester. He goes to me, Zam, the reason why I don't like Leicester is there too many fucking packies. No, he's like, too many fucking packies. Yeah, he said that to me. Yeah, I'm thinking to myself,
of all the people,
hey, Randy,
make that complaint to.
Randy, I go, I'm a fucking patty, mate. What are you on about?
He's like, no, you're all right. You're all right. But it's the mother lot.
No. He actually thought, no, you're white, aren't you? He actually thought I was white.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, he thought you were white. Yeah.
He thought I was white. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Anyway, that was so. I don't hold.
that was
Look,
hilarious.
that was terrible. But hopefully, maybe knowing me will hopefully break him out of that terrible spell. Anyway, next thing I got on the list is Andrew Tate. At the beginning of this year, he had his ass thrown in jail, if you remember.
Yep.
And so that was lovely. I enjoyed that. That was a great way to start fucking 2023. Unfortunately, though, he never really learnt much of his lesson because he's got so many sycophants who are constantly going innocent till proven guilty, kind of implying that he is innocent because he hasn't been proven guilty. You know what I mean? Top G and all of that shit.
Mate.
And there are people who do like him, but even then he's burning his bridges with them. I think he's trying to steer himself in a slightly different direction now, and maybe a little bit less of the misogyny and more of the hierarchy, saying I'm an amazing man. I got lots of money. I live a good life. That's the sort of shit he's going down now, more than women belong in the kitchen sort of shit. So, but nevertheless, he was just
as well. So,
yeah.
One of the saddest things that happened after he got arrested was a whole load of young men in Greece went out in the streets.
Yeah, I saw that
protesting for his freedom.
Free Top G.
And that
in English,
that just pissed me off, man. Yeah. So I'm like, what the fuck has become of Greece? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna say we're like saints when it comes to like how we treat women, but we never used to be on the fucking levels that Andrew Tate levels, but now again, because so much has changed in Greece in the last decade since like we got fucked in the ass by the EU, and we made our own mistakes as well. But the mentality of people, and again, poverty and uncertainty always breeds a crazy climate, and so domestic violence issues have skyrocketed in Greece now. Like every other day, there's a bloody news report of a husband murdering his fucking wife. And it's just sad to see, because we're just not saying we were saints before, but not to this level that we are now. Yeah, Christine.
Yeah, Ginger. I was just gonna say, like, I understand, I don't accept it or like it, that there's some old-fashioned beliefs, especially in countries perhaps like Greece, where they want the woman in the kitchen and the man out.
No, Greece. No, so that's the thing.
But
so
hold on, let me finish.
Yeah,
but
okay, you finish.
That's no excuse then to turn around and say, yeah, we should put women into sex slavery.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean Greece has been, like I said, they've not been perfect, but it's never had that mentality of the woman needs to stay at home, because you don't get to say that to a Greek woman. She will slap the shit out of you. Okay, Greek women are strong. They are tough. This is why I've got a lot of respect for women, because I grew up in a Greek household, and they don't take no shit from nobody. They don't care. And so this is why we didn't have this fucking mentality. Like, and Andrew Tate 10 years ago would have been laughed out of the country or beaten up. Not having a bunch of young people, but again, it just shot social media and the change of climate in Greece in general. Just shows you just the rabbit hole we've gone down and how things have changed, Gaz.
But I think he speaks to a bunch of men who feel they're not listened to in regards to
incels, Gary.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that they need a healthy outlet and they're not getting it. So they'll listen to like cult mentalities like him, Jordan Peterson, whoever you want to name.
Fresh
and this is something that governments and stuff like that need to address. Otherwise, this problem's going to get much worse. That's just my.
Well, that's what I mean. It got so bad with him that the British government are like, the schools now are having to do lessons on how not to be like Andrew Tate, basically. That's how bad it's gotten, and it's just. But again, it's just telling her just how fucked everything is. It's like the kind of right-wing cancer that has infested every aspect of people's culture and politics and all this shit. And it's just it just doesn't seem to end. We can laugh about certain fallouts and all this kind of shit, but the reality is that threat to like things have not gotten better for women in 2023. As much as we talk about things have not gotten better for trans people, they've gotten worse. they've also gotten worse for women in general. You know, there's
Yeah,
this
but-
general
but-
kind of. Sorry, go on, Sam.
No, just that, but, like, unfortunately, it's a negative domino effect because of women being more independent, and that's a good thing. You know, men now feel that they can't get any, and that's so a lot of guys who are looking at people like Andrew Tate, who does surround himself with pretty women and does things that maybe they really like, the fact that he's got them doing OnlyFans and he's pimping them out and all of that. You know, they love all of that shit, and they want to be like him because that's how they feel they need to be, because they're not getting women any other way. They don't know what it means to be in relationships or anything like that. A lot of them would probably scare the shit out of most women because of their personas anyway, and they're very likely not to get a girl in the first place. And as everyone knows, the most dangerous thing for women are men, because men are fucking nuts. Most women are died because of fucking men. So that's an issue there too. And yeah, it's unfortunate that when it comes to positive when it comes to male role models, it is people like Andrew Tate, and it shouldn't have to be. People like ourselves, we're probably all looked upon as fucking baiters, and that's not necessarily the case. But that's how we get looked upon, because we don't want to treat women like shit or look at them as possessions or anything like that along those lines. So
Well,
exactly.
things that improve for at least one woman. I mean, Andrew Tate's mother, she didn't have to put up with seeing either of her boys over Christmas.
yeah,
All I have
Christine,
to say on for men that want to date or get married one day, just how about treating the woman you want to date like she's a human being and not an object, and not putting her to any higher standards that you would hold yourself to.
So,
unfortunately, men are
treat
very
women
possessive, Christine.
respect, not
Like-
objects, right? Thanks, Christine. Got it.
One of the best things that ever happened to me was this one woman who
But you're right.
I was in fact infatuated with, to put me in my place in front of my mates and make me feel small. And if it wasn't for that, because I was so possessive over her, she was gorgeous, she was intelligent. I didn't want I wanted her so fucking badly. And then I realized I couldn't have her, and she told me to her face, in my face, in front of my mates, that I wasn't hers, and that really belittled me. But that was probably one of the best things that fucking happened to me, because it made me very self-conscious, it made me realize what sort of dickhead I was becoming, and I never want to be that person again. And unfortunately, a lot of guys, they still get stuck in that, that bit of possession and stuff like that, and stalking and all of that. It's fucked. As men, we're really fucked up. Anyway, back to my list.
But, yeah, okay, we can move on. Yeah, that's fine.
Back to my list. So the volcano in Honolulu. But it's not just that. It's what pisses me off the most regarding that is the audacity of Oprah Winfrey and The Rock. Two people.
Was it the volcano? Or was it the fire? Or was it
It was
just a
fires.
fire?
The fire,
It was
the fires that came from that. Sorry, but it's the audacity of The Rock and Oprah Winfrey going on social media. One person close to being a billionaire, one person who is a billionaire, who could basically afford to restore the island on their own fucking salary, asking people like me and you, who've got fuck all in money, to donate, and once again, like they did them. I mean, The Rock stock, in my opinion, is falling big time because of shit like this. He's making shitty movies. He's had to put his tail between his legs to get back into the Fast and Furious franchise, and now he's doing stuff where he's asking people like me and you to fucking donate, towards Hawaii, when he himself should be fucking spending, several million to fucking help people out. Someone like Oprah Winfrey should be donating 100 million just to sort shit out. Sorry,
I wouldn't even mind it with The Rock, at least. If he said, for every dollar you donate, I will match it with 2 or something. But for the audacity of Oprah Winfrey to come on when she could not just fix that island back to where it was, but solve homelessness and child poverty on those islands like that, and
Yeah.
and not even dent her fortune. I was so like, how, like, what universe are you in? Like, what planet? You're not on this planet. Seriously, you're so delusional.
Yeah, Gaz.
Yeah, I think it's because humans can't understand how much a billion is. Because I think it's a number that we can't comprehend. Like, I think someone said that, like, to understand how much a billion is, let's say when the English landed, when the Pilgrims landed in America, and somebody just casually burned $1,000 every day since then to now, you still wouldn't get to a billion. That's how much it is, and that is something that is just an astronomical pile of money. And I think that people who have it don't understand that, or
It's not even that. It's people that have it don't want to share it. They want all. See, these are the same people that love all the fucking tax breaks that they're getting. This is why I class liberals in a whole different thing, especially like the liberal elites and all this kind of shit, because you get tone deaf bollocks like this. And I'm like, well, hang on a second. All these people got screwed out of their houses. You're telling us who are living in a cost of living crisis right now to donate when you could literally fix a problem. It'll probably cost you, I don't know, 20, 30 million, and that, which fucking Hollywood elites could easily pull their money together and solve that problem instead of asking, your working class lot. And secondly, these motherfuckers are sitting there and they've taken away all the attention to the absolute disgusting shit that went on behind the scenes after the fire settled with the insurance companies, with private property developers who went in there and just bought people's properties up with prejudice, with malice, like forcing people to sell up, kicking people out of their own fucking homes, insurance companies not covering the damages, all this kind of shit. And these arseholes come along and they distracted people. And it was a great distraction for all these arseholes. Because every time there's a disaster, anytime there's a disaster, there's always arseholes that are going to come in and profit massively from it. Okay, Naomi Klein wrote a great book called Disaster Capitalism, and it sums up on this and how disgustingly rich people got during Katrina and when other tragedies have happened, because the government and their friends are just like, here's a bunch of money. Look what happened at COVID in the UK.
Yeah.
Hundreds of billions just given to Tory friends, just given for PPE contracts, which they never really used. It was literally socialism for the rich, just given money while we were all sitting there dying. And that should have been the main highlight of the Hawaii disaster, and it wasn't.
I don't know how the country is at this moment. Sorry, it's not a country, but it is and it isn't. It's a state of America, but yeah, and it's just an American state as well. But I wonder how it is now. I would love to see what progress they've made regarding
bought up by
that
private property developers like BlackRock.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Got two more things. Then basically, first one will lead into the second one. Palestine, Israel, obviously, I don't want to go too much on about that. That obviously happened this year, but we've spoken about that many times. But one of the repercussions of that, probably one of the rare good things to happen from that, was the sacking of Suella Braverman. I hate this woman with a passion. I genuinely do. She is. I called her Cruella Braverman in the post on Facebook not too long ago when she did get sacked. I hate her so fucking much. Words can't describe. She's just typical Tory, evil personified. Doesn't give a shit about regular people. Hates minorities of every sort, and probably wishes that she could bleach her fucking skin and join the Natural Front on their fucking marches. Fuck her. If she fucking died tomorrow and she got buried, and I knew where her burial site was, I would piss on her fucking grave, because that's what she fucking deserves. And actually, I got one more thing, by the way. This is probably the most amazing thing to ever happen. Elon Musk changing Twitter to X. And that's about it. Fucking...
Christine, yeah.
Yeah, can you just check to see if Joe's in the comments section? I asked him to join us.
No, I don't see anybody.
Comment from him.
I got Mr. System. Hello, Mr. System.
Joe, if you're watching, please say hi. I can't see the comments, but these guys can.
Why do you want to chew my fucking computer, you little fuck? Don't stop chewing my computer.
Is that
You
the
should
Joe
know,
Cook?
Joe. Joe came over to the UK for one of our meetups.
Okay.
Okay.
Did he?
Actually, well,
Which meetup? I don't think I met him. I'd always remember a Canadian if I met one.
No, he's American.
Oh no, okay then.
You mean Serious Mind?
Yeah.
Oh, Serious
Okay.
Mind. Oh, okay. Was he at the Liverpool one?
Yes.
No, I think he was at the one in York. Or no, wait. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's in the Liverpool one because he went with us to get Pizza Hut in that massive place in the town centre.
Right. Okay. I remember that big fucking
But
Chinese buffet.
sorry, regarding Twitter changing its name to X, what Elon Musk did is that he's now put his social media site alongside porn sites when it comes to searching for X, because if you put X down, you might get some X-rated material. Well done, you know, and
Can you?
I look
On
at that,
Twitter.
but you had
The
to like the
funny
term
thing-
retweet. It's now repost. I mean, what a dickhead.
I mean,
he had brand recognition with Twitter, and he pissed that away. And on top of this, again, this is something he wanted to do back in the days when he was a major investor in PayPal.
Yeah.
But the problem was he had people who could tell him, no, that's a fucking terrible idea. Now with Twitter, he has nobody that will actually say to him, this is a crap idea. So he just went ahead and did it. So
Yeah,
bravo.
yeah.
And
Yes,
again,
man.
he overpaid for Twitter in the first place, $44 billion, but it's now worth less than half that. The last valuation was about 19 million.
Have you ever seen
Million?
The Young Sheldon?
yes.
When he gets a hold of Sheldon's notebook from when he's a kid on all his ideas of returning rockets from space and reusing them. And they flash back to the future from young Sheldon's time to Elon Musk in his office. And he's looking at this notebook of Sheldon's, and he's blatantly ripping off Sheldon's intelligence and ideas, right? And then someone in the background's like, Mr. Elon Musk, the whatever newspaper's here to interview you, and he just shoves the book into a drawer and closes it really quickly. And that's all I think of now. So when I think of him, I think of him stealing other people's intellectual property.
Yeah.
I mean, because like this year for Elon has been a disaster. Let's not. But I mean, companies have literally been like rats that are leaving the Titanic, leaving Flaming X, flaming this year, like Burger King, a lot of them. I think the only ones that are up there now are like either right-wing propaganda group or ones that promote like right-wing Nazi stuff. Like I can't remember
My pillow.
Shadow, what's the name of that group, that company that promote that publishes neo-Nazi stuff that it was on?
Antelope Hill Publishing.
Yeah,
They're the ones that the Quartering has done an ad read for on YouTube.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, so like, stuff like that. It's just like the guy's a complete imbecile, and then the Cybertruck looks like, and I think a couple of people said that thing that Homer Simpson made in that car episode in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Horrible shit.
Yeah, and also his Hyperloop dream is dead. It's
that was so stupid. That was the stupidest thing ever. That tunnel under the road. Like people were saying, if you broke down, you're fucked because everyone else will be blocked. You could barely open your doors if you had to get out in the thing as well. Like, I don't know why, and cousin Cheeto, who loves him more than life itself, I don't know why people fucking admire this guy. He's the definition of failing upwards, because he just comes up with one fuck up after the other.
That's the problem, and surrounded by
his cars
yes men.
set on fire or they fucking break down. He wants to fucking start. He's killed so many goddamn animals for his fucking brain transplant shit. His brain chip bollocks. It's like several of his SpaceX ships have blown up.
The cost he spent on that fucking hyperloop because he had it. He had a hyperloop. I think it was in Las Vegas. All right, that cost. They could have just built a fucking rail network. They could have built a rail network with it. It's just like America is like the definition of fucking come into the 21st century, you ass backwards idiots. All right. It's like build rail networks. No, we'll just spunk billions to a billionaire to build absolute trash. Everyone's sitting there going, we've had enough of the cars, build fucking rails. And they're like, no, it will affect car sales, so we can't do that. It's just like
As long
it's
Sorry,
a public
sorry.
transport it's designed as a public transport system designed by somebody who hates both transport and the public.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And like you're not abandoning just SpaceX, but the point is, it's him doing SpaceX. It could be somebody else entirely different, and we might have a better opportunity of maybe space travel and not maybe dying whilst going to fucking Mars. But as long as fucking Elon Musk is at the fucking helm, I don't trust it whatsoever, mate. Not at all.
Well, again,
Yeah.
I do hope that he does go into the venture of making sex robots for incels with too much money. Imagine all the
especially if they
horrific
catch fire
accidents they'll be suffering.
I'm
Otherwise
all
known as
up
head.
for the sex robot, by the way. I'm all good for that. I would fuck a robot, see what it's like. You know what I mean?
I'm
You've
for
got
it.
googly eyes in your vacuum cleaner. We've already established this, Sam.
That's
You know what? If it means
this.
that
Henry.
people
This
aren't
is for my
going to,
birds.
if it means that people aren't going to lie to other people just to get in their pants, and they're comfortable doing that, I'm all for it, man. Make some sex bots. If that's your
but
thing,
I want Tesla to make them because again, it's going to be the likes of Tim Pool who buys them, and they're going to be such a disaster, just like his cars, which are always crashing or catching fire. That they're just going to have their fucking cock ripped off after about 3 sessions.
Yeah, and
Or
there's going to be
burnt
features
off.
that you're going to have to pay subscriptions to unlock, like voice activation. Like, oh yeah, daddy, you're so big. Yeah, put it in me, and pulsating vaginas and all this kind of fucking.
they're going to sell instead of lube.
Kind of on
they're gonna
politics
sell
now.
burn cream with
We're in
it.
politics now, once.
Did
Christine,
you hear
sorry.
that?
No,
Instead of selling lube with the sex bots, they'll sell them burn cream for their cocks because it'll catch on fire.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what kind of person would want to have sex with a fucking robot?
I'll
Toys,
just
man.
No,
I'll
the
do it.
people that
Me.
want to bang a robot or bang a
I'll
sex
fuck a
doll, that's
robot.
fine.
I'd rather have sex with a human being, thank you. Yeah.
I'll stick my dick in whatever, mate. You know what I mean? I ain't fucked.
But boss man, I've been there. I got the T-shirt. I want to fuck a robot now. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, I'm thinking like I don't want like something that looks like C-3PO. I'm talking something humanoid looking. Maybe with an like a female version, or like the female version of the Terminator from the Sarah Connor Chronicles, something along those lines. You know what I
Summer
mean?
Glow, yeah.
Yeah. So, or Cherry 2000. You remember that movie from back in the day? Yeah, something like that.
Don't remember that, but
I don't
Basically,
have my time wasted. Someone spending time and money to go out, get ready, travel to a restaurant, make small chat, just in the hopes that they might have sex with you when that's all they want. So why can't they just go get that with like a sex bot? I mean, why waste everyone's time?
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's not my thing, but if it's yours, go for it, man.
I mean, do we really need sex bots, or do we just have to maybe make publicly available the maps of all the glory holes in town?
I think if you're really into glory holes, you'll make that map yourself.
No, glory holes is not my cup of tea. I want something that wants me back just as much as I want them. Fucking a hole in the wall is not for me. I mean,
a robot is not going to want you back, Sam, and you still want that.
No, that's going to be programmed. No, you program. You got to put the program into the person to say, okay, fine, I'm going to be a pleasure bot and all of that sort of shit. And yeah, there you go. I mean, and I think, fucking show me wonders, baby. I mean,
speaking of glory house, I was doing a house when I was a builder. I was doing a house opposite Craven Cottage, so that's Fulham, and they didn't have toilets at the time because our house was like practically gutted. So what we were working on and all this
shit in
kind
the
of stuff,
Thames.
there was a public toilet up the road in the park, and it was fucking glory holes in all three of the films. And I was like, is that the fucking park where one of those politicians got ousted? I think it might have been. So that was hilarious. I was laughing my head off. I was going to my dad, oh, Dad, look, they've got great vents in the toilets over here. Because he didn't fucking know. It's like, why do they have this shit? It's in next door. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Just about shout out to our Governor Mike DeWine, who vetoed a bill meant to place limits on trans individuals' healthcare access in sports. Oh, that's good.
Yes. Yes. I read that briefly, and congratulations. Well, kudos to him for that.
Well, they know that it's a losing case. Attacking trans people and abortions is not a fucking winning case. That's why they're getting their asses handed to them in like local elections. So
yeah, but again,
it's
they're still trying to pursue it and trying to make
there's still there's a lot of
course they
people, unfortunately, which we still
Yeah,
bug people to do it.
Yeah, the worst thing is when people you respect do it. Like, for example, here it's been done by people like Daley Thompson and Flaming Sharon Davis, two people I actually had respect for, and now they're doing this shit. It's like
oh, they've gone down that rabbit
Yeah.
hole, have they?
yeah, oh yeah, Sharon Davis is mega into faming. I love to come in. I'm like, fuck off, right?
It's
work
such a
harder.
non-issue.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like worrying about one ant in a fucking picnic. You know what I mean? It's just
Yes.
like calm the fuck
Yeah.
down.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm gonna
And we
say
said
more about
before-
the whole. I'm gonna say more about the whole trans thing tomorrow because I am gonna say a few words tomorrow. I think in a video about the fact that today was the deadline for the Scottish government to appeal their loss in court over the Gender Recognition Act. The UK government won in court over that. They were apparently justified. The Court of Session said that the UK government was justified in using its veto over the Gender Recognition Act. The Gender Recognition Act in Scotland was going to basically mean that trans people could identify on legal documents as their chosen gender, or as the gender they say that they are, in much easier fashion. You wouldn't have to go through, I think it's like 2 years worth of appeal and having your life investigated by complete strangers. It would be over and done with in about 3 months.
Yeah,
So
and the
all
thing
it
is,
was,
that 2 years.
there was no change.
Take
Yeah,
5-6 years.
there was going to be no change to there was going to be no change at all to the actual certificates themselves. It was just the process in which you're granted those certificates. Again, they've opted not to lodge the appeal, but they're not removing the bill. So what's happening is that the bill is going to remain, and it will be re-lodged when the government changes at Westminster. They're hoping that once the Labour Party gets in, it'll be easier to pass this and not have to deal with the UK government going through a veto. Now, I've got some issues with this. One of them is that it feels like we have capitulated in some ways to groups like the Scottish Family Party, and in other ways, in other ways, I'm really annoyed about it in a political sense, because this, to me, sends the message that yes, the UK government can overrule any legislation it sees and it takes an issue with, and claim it's interfering with reserved matters. So again, they were trying to claim that the fact that we would allow trans people to be recognised as their gender much sooner was somehow going to impact England. Again, it infuriates me that we've capitulated this. So again, I'm probably going to discuss that more tomorrow. Obviously, another big story of the year has been Brianna Guy or Brianna J. Of her murder back in February. The trial only finished a little over a week ago, and the two who did it have been found guilty and are going to be sentenced come February.
Serious. Hey.
And also, what's been announced is that February, when they are sentenced, they lose their right to anonymity. So at
Good.
the moment they can't legally be named by the press because obviously they're under the age of 18. They were 15 when they committed the crime. They're 16 now. But the judge has actually said that nope, once the sentencing takes place, their right to anonymity will be gone, so they will be allowed to be named publicly.
Yep.
The funny thing is, if they were American, fucking Fox News would have signed them up like Carl Rittenhouse, and made them
portrayed as
fucking
heroes.
celebrities. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well, again, we've already had people saying that. Hi, Sirius. We've already had people saying that the police were railroaded into getting these people as quickly as they did. When
What
actually,
happened?
So basically, what happened was that this teenager, I think she was in Blackburn, which isn't that far from where I live. I think she was coming out of a bathroom, and these two teenagers attacked
they're a
her.
couple.
No. That's
No,
not
they
what
were a
happened.
couple.
That's what I.
Yeah.
That's what I read.
Right. Here's what happened. Yeah. Right. Here's what happened. Brianna J was a trans teenager in England. She had gone to meet she'd actually gone to meet the pair who ultimately murdered her, who are still, as far as I'm aware, referred to in legal documents as Girl X and Boy Y. Now, she knew Girl X, did not know Boy Y.
From the school,
They
innit?
had planned.
Yeah.
She knew this girl from school. They had planned and carried out the stabbing of her in a wooded area. And it was a violent attack. I mean, as in they stabbed her 28 times.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's violent enough just to be stabbed once, but 28 times?
28 times. This was planned. It was a planned murder. They had a hit list of 5 names. Brianna's was one of them. They had hyper-focused on each of their victims, the idea of like one aspect of them, and determined this was, a reason for them to die. In Brianna's case, this girl had bragged about the fact she had poisoned Brianna several weeks earlier. She gave her an overdose of ibuprofen gel capsules that she crushed into a milkshake. And she hoped that Brianna would die and it would look like suicide because Brianna had a history of depression.
Well, no wonder.
That in her life.
I'm gonna talk about that case again tomorrow with the whole issue with regard to what's gone on here in Scotland.
What are you doing tomorrow? Because tomorrow is the Golden Glasses thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna record this during the morning, so.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
I'm gonna put it on my own channel, not on NerdTube, but I'll keep it off of NerdTube because it's a bit more of a serious topic.
Hi, Joe. By the way,
Vance will send you the link if William talks about what the other individuals on the hit were targeted for, if they were targeted for something specific.
On Brianna, sorry, on the hit list that they had. Right, there's only one that I actually know there's only one that I know of where, again, they've hyper-focused on one aspect of him, and that was the case of Boy Y, determined that he wanted to kill this 15-year-old who was known in the court documents as Boy E because he looked like a nonce. Now, again, I have no clue how a 15-year-old would look like a pedophile. It could be, any aspect. I mean, there's any number of reasons that teenagers call each other nonces and things like that at that age. I mean, it could be. He could just look a certain way, or it could be, he's gay or anything like that. Boy Y was definitely hyper focused on the fact that Brianna was trans. Because part of the court, again, this was revealed in court. One of the messages he sent to Girl X was that he wanted to know whether Brianna would scream like a man or a girl.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, it was horrifying. I tried covering it. I had to check out after like 5 days because
psychopaths, man.
I felt absolutely. I felt disgusted at what had actually gone on. I will be amazed when sentencing takes place if these two are not held for a minimum 35 years under His Majesty's pleasure. Now, again, whole life option is not available to the court because they're under 18. But again, my thought
Should
is
be.
they've got to be held. They've got to be. Well, if they are sentenced under His Majesty's pleasure, what that means is that they will be sentenced to a minimum period of time that they must spend in prison before they can be reviewed whether or not it's possible to even release them into society.
Yeah.
And if it's determined that they still pose a danger in any way, no, you're back. You're staying inside. Now, that's the sentence I'm hoping for. His Majesty's pleasure, 35 years minimum.
Yep.
1 year plus stab.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'll be ideal. Preferably never coming out, seeing the light of day again.
Christy wants to say something.
you're
Oh,
on mute.
You're mute.
No, I'm just crossing my fingers on that whole 35 years because I know, at least here, we've got a life sentence, which is 25 years, not life, by the way. So I'm glad to hear that they could reach up to 35, if not, then still be retained if they're considered a danger to society. And
Well, again,
I hope it's
if they had
35.
if they had been over 18, there was the possibility of what's called a whole life sentence, and there have been a number of people who've been convicted on that. So, the two that beheaded Lee Rigby are probably the prime examples of that. Michael Adebolajo and Michael Adebowale. Adebolajo is the one who's on a whole life sentence. He will never ever see the outside of a prison. Adebolawe, he is eligible for release potentially once he reaches the age of 80. Because he was about 20 years old when he committed the crime, so he's serving a minimum 60 years for what he did. Lucy Letby is another one, the one who murdered all those babies. She's inside the whole life sentence. She's never ever coming out.
She was the nurse, right?
Yes.
She was the nurse that murdered all those babies. You've got people like Tommy Mayer, who killed the MP Joe Cox. He's in there in a whole life sentence. Peter Tobin, he was put in a whole life sentence. The guy who stabbed David Amos, the MP, he's in there in a whole life sentence. So again, that option would have been available if they had, if they had been over the age of 18. And it's reserved for people who commit the most heinous of crimes or who are deemed, incapable of rehabilitation. So,
but I'm just happy to hear that teenagers that did this could actually get 35 because there's no way they would get 35 here. And
there's what's Fredo said is the possibility they could get that. But the thing is, there was a very similar case about 20 years ago, I think nearly 30, called James Bulger. Now, his killers were about 14, 15. I think they got about 20 odd years-ish. I think both of them are both out now and living under...
No, Terry Venables is still in prison.
No, he went to prison.
Not Terry Venables, John Venables.
I know, I still call him Terry Venables.
John Venables went back in.
I was about to say, no way got the same name as him.
Went back in on a different charge. But they were both released, I think, 20 years.
Oh, we got him from a different charge.
That was also different. That was also a different era, different sentencing guidelines, Gary.
Yeah.
The sentencing guidelines did change years after what they had done because of because of what they had done and the fact that they were given such light sentences for what they did. Robert Thompson has kept his nose clean. He appears to have been somewhat rehabilitated. He's never been back in the press, other than when it's been mentioned, obviously, that John Venables has been returned to prison. Now they're on what's called a license because they are on life sentence, but they're out on what's called a license. And that license has such strict conditions, they can be returned for any minor offense. Anything as simple as an unpaid fine, if they're caught smoking a joint, things like that. They could be immediately returned to prison under the license.
Did I tell you guys about my uncle being accused of attempted murder?
No, please do.
All right. He didn't do it. But my uncle used to live about an hour away from here, and him and another fellow lived together, and they grew weed, which was legal. And unfortunately, Christian, the man he lived with, had bipolar disease, and one of his manic phases, which was exacerbated by alcohol and drugs, he took a gun and shot himself in the shoulder. Now the police showed up. They arrested my uncle and another man that was present because obviously Christian was out cold. They brought him into surgery. He was put into an induced coma. But prior to him passing out, he said that Larry did it, my uncle. So they took Larry to jail along with the other guy. And the family members went to his hearing to see if we could get him out until the trial. None of my family members thought he did it, by the way. And what happens here is you can get someone as an insurer, and that means that we will guarantee that our friend or relative will return for trial. And it's basically being released on bond, but under supervision.
Right, yeah.
So several family members went up and tried to be the insurer, and I wasn't planning on doing it, but the judge wouldn't let any of them take him. So I finally said, let me try. So the judge said that yes, I could. I think it had a lot to do with my past being in the military and that I owned my home and that sort of thing. And I had no past in, law. So he was released to me, and as soon as Christian was out, and they figured out pretty quickly that the wound was self-inflicted anyway, but he confirmed that no, I shot myself. I was high and I didn't know what I was saying. So now my uncle's been living with me for 6 years, and it's been awesome because he was just like, I have many uncles and aunts. You see them at Christmas, and they're just sort of this entity that's related to you. You don't really know them. You just say Merry Christmas and see them next year. And I've gotten to know my uncle as a human being, and it was probably out of the worst thing that could probably happen. It was a really great outcome.
Nice. And so he never had to go to trial or anything. There was acquitted.
No, didn't even have to go to trial.
Is your uncle still there? Or is he
happy for him?
Moved out, passed on? Or?
He's in the other room.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Lovely. All right.
Watching documentary.
Yeah. Okay. So
what did Sirius say about courts?
Oh, here, I'll put the comment back up for you.
He said in the USA it'd be 25 to life, although we do have life without the possibility of parole. That latter rarely goes to a teen unless they're a minority.
Well,
sad but true.
Yeah.
You can basically put up stats showing same age, same basic crime, white, black, female, male, and it's astounding the differences in years that they get. If you're a white female, you're just here's
black
the
girl
door.
Shoots somebody who was trying to rape her, and she gets life imprisonment. Brock Turner rapes a girl down an alleyway, and he gets nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, and they bring up his swimming. They bring up his swimming times in court.
Yeah. Don't want to ruin his future.
Yeah. Thankfully, there's a group dedicated to making sure he's never given any kind of anonymity. Anytime he changes his name, they'll post it, they'll dox it, and I think that's right. That's the right thing to do.
People need to know that he's a fucking rapist.
Anytime he goes for a job, a letter should be sent. No slander, just facts that can be found in public because the court has public records.
Yep.
I'm amazed he didn't become a hero to the right wing, similar to Kyle Rittenhouse. I mean, again, Kyle Rittenhouse killed 2 people. He was acquitted of it.
Just before the culture changed. Shreds.
Yeah, it was just before the culture change. Yeah.
Yes, but but regarding like life imprisonment, I look at life imprisonment as like unlimited text messages on the mobile phone. You have the fair use policy. And so things can fucking change regarding how many Texas you can use. And same with life imprisonment, because 1 minute they are supposed to be life, and next thing you know, maybe because of good behavior, they're out a little bit earlier.
I suppose
Unless
it
they're a
depends on what
minority.
you view prison as being for. Is it for rehabilitation? Is it for punishment? I view it as both. You know, it should be there, one for punishment, but also to potentially rehabilitate somebody. I like the way that Norway views prison, where Norway has a maximum sentence of 20 years. If I'm not mistaken, it's maximum sentence in Norway you can get is 20 years. And the way they treat prisoners is they tell you right from the start, at some point you could be my neighbor. So it's in my best interest to make sure that you don't do this kind of thing again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there are exceptions.
Welcome, Rigby.
I view it
Again,
the
there
same
are
way. That it's
there are
punishment and rehabilitation.
there are exceptions, of course. I mean, obviously, Anders Breivik, for example, they can review his case, and if he is still determined at the end of 20 years, which is more than likely from all accounts, once his 20 years are up, if they still determine that he is a danger to the public, then he can be kept inside, and they probably will keep him inside. But again, you also look at cases like again, Tammy Sitch. I mean, she's someone who's gone to jail for 17 years for drunk driving after she killed someone behind the wheel. Now, in her case, I think it's a case of she had to for the sake of protecting the public. She was someone who had so many DUIs and was getting behind the wheel of a car without a license.
Yeah,
and she just wasn't learning.
Yeah.
Nick Hogan, he never got into jail, did he? After paralyzing.
Really?
Nick Hogan did go to prison for that.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. How long for?
I want to say at least a year.
Fuck me.
Yeah, but it's when someone repeatedly does it and does not stop. You're absolutely right. Put them in prison.
Well, it's the same like here in the UK, for example. Like people get a driving ban, they'll still do a bunch of stupid shit while on a ban, and when they get the license back, they'll still do stupid shit, get another ban. And I'm like, listen, if you're caught caught over the limit, it should be minimum 10 years. If you cause an accident, you never get your license back, and you should serve the same as murder. Because I don't give a fuck. Like you can't just call it. I can't remember what the term for it is.
Manslaughter.
No, death by dangerous driving. There we go. That's it. Or death by under the influence and all this kind of shit. And they get pathetic sentences like 3-4 years, which is like, no, you're drunk. You're driving something that could literally kill anyone. It's like treat it the same as you've got a gun in your hand. Bang! You've shot somebody. You get a prison sentence. Why is a car any different? Because you didn't intend to do it. No,
but
that's
the worst argument ever when they use that. Well, I was too drunk to know any better. But you didn't start off drunk that night. You drove to the bar sober.
Yep.
Yeah.
You knew you were driving home.
Listen, when I was still living in the old property, so I was either 2 or 3 years old, but I still remember it vividly. My dad, he got hit by a drunk driver. He was in his car and it overturned my dad's car. It flipped and everything. He had cuts and injuries and all this kind of shit. But the police couldn't do anything because the passenger, they swapped sides and said I was a driver, so I didn't see him and all this kind of shit. So all they could do was just go through the insurance to sort the the damages. The car was a fucking write-off. It was a complete write-off. It was I remember it being parked outside the street and everyone just like pissing around, jumping on the roof and all this kind of shit. And could have killed my fucking dad. Could have killed my dad, but they got away with it. But that alone for me, it was just enough to say, if you drink and you drive, you're just a piece of shit. You're just garbage.
I was watching the other day this program. Me and Larry were watching the show. the woman was just pulled over for her 19th drunk driving offense. Obviously not driving with a license, but by that point, I don't care about that part. She's drunk driving. She could
19th.
be
How
in
did she-
jail for at least 20 years.
She's
But
been in jail for
19th.
she's gone in for 20 years. Or she
I
could
hope.
be.
No, I'm saying
Oh, I hope.
they should put
Yeah,
her
she
away.
should.
Well,
Yeah.
it depends because I mean, right, Jake Roberts' brother Sam Houston, he had the record in Texas for DUIs. I mean, the fact he was pulled over at least what was it, 18 times, in space of 3 years, and he got off with it every single time until eventually it was Mothers Against Drunk Driving decided to campaign against him, and then when he got caught after that, he wound up having to go to prison. And you think,
Good.
well, if he's been caught 18 times, how many more times has he done it and not been caught?
Yeah, exactly.
Mothers
Exactly.
Against Drunk Driving. That's MADD. I'm
Yes.
This is a joke. I'm with Dan. Drunk drivers against mothers.
But also what happened this year, by the way, was when we talk about people going to jail, is Mizzy, the infamous TikTok prankster, who is not a prankster. Let's just be honest. Some of the pranks I've seen done, like I saw some good pranks where people are able to make toy dolls stand up, and then the people in the room are watching a doll from the other side of the room stand up, and they're freaking the fuck out. That's a good fucking prank because these people are shitting themselves. Like one woman, this Nigerian, was going, the power of Jesus and all that shit. It was absolutely fucking hilarious. Those are good pranks. What Mizzy does is that he terrorizes people. And he was under 18 at the time when he started doing this shit to get clout on TikTok and YouTube. And he made a name for himself. And he never got any repercussions, just a slap on the wrist, because unfortunately the systems we have in this country are really fucked up for people who do what Mizzy does. He pretty much has to kill somebody in order to really feel, to face justice. But now he's 18 and his pranks are fucking... He's no longer a kid anymore. He's now classified as an adult. And finally, that fucker is in jail. And I'm so fucking happy because these types of pranksters, they're quite common nowadays. They're antisocial harassment motherfuckers, and that's what they're doing. I'm just really, if you ever see some of the stuff that he's done, like walking into people's houses with a whole bunch of roadmen, where they've got
Kidnapping
children and
someone's
stuff,
dog.
Kidnapping somebody's dog, telling women, going up to girls, touching them up and telling them, do you want to die? Like touching their hair, saying, do you want to die? But he's basically offering them hair dye. That's the joke. But it's not a joke when some guy comes up to you saying you want to fucking die. It's
Exactly.
frightening. And the woman who had a dog stolen, the grandmother, she could have had a heart attack there and then. He goes up to some Hasidic Jews in Stamford Hill, and he's like leapfrogging them, and like he would then their hat would fall off, and then he takes their hat and starts running off. Like, what the fuck are you doing, mate?
If he had come up to me and said, "Do you want to die?" He's lucky he didn't do that to me, because my first reaction would have been a throat punch. Honestly, like I wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
The
I'm not
knee-jerk
bragging.
reaction.
That's just what
you're
I
getting
would have
punched.
done.
No, but what he does,
So-
these sort of people, they know who they're targeting. They pick up the vibe of, okay, we can fuck with these people. Sometimes even that vibe, they might get the wrong intention because the person might look harmless and when they're not. But that's what they're looking for. They're looking for people who come across as weak and come across as somebody they can fuck with, because they wouldn't fuck. They wouldn't fuck around with people who look hard. They know they'll get fucked over. They pick their targets.
Yeah, they look at for a timid person, but I'm saying this in all honesty. It's not because I'm trained or I'll think about it beforehand and I want to cause damage. I had a friend tap me on the shoulder once. I turned around and was like ready to go. Like it was just, that's what I do. And if someone used those words as well as touching me, throat punch.
Yeah,
Guys,
because
very happy.
let Gaz speak. He's had his hand up. Go on.
I was going to say, there's a video on YouTube of one of those Uber Eats bicyclists. Now, I don't really care for them myself. But anyway, this guy is literally in a mall chasing this poor guy. and then all of a sudden the bike punches him really hard, and the guy goes flying. Apparently, the guy who got punched is one of these like busy pranksters. Press charges against.
I mean, the one who got shot.
No, he didn't get shot. He got punched.
No, there was.
There was one that got shot.
Different prankster I'm thinking of who got shot.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
anyway, hang on. What happened? He pressed charges, and what happened?
I just said no. He was basically he didn't know what was going on. He was trying to get away from you. You wouldn't leave him alone, so he defended himself. So we got away with it.
Yeah.
Good.
That sounds like the same as the guy that shot somebody.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
but look, regarding Mizzy though, like once he was able to get back online and stuff, he's now doing this shit where he's talking to people and he's got his crew with him and stuff like that, and they're acting like they're doing some sort of goddamn movement. You know, like we're being repressed. Like, no, you haven't got a movement going. You're just a bunch of assholes who are finally facing the repercussions of what you're doing, and you're not happy about it, or the people you fucked with are not happy about being fucked with. So and you're facing the consequences. So fucking deal with it, you fucking immature little cunts. And it's got nothing to do with your race either, because because he is black and he feels like he's being persecuted because of being black. But there's so many black people who
he tried to play that
hate
race
him.
card.
No, they fucking hate him, and they hate him for a couple of reasons. First of all, because he's a cunt, and second of all, it's hard enough for black people in this world as it is, and then you got people like fucking Lizzie making it even fucking harder for them. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's no, you're right, Zam. And it's like when younger people today are like, "You disrespecting me?" No, I answered your question in the negative because that's the response required to your question. I'm not disrespecting you. They're totally confused as to what oppression is, what disrespect is. If you ask me a question and the answer is no, I'm not disrespecting you. I'm answering your goddamn question. You know?
Yeah. Shredder.
And I was going to say, one of the things as well. You talk about people who look for, targets. They know what they're looking for with targets. There's also been a bit of a rise in the past couple of years, and it's now being cracked down on. And that's people taking advantage of more polite cultures, namely Japan. You had TikTok and YouTube pranksters, nuisance streamers who have been harassing and bothering people, similar to Mizzy in some regards, in Japan, and it's being heavily cracked down on to where the Japanese authorities have arrested them. They're prosecuting them to the fullest extent of the law.
Johnny Somali.
And these people are eventually going to be deported. Yeah, Johnny Somali's one. There's another one. I wish I could remember what his name is, but there's been a couple of them now arrested who are now facing deportation.
And it's not funny.
What concerns me? Sorry. But what concerns me is I don't want like people who have issues in Japan who are foreigners now feeling the repercussions of these new laws that might be coming in to deal with these pranksters now being dealt with them as well because they are foreigners and people think, okay, this person's causing a scene, he's being disrespectful, he might not be polite, even though certain people might have genuine reasons for what they're doing and what they're saying and the problems they're having, and they want to deal with it, but because of these fucking pranksters, they've made it even worse now for foreigners who are not pranksters whatsoever. When they go to fucking Japan and they have issues, that's what they've fucking done.
Yeah, Christine.
I was just gonna say, that's not funny to me to make fun of someone's culture like that, to take advantage, because in a roundabout way, it's just saying more about you as a person. Canadians in general are very polite, and you might get some Americans that come up here and sorry, I had to tickle my throat.
Sure.
And we'll be all up in your face and saying really rude things and thinking that they're putting you down and they're winning at some sort of argument, and we'll just be like,
yeah.
And they think that we're being weak, not responding. It's not that we can't respond and put you down 10 times worse than think you're putting us down. It's just that we're just too polite to be that much of an asshole. So you're not funny.
Exactly. So with
I called Christine a cunt and she apologized to me.
Yeah, that's how it works in Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, he was. He got
I'm
arrested. He
sorry.
walked
Yeah.
onto that building site, didn't he? And
Yeah,
then he
so
deserved what
Johnny
he got.
Somali, and so obviously he's still being detained, and they could detain you for as long as they fucking want while they gather all the evidence and everything. And yeah, he's facing God knows how many years in prison and deportation. And the problem is that with all these like nuisance streamers, that again, I blame it started with Logan Paul, but it doesn't matter if it was him, somebody was going to do it, because sadly this is what drives engagement, and what drives engagement is the absolute worst of stuff. So you're getting more and more nuisance streamers, and the sad part is like people in Japan have kind of had enough, and a lot of restaurants now are saying you can't fucking film in here at all. We don't want any filming. If you can't speak English, we're not going to serve you, because they've just kind of had enough. There's been an influx of tourists, and a lot of them being American, they're a huge pain in the ass to deal with. They're very rude. They're very in your face, and there'll probably be law changes coming in as well as a repercussion. There's always one set of cunts that ruin it for everyone, and that's the sad reality of it.
The story.
Streamers, like in America, I'm always surprised there are so many used to streamers, because, like we said before, there was that one guy who was harassing a DoorDash delivery guy in the mall, and that guy's response wasn't to say, "Hey, leave me alone." He just pulled out a gun and shot the guy. He shot him. He survived.
And he never
And he
learned.
faced no charges either for it.
I've met so many Americans that I think are great, but unfortunately, you guys got to work on that group of yours that aren't great and are spoiling it for you, because
they're entitled.
they go to countries and they ruin it for every other American that wants to travel there.
Yeah, the problem is like with America is that, and to an extent over here as well, it's like they're brought up on individualism, and it's all about me, get mine, I'm number one, me. So this is sense of entitlement, as Zam put it, and all this, and it's always about like I'm the guy, I'm the person in the position of power, I'm the customer, for example, and you should do everything I want, no matter how obnoxious of a prick I am. And this is why you have like the Karen epidemic, or you see all these tourists or people just having meltdowns, and that because that sense of entitlement, once it's challenged, it's such an affront to their ego that they're too small-minded and immature to understand about other people and their personal space and how they will react to you being a douche. And so you have these outbursts and these kind of shitty unsocial behaviors that you get. Gaz,
I was going to say, but I would say that Americans are as bad as English tourists during a football tournament. Yeah. They get kicked out of every fucking. They seem to kick off, say racist shit, do a load of shit that is just embarrassing. Let's just say, and every fucking time we go out of a tournament, they kick off. They destroy places. They embarrass the country. I mean, we got to European finals, I think, a couple of years ago, which should be something that we should be proud of. And we lost. And what did they do? Destroy the entire flaming city. It was ridiculous.
All right. I want to quickly say something on this, Gary, because I was around Wembley Stadium during the Euro final, and honestly, it was scary as fuck. There was so many fucking Neanderthal gammon everywhere. I was shitting myself. I really was. The motherfuckers were grabbing traffic cones, wearing it on his head. But I will say this. First of all, that was happening in this country. And unfortunately, a lot of England fans are not Liverpool fans, Arsenal fans, Man United fans, Chelsea fans, where we're very used to traveling, because us as football fans from those big clubs, we travel a lot and there's never any fucking trouble. Maybe with Chelsea a little bit to a degree, but usually there's not much trouble because we're used to traveling. But unfortunately for England as a whole, when it comes to like the European Cup final, a lot of these motherfuckers who support fucking Bristol City FC, this is like the biggest fucking thing ever. It truly is. And they got really carried away and it was really fucking embarrassing. And that also then obviously spreads out to the England team when they go abroad. I do think we're not as bad as we used to be.
Nowhere near.
we're
Yeah.
nowhere near. I think other countries are a lot worse than us now. We're not really known for the hooliganism as much as we used to be. I think a lot of the aspects are dying out, and the Blighty Brigade and all those motherfuckers are yesteryear fans, and there are no fly lists and stuff like that. But what happened in England, in our country, where these motherfuckers live and they can't be banned because they live in this fucking country. That was unfortunate, and it was very hard to avoid. And I think the police did a very bad job of preparing or accepting what was going to actually happen, because it did fucking happen. And what these motherfuckers did was absolutely terrible, like rushing in through like the disabled entrance, because the disabled entrance is not turnstile, it's just a
Yep.
all of that. So they're able to get in and all of that, like what they did was terrible, but
Yeah,
that was kind of
chaotic.
unique, Yeah, you look at now football fans like the Italians and their ultras and stuff like that. Proper, they're still racist towards their own fucking black players and shit like that. You saw how the Hungarian fans were, just because we wore a fucking rainbow and shit like that. They were losing their stuff, they're losing their shit. Extremely fucking racist as well. Victor Orban's against fucking mixed racing and all of that. There's countries that are far worse than
mate,
us
listen,
now. I do think we've improved.
The English fans are mild in comparison to, like, Italy has among the worst. Like, you're getting people that are getting stabbed to death just for not being, supporting the right team. In Greece, at the moment they're playing behind closed doors because, again, fan violence and people getting stabbed to death. Eastern Europe, all over. It's just like that, but these are the people that loved and worshipped British hooliganism. These are the people that see that was their, like, that was what they're aspiring to be. And it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. You can't like in Greece, you can't take your kids to go watch a game of football. Some idiot will just boot the kid in the head just for cheering the wrong team. It's like, it's ridiculous. That's why nobody takes their kids. It's only adults that go. Christine.
Yeah, I probably missed my timing here, but I do want to go back a second about the traveling. And I've been to quite a few countries, and Americans, even the bad Americans, not all Americans are bad, but they ruin it for Canadians, or at least they do it first, because I started to notice this trend that I would book into a hotel and I'd be treated really coldly. And then they'd see my passport and things would change. And I thought, that's odd. And I think it's what's going on is going on, right? But then literally I was in Brussels, not in Brussels, but in Nijmegen in Belgium. And I booked in this hotel, and this woman was a cold ass bitch to me.
Where was that?
She was a cold ass bitch to me at this hotel in Nijmegen.
No, what country?
Belgium.
That's just Belgians in general.
But I thought, okay, yeah, maybe that's it. And then I saw my passport across the counter. She's like, "Oh, you're Canadian." And then all of a sudden, it was like, especially there, because during the Second World War, the Canadians did a lot of the freeing of that country from the Nazis.
Yep.
So I didn't pay for a drink once they found out I was Canadian.
Oh, that's nice. You got a nice Belgian. No, I haven't had a nice interaction with Belgian yet.
And they found out I was in the army too.
Lovely. Shredder.
Yeah.
There's similar stories I've heard. I mean, again, Mark Franklin, who runs a charity called First Base, he spoke during the independence debate that we had in this country. Yeah, he runs a food bank. It's called First Base. It's based in Dunfermline.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Sorry.
Sorry, not Dunfermline, Dumfries, I should say. But he, during one of his one of the talks that was going on, well, one of the rallies that was going on that he attended, he told the story about how he travels abroad a fair bit, but he often found that he had got a cold reception when he mentioned he was English. So he started to lie, and he said he was from Scotland, and he noticed all of a sudden that doors opened to him that just weren't there before.
Yeah, it's how it goes. Like I remember when I went to Paris for the first time. A lot of people are like, oh, mate, it's the French, they're all going to be rude and stuck up and all this kind of shit. And I always what I always do before I travel to a country, I made a concerted effort to learn as much of the language as possible to get me by. And so I went in and I was just talking, ordering things in French and all that kind of shit. And everyone was really lovely to me. My friend, only in one place, when he didn't bother to learn. Well, so he ordered in English, and they were just like, "Here you go, there's your food," and they were just like really dismissive. But because I was ordering in French, I was like, "Of course, monsieur, would you like this, and this?" I was like, "Oh, très bien, merci," and all this kind of shit. And it was a funny experience. But in general, the Parisians were absolutely lovely, and they didn't kind of warrant the stories that you've been telling. I'm like, maybe it's you, maybe it's because of you that they're rude to you. But to me,
They
my friend,
don't
everyone was
speak
really
English. They don't speak English until you try and speak French. And
Exactly.
then all of a sudden they speak English. And the whole time you're like, no, I want to try and improve my French. Please keep speaking French to me.
That's what I kept saying. So I kept saying to them when they would speak to me in English, I said, "Can you repeat that in French for me, just so I can get the language?" Because now, if I go to Spain, I've got no problem. I could just about hold a conversation, but I understand a whole lot of what they're saying, so it's not a problem. And it's that I just insist on wanting to learn the language, and I think the locals kind of they appreciate it more. But
Yeah.
but also just be polite.
Whenever I'm in
do?
Canada or America, though, I give a thick English fucking accent. When I'm going around town ordering stuff, I remember I went to the steakhouse with my cousins and my uncle when I was in Canada, and I was really fucking giving it large to the people behind the counter. They were fucking loving it, and yeah, it just when you're chatting people up and stuff like that, you think to yourself, I could possibly shag this bird and all of that sort of stuff. It's it's a fucking godsend being English in Canada and America.
Mate, when I went to the States, I went to New York, and New York's like cosmopolitan, so they kind of be used to, but no, they will still the minute you start talking English, that's it. Start talking English. Start talking with with your normal accent and all that. They fucking love it. They just want to hear more. They're like, oh yeah, tell me a story and all this kind of shit. And you're like, all right,
No,
we
but
love Irish, Scottish, English accents, Parisian accents, Australian, New Zealand. Those are big hits here. And I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Geordie, not so much. I never understand what the fuck Geordie people are saying.
Not even Geordies understand what Geordie people are saying.
But I wouldn't try to sound too cockney. I would try to sound a bit more snobbish, a bit more posh.
Actually, Dave, on that, I've actually been taking elocution lessons recently, so yeah, I've been trying to be more understandable. So yeah.
That's just because you've got a northern accent.
To America.
No, it's because I speak very quickly.
You'll get laid.
No, it's because I'm not really.
I've got to bring this comment up here. Germans are lovely people. They've always been nice to me when I've been there. Poland, on the other hand, very rude. I can't speak for Poland, but Germans, I love the Germans. They're really
nice people.
That's why it's one of my favorite countries in the world, because they're just the loveliest. Fuck their government, but the people are just beautiful.
I went to Germany. I went to Germany in 2000. I went to Munich, and for a start, I'm not the biggest beer fan, but I couldn't get enough of the beer in Germany. It's not watered down like it is in this fucking country.
Makes a big
it's
difference.
Fucking good. It's so great out there. All the types of beer. Eating bratwurst like the fucking bucket load. Because I was in Bavaria, I was having the Bavarian food. Everything. Love the infrastructure. What they had in Munich as well. It's just so much better than it is in England, in London, especially. They've got it right. And the one thing I noticed, I know this might not sound like much, but every single road I went on had a bicycle lane. I know it might not sound much, but it was incredible because every road, not every road you go on here in the UK, in London, will have a bicycle lane, if any. But
Germany's fucking fantastic.
We're extremely hostile to cyclists in this country.
Huh?
We're extremely hostile to cyclists in this country.
They're a fucking bunch of annoying cunts.
Well, I mean, look, this is England, mate. We're extremely hostile to everything. Let's be honest, mate. You know, we don't like anything here.
Yeah.
ND, I'm on the 12 tribes of Native America, Europe distinction. Yeah. We are white, black,
whatever.
and brown. Yeah. Thanks, ND.
My
We love you
extinction.
too.
Yeah, I'm an individual. I'm not a fucking whatever you think that shit is. You know, like once I'm dead, I'm extinct anyway. So it's all fucking good. But regarding Geordie accents, if you want to know how to. If you want to know how to do a Geordie accent, what you've got to do is you've got to sound really tough and you've got to sound like you shit yourself. And that's how you fucking do a Geordie accent.
Right, has anybody got a list of things, any stories this year that Zam didn't cover?
Yes, Stephen Crowder getting fairly turfed off YouTube.
Sorry, what?
Stephen Crowder getting turfed off YouTube.
Is he still, I thought he's still on YouTube.
Yep.
No, yeah,
he
again,
flounced off YouTube and onto Rumble.
Yeah.
Oh, Bumble.
The only reason he's on YouTube is because he was on Piers Morgan's show. That's the only reason he's on YouTube now.
Yeah, and he also had a massive meltdown at the start of the year where he was pissed off at the fact that the Daily Wire they offered him a $50 million contract, but they had strings attached to it.
Was it for 4 years? Wasn't it 50 million for 4 years?
No, yeah, $50 million for 4 years, and the Daily Wire obviously they've got concerns about the return that they'd be getting on it. So there were provisions in the contract that were pretty standard across the industry, which were things like that if Crowder's channel were to get demonetized, then the Daily Wire would claw back some of that money that they were paying Stephen to recoup their losses.
Yeah, which is standard, and he had a fucking meltdown over it,
And also that
to get his own way, suddenly had to have a boss to deal
and
with.
This year as well, he also his wife ended up leaving him, and because of that, the no-fault divorce laws will come into question because in the land of the free, the fucking Americans don't want fucking women to leave their spouses or leave their partners, unless the partners want to leave them as well. So they tried to end no-fault divorce.
I'm an alpha male.
Yeah, exactly. They tried to end that. They didn't try to end, but they brought it into question. And they're like, should we end the no-fault divorces and all this kind of shit?
And no-fault divorce. I'm an alpha male. I'm Stephen Crowder.
So yeah, but it's
very
that kind of knee-jerk reaction. That was just, but it was nice, seeing that pathetic piece of shit just get kicked off of YouTube.
It wasn't even they got kicked off YouTube. He flounced off after his channel got struck.
Yeah.
Did you see his? Sorry, go on.
Who are we talking about?
Stephen Crowder.
I was saying, did you see his debate with Piers Morgan? Because what pissed me off with that debate is that there's Stephen Crowder. It was a shit show, but Stephen Crowder, being the sarcastic cunt that he is, he was going on like he's actually an American, and if Piers Morgan just shut him up for one moment and said to him, "You're a fucking Canadian," things would have been more of an even playing field. Because the way Crowder was going on about Piers, that he's a Brit, he's not in America, he doesn't know shit, even though Piers has been living in America on several occasions, he's worked in America, all of that. But Stephen Crowder himself, he's from fucking socialist Canada. He fucking should shut his fucking mouth as well, because he's not American either. But he goes on like he is. He might have had American citizenship, but at the end of the day, he's still a fucking
I just found out that Stephen Crowder was Canadian. I did not know that.
I didn't know that.
Gun holsters, that clearly makes me an American. Haha.
We don't want him back. You can keep him.
Thing with Piers is that he's a broken clock. He's right maybe more than twice a day now, and some people are actually conspiracy theories regarding the Israel-Palestine thing, because they're actually saying that he's maybe more pro-Palestine than he's leading on, because he's getting lots of pro-Palestine people on his show and stuff like that. But that's just fucking conspiracy.
Fuck he is. His whole channel is funded by Zionists.
You didn't know you're Canadian, dude? He's fucking Canadian, mate. He's a fucking Canadian. Yeah.
And the other thing about him that is also weird is that he was a voice on Arthur.
Who? Crowder?
Him?
Yeah.
My voice still hasn't broken. Ha ha.
No. Like when he was a kid, he was the voice of the brain on one of the seasons of Arthur. Yeah,
Bloody hell.
yeah, I didn't know about that.
Well, it's like the saying goes, they're all failed Hollywood wannabes. That's
All of them,
fun-
Betty White,
they're
yeah,
right
all of them
wing rebel.
motherfuckers.
I can do Elmo. My voice sounds like Elmo, and I can do him very well, I think. Hi, boys and girls. You can barely see the hand that goes up my behind when I'm on TV.
You can tickle me, bitch.
No, that's bad. That was bad. But
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
your Shredder. I like your voice
Mickey
that you do.
Mouse.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, the Mickey Mouse. Oh, brilliant. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Sam, you've not mentioned one of the best things that happened this year, which was Ben Shapiro's total meltdown over the whole flaming Barbie thing. Just
Oh, where he dresses a Ken doll to whine about it.
That was all. I felt that was all fucking staged bollocks, though. There was
Oh, but
nothing really.
it was hilariously funny though. He was predicting that the movie would fall off a cliff, and there it goes, clearing $1 billion.
Oh, that was the best part. Yeah, where they all thought go woke, go broke. Well, it was like, no, make a bad story that nobody wants to fucking see, and you go broke.
What, has anyone seen the movie? I haven't.
yes,
Is it
I
good?
have.
Well,
Yeah, it's
Barbie,
all- it's
yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh,
It's in my
it's-
top three.
I think it's okay, personally,
It's in
but
my top 5
yeah.
movies.
I love
I'll
it.
watch it.
Yeah, watch it. It's great. It is so funny.
Well, for
I
me,
saw
it was
one
almost
clip. When they were dancing, I just saw one clip when the main Barbie says to the other Barbies, "Have you ever thought about death?" And they're all like,
Yeah.
like the music
that's-
stops. I thought that looked funny.
I think
Yeah, that's
what were in the
what-
movie for me was Will Ferrell's involvement. It kind of pegged the film down a bit for me. Like if he wasn't in the movie, it would have been much better. He didn't need Will Ferrell in that shit.
Yeah, let's not
Yeah.
spoil it. But yeah, you're right about that, Sam, for sure.
anything else on your list, Gary?
Steamboat Willie's going to be in public domain in January as well. So it's funny you said that.
Steamboat Willie.
He'll give you Steamboat Willie after the show. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's legitimate because he had a debate with Brett Cooper over because she loved the movie and he hated it. They had a legitimate conversation about it, and she was like all in pink and stuff like that. I mean, like I know people think that they look alike, but I don't see it. But you know,
Well, hold on. Brett Cooper and Ben Shapiro on screen together for real.
Yeah.
Because I've never seen them on screen together, which is why people go. The conspiracy is that that they're not one and the same person.
they were legit
That's
having a
just Ben
debate.
Shapiro with lipstick.
No, they literally
Yeah.
were having a debate over Barbie. It was actually quite interesting.
By the way, Brett Cooper's name, is Brett short for like Brittany or something like that?
No, that's a name.
Brett.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Brett or Brit?
Brett.
It's Brett, like Bret Hart.
Right. Okay. Bloody Yanks, weirdos. But
Yeah,
you know, the good thing with Shapiro dressing up like Ken he was anatomically correct, just like Ken. You know what I mean? It was as hung as a Ken.
I remember ripping apart my first Ken doll out of the package because I had no idea what parts looked like on a guy, and I so wanted to do it. But my dad was in the playroom with me, my dad, so I had to be I had patience, wait till dad leaves, Finally, he left the goddamn room, and I'm ripping this package open, and all I see is, Ken. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, this doesn't seem right. But Ben Shapiro, I can see that on him too. Smooth.
Mostly bought during Barbie. If Margot Robbie wasn't looking so hot and flashing her feet, I would have walked out. Hey, some of the outfits they wore in that film were hot.
Most girls who had a brother, let's be honest, most girls who had a brother, they had Barbie date G.I. Joe or Action Man rather than Ken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, yeah, more than likely. My when I got to my cousins and all of that, and she'd have a Barbie doll, she'd be like, play, let's play. I'm like, oh, no problem. Like, I didn't care, like, have that association. But my version of playing with my cousin with the Barbie dolls was like, there's the bad guys, go kill the bad guys. Pew, 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 pew. Not this, let's serve and do ironing and all this kind of shit. It's like throw them off of the dollhouse down the
I-
stairs and all this kind of shit.
I'm not
So,
into sewing, but I actually made an army outfit for my Barbie.
Nice,
Nice.
nice.
Uh,
My
I-
neighbor
funny,
used to
but I had-
sniff the knickers of Barbie dolls, so he wasn't off
Fuck
sound.
I
don't know
never
what
like.
happened to
It's funny the
him
way,
when I was 11. Huh?
like regarding action figures and toys, like those. I never really was like the sort of person to like get a couple of toys and like pretend that they're fighting each other or whatever and all that shit. That was never me when I was growing up. I knew a lot of people did that shit, but I wasn't part of that contingent. I just couldn't play with toys like that. You know, I was more into like the cars and stuff like that, like the Hot Wheels and making them do stunts and shit like that. You know, that's
You ever had micro machines?
What about
micro
Lego?
machines or Lego like building stuff was pretty cool and stuff like that. But like having like an Action Man G.I. Joe and this and
That's
like
because
them
you don't have
fighting
an
each other.
imagination. You know what I mean?
No, it's just
You-
bollocks. It's just fucking stupid.
No,
I like
with
to be
Lego-
creative.
Yeah, with Lego, you have to be very
Yeah.
imaginative and very creative. Back in the day, they didn't give you these. Well, sometimes you got the ones with the patterns that you would build, but a lot of times
Yeah.
you just get Lego kits and you could make whatever you wanted. And I love those. In fact, before my brother in name only disowned me, I bought a ton of. Like I already had my Lego from when I was a kid, but I bought a ton more, hoping that I could play Lego with my nephews and niece. Unfortunately, I never got to do that because he's a dickhead. But c'est la vie.
Yeah, and my my nephews now, they're only 5, but their ability to, well, one of them is able to follow the instructions perfectly well for building Legos, and the other one he does, but he gets bored and he makes his own creations. But the creations he makes are phenomenal. Like you look at him and you're like, you are just like my dad, because like on my dad's side, so my dad, he just phenomenally talented. Like he was very artistic. He in terms of his carpentry and building work, he was like the best you'll ever see. And what he used to do when he was a kid, now he grew up in Greece, very poor, so they didn't have model kits out there. But he would go out and he would just carve bits of wood or find broken twigs and all of that, and he'd carve it and he'd build model ships. And then the most intricately detailed, I've still got them, they're downstairs, the most intricately detailed ships you've ever seen. But this wasn't a model kit. This was stuff that he built. He was under the age of 10 when he built these. And it was phenomenal. But seeing my nephew do that kind of, being of that mentality as well, it's great. It's like we didn't really lose my dad. It's just passed down to him now. And yeah, but seeing them at that age just kind of use their imagination and as well, it is wonderful to see. Like, yeah, and by the way, this Christmas, I think me and my brother enjoyed it more than anyone else, because obviously we bought the nephews a bunch of toys, Playmobiles and Legos, but we're the ones sitting there like putting all the Playmobiles together and testing them out, seeing everything works and all that kind of shit. We had a blast. Like me and brother just laughing our heads off, fucking remote control cars and throwing things across the room, and the kids are sitting there going, I want to go. I was like, fuck off. So
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, you're muted, Chris.
You muted, Chris.
No imagination, Zam.
I'm an
Now
idiot.
with Barbie throwing action.
When I
And
was
I'm
a
a good
kid,
price as well.
Yeah. Keep
when
it
I was a
cheerful,
kid,
baby.
all I wanted to do was build Lego towns and house people. I mean, can you tell that I grew up in Canada? I
Yeah.
mean, seriously, I built a hospital and houses for people.
Of course, yeah. Yeah.
When I used to play with my friends, when we used to do like, G.I. Joes and all this kind of stuff, and then my friend would be like, right, they're gonna do this action and that action, and I was that annoying cunt that would break down the logic. Is there any logic to the storytelling that you're putting forth, and all this kind of shit? And they're like, just want to ram the fucking G.I. Joes. I'm like, yeah, but if you do that, then how does this happen? And then what that, and then this, and then, but the bad guys will win this way, and they'll just like, right, we're not gonna fucking play with you anymore. You think too hard about things, and I just kind of learned to ease up and just,
And that's why you're a skeptic.
That's why I'm a skeptic. So I used to just overthink things. It's just like, why this?
Same
And the
with
logic.
me. Like I
Especially in
said.
storytelling. Like that's what storytelling's always fascinated me. It's the only thing I was good at as a kid in school was writing stories. I was never good at anything else. So yeah, and that transferred to playing games. But yeah, I still collect figures now, by the way. I fucking love it. I never grew out of it. Love it.
I'm sure everyone here, except for myself, still collects figures. Come on.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Look, I mean, you got his like. If I
No.
show you my background there, you can barely see his Ninja Turtles. Up there, there's a whole collection of Ninja Turtles and X-Men and Spider-Man and all that kind of stuff. Still collect them. Still love it.
Oh, speaking of X-Men, I wound up getting myself something today. Q figure of Kitty Pryde Shadowcat coming out of a Sentinel's head.
Oh,
if
open it
anything
up,
space
or
for
you
that.
keeping it in the box? You're one of those saddos.
Oh no, I'm going to open it up. It's going up on my shelf somewhere.
Open it up because Cheeto got a bunch of Q figs that we showed on the Christmas stream.
Oh wow!
Oh, look at that! Yes.
The treasure trove.
That's just one
Oh, that's
box.
brilliant.
I've got 3 of them. That's
1 second, Christine. 1 second. I'm just looking at. Hang on. I'm just going to expand your window, Cheeto. Right. So if I do
Shredder.
that, and then Shredder. Sorry, and then is it double tap? No, that's
It's
not
double
it.
tap.
It's click and drag. There we go.
I don't know if you could see my Lego.
I saw your Lego. It was awesome.
Holy
Oh, look,
shit.
that is a great Q fig. Yeah, Kitty Pryde flying out with Lockheed. Right.
Yep.
Lockheed. Brilliant.
And yeah, there's 2 more X-Men at my local branch of B&M. Q-Fig wise, there's Cyclops and there's Storm. So I'm considering going to pick those up. I'm kind of pissed. There was 2 that I missed out on. They were there before Christmas, and I wish I'd got them because they're gone now. They had Scorpion from Mortal Kombat, and they had Goliath from Gargoyles.
Oh, that's Cheeto has the Goliath one. It looks really good.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
I know they've still got Demona.
I'll have a look then. If they got the if I'll check my local BMM. If they got them, do you want me to get them for you and I can send them up?
Oh yeah, you could do. And I'll send you something in return.
Yeah, that's
No.
fine. Yeah, if they got the X-Men ones, you can send me the X-Men ones. Dan,
I'm not a collector, but behind me, on the opposite corner of my room, I have Captain America's shield. I have Thor's hammer. I have an Iron Man, an astronaut, which actually projects light out of its face, and a statue of Death. There you go.
lovely. Well, there you go. It's in a collection. It's in a collection.
Remember that guy when COVID first started and people weren't stopping from going to the beach and stuff? So he dressed up like Death and would just walk up and down the beach. Do you ever
I
see
remember
that?
that. Yeah, I
Oh,
saw that.
hilarious.
Oh, great.
And I don't know who just posted that, but they're like, I've collected VHS tapes over 5,000.
Yeah, Rick.
You might be joking, but I live in the middle of nowhere. My cable, no, I don't even have cable. My TV could go at any time. I've got DVDs up the wahoo because of that. Like, you got
Well,
it.
when I
right.
recently got Spider-Ham.
Oh,
Oh,
that is
nice.
awesome.
That is
That
good.
is
I
brilliant.
can't see it.
Love those pigs.
Looks delicious.
You can't see it. Hang on. Let
Well,
me.
make him big,
I'll
make him big.
expand the window. There you go.
Is that shit coming out of his nose?
Yeah.
No, it's him inhaling like the fumes from the smell
the
of the
pie.
pie.
Oh, the pie. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't see the pie.
Oh.
That's cool.
Very
Yeah.
cool.
Mm.
That's brilliant.
Oh man,
Yeah, those
I saw you
Q figs are
Transformer there.
Yeah, I've got a few
Oh,
Q-Fix
yeah,
again. Pinky and the Brain's probably the favorite in my collection.
Oh, I love those guys.
Oh, Rick, I can believe it. I used to have loads of fucking DVDs. I just got rid of them. I've only kept the only DVDs I kept, the ones that are just like not collector's items, but just like all the best, like, you know, it's mainly comedies that I've kept, like British sitcoms and things like that. Stuff that are hard to get download as well, because a lot of stuff I've had to rip and turn digital so I can have it on my hard drive.
Oh, sure.
My favorite DVD set is Firefly.
Love that series.
Yeah.
I can never watch it again. I've watched it twice and I can't, because it breaks my heart knowing that's such a good show never got recommissioned again.
Ended way too soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. 13
least-
episodes.
At
Pathetic.
least
Fucking
they
Fox.
made the movie. At least they made the movie. And even then, I'm not satisfied.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah,
it was a financial flop.
Yeah, and that's why they never brought it back as a series. If the movie had done well, they might have considered.
I
But-
like the movie.
The movie's great, but it was a flop. Yeah, it didn't make.
Yeah, nobody's shitting on the movie. We're just saying, unfortunately, it was a financial flop, so it meant that they never brought it back. It's kind of like how the movie Dredd, that was an incredible Judge Dredd movie, but
Phenomenal.
again, financially, it was a disaster.
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
didn't make
really,
money.
that's
So,
such a shame. No, it's so fucking good. It reminded me.
It
of
was a
The
fucking
Raid.
awesome movie.
yeah, brilliant. Rick B, always buy physical media. I don't with DVDs and Blu-ray or music anymore because it's just more an environmental thing. So I just download everything, but I download it where it has no DRM, or obviously I torrent it, because if something, because I learned that lesson when I bought something from Amazon. I bought the first series of Drop the Dead Donkey, and you can only fucking play it on Amazon. Like, you can't play it anywhere else. And I was like, so then I read up on it, and it's like, yeah, everywhere, you don't own anything. Even if you download it from somewhere, you're restricted to that platform only. I was like, well, that's bullshit. That's a complete fucking waste. So on principle, if something has DRM where you can't play on anything else, then I'll just torrent it. It's like, no, fuck you.
That was
know what I mean?
When I was looking for a place to buy, my parents wanted me to get a condo, and all I can think was, I'm renting or buying a space in the sky, and if that building falls, I don't have somewhere to live. Like, there's no land that I own. I have to
you
have
don't
a
own
house.
the land, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it does better to own the house if you can,
Oh, I don't own it all yet. I mean, the bank owns half.
Oh, well, mortgage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'd rather pay a mortgage than rent. And I did well enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you can afford to do so, it's fantastic. It's the best option. I find there's too many fucking rules to getting a mortgage here, because like you're spunk away 30% of your wages or 40% of your wages on rent, but they won't say, yeah, you can get a mortgage, because it's such a short window of like 25 years to pay off. It's like, well, hang on a second. If an 18 or 20-year-old or whatever, 20-something-year-old gets into a job where they're earning enough where they can afford to pay the mortgage that you're charging, they should be able to get a fucking house without having to put a huge deposit down. It's just ridiculous.
I put a huge deposit down. I mean, over $100,000 deposit down on my house. And I still couldn't get a mortgage with a regular bank. I had to go to one of those mortgage companies. So now I'm paying
so
a
how high
higher
your interest rates might be high then.
Yeah, it is. And it's crazy because when I bought this place, I had already had a home in Oshawa, and I'd lived there for 6 years, never missed a mortgage payment. Came into this house with over $100,000 down payment. My mortgage was lower than the old house because I live in the middle of nowhere. That's one of the reasons I moved up here. It's more affordable. Or it depends on where you live. Like, there's $1 million mansions here, but they live on like waterfront. I live in the woods. And they're still like, no, you're too high of a risk.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Too high of a risk? 6 years, never missed. Had 120 actually it was to give towards this house, and that was just under half of what it cost. And you're worried?
It's just the rules on housing are just fucking disgusting. It's like,
Yeah.
and you
And
miss one payment, and then they'll cut your balls off, but they'll make you jump through hoops to get that fucking mortgage.
And my mortgage is probably $400 less than it would be to rent up here an apartment. And I have a house.
Yeah, because if you're going to rent somewhere, you're paying somebody else's mortgage, and that's what sickens me. That's why I'm against landlords in general, because of that. It just
I'm a
creates a
landlord.
crisis. I know, but it creates a crisis, though. It does create a crisis.
First
when
of
you're-
all, my uncle and my friend that lives here pay $500 a month. Okay, they have the friends and family discount. In the
Yeah, but
5 to
landlord
6
within your
years,
own house. You don't have
What?
20. You don't have 20 different properties depriving other people of buying a house.
No.
It's within your own
And-
house.
I've never raised their rent the entire time they've lived here until recently when my roommate brought in his girlfriend. So I raised it $100. And I'm going to raise it 2.5% for him this year for the first time in 6 years. Only to keep up with inflation, because if I don't maintain this house, then no one can live here. You know what I mean?
Dirty, dirty landlord, Christine. You dirty. Yeah, Rick's a landlord. Hey, listen, I've now become a landlord as well, but only for about a year. Then I'm going to fucking sell the property because that's in Greece.
Oh, really?
But, we have, no intention of keeping it. No intention of keeping it. What the fuck am I going to do with it? You know what I mean? So we're just going to sell it and, take the money from whatever we get. I mean, property prices in Greece, they're fucking peanuts. You know,
You
it's
could be a
paradise
dirty
to buy a
Tory
place,
bastard.
but what's that, Shredder?
You could be a dirty Tory bastard and just have it as a second home.
Yeah, that's right. Which I never can use because I ain't got the legs to fucking travel. So I'll be
Yeah.
like, and it's going to cost me a couple of $100 every year just to maintain, or the whatever fucking small taxes that they charge, which they're going to scrap, thankfully. So that's good. But just too much work needs doing, and it's not sentimental. It's 40 years old, and it's the beach house. And I know that sounds glamorous, but in Greece, it's not. It's just everyone has two properties in Greece. And but the good thing with Greece is like property is really fucking cheap out there, and it's good if you can afford to buy, but nobody can afford to buy. But the rents are always cheap as well as a result. So that's the only good thing. But for me, living here, who's never going to go or hardly ever going to go to Greece again, there's no point. Buy Ginger Greek's property, link below. Hey, listen, mate, if anyone wants to buy it, you know what I mean? I'll put the listing up. Help yourselves.
I will send you a Q. I will send you a Q fig of Wolverine in exchange for your house.
I'll have to run it by my brother because we co-own it.
This is the pond behind my house. I can sort of see it from my deck. You got to walk down to it. It's about 800 meters behind my house, but because my back, lovely. I can never go in. I've been there about 3 times since I've lived here.
Oh,
but
have you not got a mobility scooter?
No, like the rocks, and it's. I know what you're saying, but even on this land, you couldn't use it. The reason I show that photo to you is because I recently was shown another photo by someone who's lived here all their life. It's over 100-year-old photo, and there's a bunch of men, and they're logging. So there's a bunch of logs on that very same pond, and it's just so cool. I don't have it to show you. I'm sorry, but it's wicked.
I mean, I can't speak for Zam, but I'd like to drop a log in that pond.
What?
I said I can't speak for Zam, but I myself would love to drop a log in that pond.
But from the pond,
you on that, beavers?
Oh, there's a beaver house in that pond.
Awesome.
And fish?
There's probably a lot of fish, but they'd be small. And when Americans, that's our national animal, by the way, the beaver. And we get a lot of slack for it. People were like, oh, beaver. And my comeback is like, what? You don't like beaver?
In the words of Leslie Nielsen, nice beaver.
I
Thanks,
just had it
Thanks, I
stuffed.
just had it stuffed.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
channel, we can fucking quote the Naked Gun.
Yep, goddamn right.
by the way, that's a quick shout out to Lisa Maria Presley, who died this year as well. Just
Yeah,
See,
forget.
there was a number of celebrity deaths this year.
I'm gonna
Jerry
pull up-
Springer,
yeah, I'm
Tina
gonna pull up-
Turner, Raquel Welch.
I'm gonna pull them up
Yeah.
actually.
But well, before we pull them up, I mean, we discussed the celebrity deaths later on. But I mean, is there any more stories that you've got on your list, Gary?
No, he's dead. Shredder, have you
Earth
got any
to
more?
Gary, come in, Gary.
Yes, mate. Sorry.
Do you have any more stories on your list?
Just the amount of fucking flops that we've had this year. But to be honest with you, next year could be a very critical year for cinema, just in general. Cause you're looking. I mean, we've had. I'm trying to think how many flops we've had this year. It's been quite a few. We've had like
Well,
most of the.
let me pull up my list, and I can tell you, sir.
Yeah,
Well,
the 21 films, that 22 films.
The
that you
21 films that I have here. So, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was a flop. Flash was a flop. Quantum Mania was a flop. Expendables 4 was a flop. Elemental was a flop. Wish was a flop. Everything that Disney put out was pretty much a flop this year, except for Guardians 3. Rebel Moon was a flop, even in terms of viewing hours on Netflix. The Creator, which looked gorgeous but ended up being disappointing, that was a huge flop. What else have we got? You carry on, Gary, and I'll let you know. what
Aquaman, all that sort of stuff. So, there's been a few-
Aquaman, all the DC stuff was a flop.
So people are going, oh, well, next year's going to be a critical year. It's like, no, the good stuff will just be successful and the bad stuff won't be. That's the only difference now.
Deadpool 3 is going to be one of the highest grossing films of next year, regardless of how good it is. And
I
it's going to be.
bet you a tenner it's not.
I bet you a tenner it's going to be one of the highest
top
grossing
10
films.
at least.
I reckon it's going to
Top
flop.
10?
Top 5.
Top 20? Top 5.
Top 5. I'm
Top
saying top
five.
5.
Top 5.
I'm
I
saying
reckon,
top 5.
I reckon it's going to flop. So I'll match you on that bet because I reckon.
How
Okay,
is it
so-
going to flop? In what
Right.
world are you living in where you think it's going to flop?
All right, here's what they're going to do. They're going to rest on their laurels too much, and they're going to push edgy humor, and it's going to go push people away. I'm telling you now, that's what they're going to go.
Nope.
with.
No, it's got Hugh Jackman coming into the world of Deadpool. It's got money written all over it. It's got other teams from Bryan Singer's X-Men that are going to be in it. And it's R-rated. It's going to make fucking bank. I'm not saying it's going to make $1 billion, but it's going to be... Look, Oppenheimer just about made $1 billion. That's one of the highest grossing films of the year. The level now that, Hollywood has grossed in $4 billion less this year than it has on previous years. Okay. And things are back to normal now. We're not in a pandemic anymore. And so that film is easily going to be up there in top 5, easily.
I'll right back.
Okay.
But
So
that's
I-
it. I'll send you my
we got
PayPal when
confirmation then. It's
I'm right.
definitely a bet then that's going to. So what's the bet, that it makes the top 5, or that just that it is one of the highest grossing movies of the year,
No,
or that it flops?
my bet is that it flops. So it's going to make double back its budget to break even.
Yeah.
if it
So
goes- yeah. So go ahead.
So for Gary saying it's going to flop, I'm saying it's going to be one of the highest grossing films of the year.
Okay.
Doesn't
so
matter
we've
if
got a
it's
bet
top
on.
5, top 5. If it's one of the highest grossing films of the year, and I'll put top 5, then yeah. If not,
Let's
then
make this a bit more interesting. Let's put it to the rest of the Nerd2 panel to come up with a suitable punishment for the loser as well. That must be performed on camera.
Gary has to drink a cup of gravy.
That's an option, but again, we'll put it to the rest of NerdTube. So like the rest of the contributors on NerdTube, we'll come up with a list of ideas of a potential punishment for both of you.
Yeah, we'll put it to you lot.
No, I think it's going to be a hit. regardless. I think,
Yeah, Killers of
yeah.
Family was a great film, Rick. Yeah,
Yeah,
Godzilla next
I
week.
tend to agree.
Gotta watch
Deadpool 3 is
Guardians.
going to be a massive hit no matter what. So I think Gary is wrong on this one, but the
Big
bet
time.
is between Ginger Greek and Boss Man. So we'll see how that goes. Anything else on your list of stories for the year?
I'm trying to think of anything else major that happened.
'Cause I got a
Yeah,
few.
let's just
The
shred that.
COVID inquiries, the COVID inquiries slash the party inquiries, or whatever you want to call them, that happened.
Yeah, well, there's been multiple inquiries into what's going on. Well, what went on with COVID. We've got the criminal investigation currently ongoing into Michelle Mone. We've had Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak both appear before a COVID committee, but before an inquiry, I should say, with regard to COVID, and both of them claim that they couldn't get their WhatsApp messages. In Boris Johnson's case, it looks now like he was actually lying when he said that they had been deleted when he couldn't access his phone when he forgot his password, because Penny Mordaunt dropped him right in it. Penny Mordaunt gave evidence to the COVID inquiry where she was saying that there had been a statement with regard to that there had been a story in the press with regard to putting COVID patients in care homes, and she had mentioned something to Boris Johnson at that about a week or so earlier on in messages. So she went back on her WhatsApp to look for them and found out they'd been deleted at Boris Johnson's end. Now, Boris Johnson should not have been deleting messages. That's called tampering with evidence. When you're involved in any kind of a government WhatsApp group, you are supposed to keep hold of the messages. You don't delete them. So
Yeah, I agree with
if
that.
Penny Mordaunt's claim is investigated and he's found to have deleted those messages, she has dropped him right in it. You're looking at potential criminal inquiry.
Yeah.
And there should be one. If even like it's not proven yet, there should be an investigation.
I agree. I mean, there should be an investigation into COVID anyway, because Boris Johnson had direct influence over the fact that a lot of people in this country died. Like, it was directly on him, because he literally said, or was reported of saying, let the bodies pile high in the streets or something like that.
Yeah, but let the body
Yeah, I
pile
remember
high in the
that.
thousands rather than go into another
Sorry, I
lockdown.
just need to go toilet for 1 minute.
He's denied it as well, but then again, he also denied parties. He denied the parties took place. Then he denied that he attended the parties. Then he denied knowing that they were parties. He also denied knowing anything about the sexual assault claims against Chris Pincher before he appointed him to the Whip's office. You know, the lie that broke the Tory party's back to where they had to kick him out. Well, not kick him out, but oust him as Prime Minister.
He was always a dick.
Yeah, I don't believe a word. I don't believe a word of what Boris Johnson said. One of the main highlights, of course, of the COVID inquiries was Dominic Cummings bringing the term "fuck pigs" into popular vernacular.
Fuck
Yeah.
what?
Fuck
Fuck
pigs.
pigs.
Fuck pigs. He was referring to members of the government as useless fuck pigs.
And this is a government, by the way, he got elected, by the way.
He was the mastermind behind this government.
Yeah. Okay, moving on.
Well,
What have you got?
That's right.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm about
well,
to do my list. If you want?
Sorry, what?
I was about to do my celebrity death list.
All right, I was about to go through my list of stories for the year.
We'll go through shredded stories of the year and we'll come to the celebrity stuff later.
Okay, well,
Okey-dokey.
Start of the year, we kicked off with Logan Paul, first of all, announcing that he was going to take legal action against CoffeeZilla, and then within about a week, meekly backing down. Because Logan Paul, for anyone who doesn't remember, Logan Paul, at the end of 2022, he was exposed for running a cryptocurrency scam I think this was
Oh,
like
yeah.
the third one he'd been involved with. CryptoZoo. CoffeeZilla did an
CryptoZoo, yeah.
incredible job with his videos. Logan Paul's response was to put a 2-minute video up on YouTube and Twitter where he threatened to sue CoffeeZilla. He also kept promising he was going to release a video that would vindicate him, and lo and behold, he backed down. I think at some point he actually did consult a lawyer and just realized how fucked he would be if this thing got to court, particularly because it would mean CoffeeZilla's legal team would have the ability to find out more information about CryptoZoo through the discovery process.
Exactly. And CoffeeZilla murdered about half of YouTube this year.
Yeah.
He's been phenomenal with his takedowns and his investigations.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
But
Coffeezilla,
I mean, the fact
like COFFEE.
yeah.
Coffee,
Like Godzilla,
coffee,
but with
and then
coffee.
Zilla, like Godzilla.
All right.
Yeah, he's awesome. Check out his stuff. Bit cheesy.
yeah, I
but-
mean, the fact that like both Dylan Dennis and Logan Paul were both citing CoffeeZilla's videos to call each other scammers, and then denying that CoffeeZilla had called themselves out. I mean, that
Yeah.
was phenomenal. So that was one of the highlights at the start of the year. We then moved on later on in the same month, and of course TMZ got footage of Dana White slapping his wife at a New Year's party.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And what does Dana White
He
in
got
the
away with
UFC
that.
launch several weeks later?
Power
Power
slap.
slap.
Yep.
A fighting
Brilliant marketing.
promotion. A fighting promotion where they pay people $2,000 to win a fight where they just open hand slap each other in the face.
And you know what, Shredder? The rules are so different to other versions of Power Slap, because in Power Slap
Yes.
you're supposed to just use the fingers, not the ball of your hand or anything like that, just the fingers, because
Yeah.
you know it's not as dangerous here. But like people are whacking each other with the whole fucking
the
arm,
foot
and that's not.
coming from here and going whack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like, and they're
there's a
hitting
rule-
parts of the
a
face and
rule,
the
I
ear and
can't
stuff like that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't remember what the exact term is, but there is actually a term for hitting somebody with this part of the hand. I think it's called
It's
clubbing.
called dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah, no. But the thing is that there are actually supposed slap fighting leagues where
Yeah.
they were pissed
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
They were pissed off at what Dana White was presenting, because in slap fighting
Yep.
leagues, again, Zam was absolutely correct. You're only supposed to use like this much of the hand to hit somebody across the face. You do not use this part. If this part connects, that's called clubbing, and that can do some serious damage. Be it if it hits you in the ear, if it hits you in the
What's happened?
jaw, you can get seriously hurt there.
Or
And
here
also,
by your
there's-
eye socket.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Mhm.
here's the other thing: there are rules where yes, you can put your arm back, like wind your arm back, and typically it's to make sure you're lining up the slap correctly. And like these regular like little slap fighting leagues, it's so you can make sure you're lining the slap
Like a
up
golf
correctly.
thing.
Whereas in Power Slap, there were people literally ducking down and stepping forward into the slap, which was a big no-no elsewhere. But again, he was paying people $1,000 to show up and actually take part in this, and $1,000 if they won the fight. And it was coming off the back of like
God, he's paying them fuck all.
W Dynamite. It was on the back of this show was coming off the back of AEW Dynamite, where they had been, they had a built-in audience from AEW on TBS where they would have anywhere between 800 to 1.1 million viewers, depending on which week it was. And the peak of Power Slap was the second week, when all the controversy came about from the first episode. People tuned in to the second week out of curiosity, and then it nosedived after that.
Yeah,
But
it
just
hasn't
getting
been
back to what
renewed.
you're saying. No, but
There were
sorry, but I'm just saying,
Go on,
like,
Zam.
Dana White, he's got away with it, hasn't he? Like
Oh, yeah.
we're already on the tangent ourselves. Like Dana White is no longer. People no longer think about the guy who fucking beat up his wife. I forgot about that until you brought it
Yeah.
back up again, because I do see Dana White stories popping up here, there, and everywhere still. And yeah, no one gives a shit that he beat up his wife anymore.
his press tour with that was ridiculous. I mean, the fact that he was saying like, that his punishment was the fact that he has to live with the fact that he hit his wife.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
like the UFC couldn't cope without him for maybe 3, 4, 5 months while he, I don't know, goes and works for a domestic violence charity, gives up part of his salary,
Anger management classes.
anger management
it's a
courses,
different-
things like that.
It's like Ric Flair. Like people have already forgotten that this guy is a sexual abuser. I mean, we haven't forgotten, but like it's already kind of
Haven't.
moved on, and I haven't forgotten either. But the point is that like with Dana White, sometimes when I see Ric Flair, my first thought now is not that of what he once did, because there's so much other shit that has come since between now and then that it's all laid in, and
Well,
he's gotten away with it.
Yeah, it speaks to what a fucking idiot and hypocrite Tony Khan is, because he posted a bunch of jibes towards Vince McMahon regarding sexual assault and things like that, and there he goes and hires fucking Ric Flair.
Yep.
Which,
Exactly.
anyway,
You
So,
guys
go on
with the wicked.
should check out or look into a friend of mine. He's from the UK. He's a wrestler. Oliver Peace. No. I think I just got the name wrong. I'll look it up and tell you about him later.
Oliver
But-
Pierce.
Okay. But like the thing with Power Slap, though, the fact is they had congressional investigations coming up into it. There were a couple of members of the House of Representatives wanting, a full investigation into what was going on, what safeguards were actually in place. The whole point of this series of Power Slap was they were supposed to be building up to a pay-per-view. So the end of it was going to be the big pay-per-view where they actually crown a champion. It drew such low fucking numbers. Not only did they have to
Ugly.
cancel the pay-per-view, they retreated to Rumble. They wound up signing a deal with Rumble instead, and are now exclusively on there because
Jesus
they couldn't
Christ.
get renewed with any other TV network.
Yeah, of course.
Lovely.
Fucking. All right, next story.
Next, we had the Chinese spy balloon. If anyone remembers,
Yeah, I was
that
going to
over
bring
the
that
US.
up.
Oh yeah, that
I
wasn't a
thought-
spy balloon.
I
Sorry?
was going to bring that up, but I knew very little about
Yeah, the
it.
Chinese spy balloon, that wasn't a spy balloon.
That got shot down eventually.
Yeah.
It was shot down. They used a couple of missiles to shoot it down. What was funny to me at the time was there were a bunch of right-wing fucking wingnuts in America, Marjorie Taylor Greene most notably, encouraging the Sky to shoot this thing down, despite the fact that the bullets wouldn't even reach that velocity.
Well, doesn't she believe in like the Jewish death ray? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jewish space lasers.
Space laser.
But you get again. Here's the thing: they were talking again. She was encouraging people to shoot this thing down. Now, even if they were successful, the size of this thing, the impact it would have caused, particularly when she was encouraging people to take out guns and shoot this thing down, it was hovering over St. Louis, Missouri. This thing would have left a crater that would have made 9/11 look like your average mass shooting.
Yeah. Well, we don't expect her to have a brain within that cranium of hers.
God, she
But-
could be
but
vice president of the United States, man.
Did nobody
That's so fucking
think
scary.
of the principle? What goes up must eventually come down. Where are those bullets going to land?
She probably doesn't believe in gravity,
That's
It's a
quite
liberal-
possible.
it's a
It's like
Well,
people
it
who-
is
liberal
just a
plot.
theory, right? It's just a theory.
yeah,
And
That's true.
when someone brings
Actually, Gaz, it's not gravity. What is it now?
brevity.
Exactly. Shout out to Doctor Who.
when someone says that evolution is a theory, I politely remind them that so is gravity, and they should go test it by jumping off a cliff.
Just before we move on to here, I don't know what time our awards show finishes, but if I'm still awake, I might do a live stream for the World's End pay-per-view. If anyone wants to join me, more than welcome to.
Well
But,
done.
yeah, there's AEW pay-per-view tomorrow.
Yeah, so
Ah.
we may have another contender for worst match of the year. So again, I've decided I'm holding off on announcing the contenders for worst wrestling of 2023 because
I'll tell you what you can do.
might have a contender or two.
So next Friday stream, next podcast, we could talk about best and worst TV stuff, and we could do the wrestling best and worst wrestling stuff. Simply because, tomorrow we have a pay-per-view, an AEW event to watch. So next week you can talk about all the wrestling stuff. We're still going to talk about some wrestling stuff tonight that's happened, but I'm just talking about best and worst.
But by the way, rest in peace, Brad Kurt. By the way, I'll just say that.
Who?
He's a British wrestler, so he just passed away today. So he was like 26 and like exactly.
I have no clue.
That's horrible. What did he die of, man? Poor thing.
I don't know. Just because he worked for RevPro, they announced it on their thing. So I'm going to use this platform to say rest in peace, mate.
Yeah, that's horrible, man. Poor guy. 26.
Sirius is coming next year to UK and Ireland, and you might look. Yeah, we should get together and do something blog TV like.
So other major stories of the year. Dilbert was officially cancelled this year.
Oh yeah,
the comic strip.
The long-running comic strip was cancelled. Scott Adams, he'd gone on a racist tirade on his YouTube channel saying that, he was basically encouraging segregation. So a lot of major publications dropped him, and this wasn't the first time he'd been dropped from some newspapers. I think previously he'd lost about 18 newspapers. This time though, he lost over 300 publications. So over 300 newspapers that carried Dilbert cancelled it.
Fuck it, and I bet he's still going to find a way to play the victim.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's rich enough; he doesn't need to work again. Another day in his life. I mean, but the fact is, it wasn't just the fact that Dilbert Lot was taken out of newspapers. He lost book deals over it as well.
Good.
So there was that. We had, of course, some transphobia in this country. A lot of transphobic stories, which turned out to be not true. So GB News turned up to a non-existent drag queen story hour. That was covered by the likes of Politics Joe. So you had Calvin Robinson and Lawrence Fox, who we'll get to just shortly. They turned up to protest at a non-existent drag queen story hour. GB News and others also ran the story about kids identifying as cats. Somehow this transphobic lie from America got imported over here.
Yeah. Even Joe Rogan believed it.
Actually, talking about Joe Rogan, there's something I forgot to mention last week.
Yeah, go for it.
Was the fact was him thinking that Joe Biden was the one who mentioned airports during the American Revolution War. And
yes,
it turned out to be
Biden should be removed from office.
He believed it was Biden, and he said Biden shouldn't be running for office, and yada yada yada. And then it turned out, and he saw him being fact checked in real time, that it was actually Donald Trump who said it. And because Donald Trump said it, he goes, "Oh, he just messed up." You know what I mean? Just thought process was wrong, and so like his whole tonal change. It was an absolute tonal change, but then he went back to shitting on Joe Biden again. Yeah, and I've had an argument with one guy who actually claims that Joe Rogan is liberal and leftist, and I said to him, he's fucking not, and I pointed out certain things, and he's like trying to own me and thinks I'm talking shit, but it's very obvious that Joe Rogan's a fucking conservative. He's fucking right wing. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, a lot of these people know, same with Elon Musk when he changed his fucking tune, that, having right wingers who tend to worship people like they do, whether it be Donald Trump, or Elon Musk or Joe Rogan and shit like that, is much more lucrative than pandering to the left who will fucking hold you accountable. And so, that's what he's doing now, because he wants fucking people to pander to him and suck his fucking dick and fucking squeeze his muscles. So, that's what Joe Rogan's become now. He's become a bullshit artist. So for right wingers,
I mean, there's a lot of that right wing shit over here though. Like for example, trigonometry, who I hate with a passion. I've started doing that shit over here, and one of us a famous immigrant. That's the thing that really pisses me off. He's an immigrant. He does all the anti-trans stuff. He does all the fear-mongering about flaming environmentalism. He does all that sort of shit. It's like, you're literally an immigrant. You're literally somebody who came over here from a different country and are literally treated differently despite being white like I am, because you're literally born somewhere else. Does that not compute in your head? Sorry.
Well, we did have somebody on, but we were swearing too much, so they left.
Yeah,
they left because they had kids with them. I told them next time, wear some fucking headphones. Of course you would like trigonometry. Of course, yeah, me.
You probably think fucking Hitler is what was misunderstood as well.
Well, speaking of trans and people who get triggered, Posey Parker got chased out of Australia. She got doused in tomato juice.
Yes, I remember that.
Out of Australia.
That was beautiful.
She showed up with a bunch of white nationalists and Nazis. You know, people actually carrying swastikas and throwing up Hitler
salutes. Keep it PG, serious.
Somebody doused her in tomato soup. Well, tomato juice, I should say, and she decided to just leave the country. So
good. I mean, when the fuck did
the cure for transphobia is tomato juice.
Mums for Liberty, they had fucking Nazis alongside them, didn't they? And
Mums for Liberty are falling apart at the seams as well. They've been exposed.
That Bridget Ziegler, that own she got by that kid. I saw it on social media who absolutely owned it by saying the reason why we want you gone is not because you had like a lesbian relationship or a lesbian affair. That would be against the whole point of what we're trying to teach you, because we don't want you to be gone for that. That's your own personal business. The reason what you've gone is that you're a fucking useless representative of and all of these other things, and mentioning how you take money away from public schools and put your kids in private schools and yada yada. It was just absolutely fantastic takedown. I loved it.
Yep.
And that was great. And that Bridget Ziegler is pretty hot, so I can understand why she swings both ways. Anyway. Anything else, Shreds?
Yeah, well, I mean, plenty throughout the year. Racists wound up crying due to the fact that we had a new First Minister sworn in Scotland, Humza Yousaf.
Oh, yeah.
Terrorist.
No, that's it.
Sorry?
Terrorist. He's a terrorist, right?
So, like, the gammon in this country, like, their fears are finally coming to fruition because our Prime Minister's Asian, and we got a fucking the Scottish Minister's Asian. Oh, my God. It's like, you probably can't believe what the fuck's happening right now. And the funny thing is like Rishi Sunak is supposed to represent the gammon, and the last thing they wanted was him to be their leader. They just wanted somebody like him to be a tool, not the person they fucking follow. But don't get me wrong, he'll still be a tool. He'll still be a tool, but just at the top. Say again?
I was just gonna say, most of these guys that complain about Asians being elected don't even fucking vote.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, it just, again, it emphasizes the fact that the rich and the powerful are using race as a fucking tool of division. They don't give a fuck. If you've got money, they like you. They want you in their club. It's everyone else they don't want in the club, and they want to make sure that you're fighting against each other, so you never have collective power to fight against that fucking club. It's just that they don't see that. They just think, oh,
because that club is tiny. That club is tiny, and everyone else is massive. But we're too busy fighting against each other. Yeah, she's hot on the outside, ugly on the inside. Like a lot of women are like, fuck this.
No, these politicians should be thanking their lucky stars that we're supposed to live in a civilized society, but we're anything but a civilized society when your policies are actively killing your own population, and we're the ones that are supposed to behave. I said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. There is a perfectly justifiable reason to drag these fucking people out in the streets and beat them half to death for the policies that they've done. Okay, you've killed 500,000 of your own population. You've killed 500,000 of your own fucking population through austerity, through COVID, and yet we're supposed to behave and know our role. I'm like, no, it's gotten to the point now where it's just unacceptable brutality, and I'm done trying to fucking be the I just want a revolution at this point.
Yep.
Because
Bring
I
back
think
the
what
guillotine.
what
They bring back
concerns
the
me though is that they work ourselves to death, so we get really tired. Plus, we're also really unhealthy as well because the only food we can eat on a short notice is things like fucking McDonald's. So we haven't got necessarily the strength, and the dexterity to protest as much because we're so fucking unhealthy and we're fucking working ourselves to death as well. So they've got us under the thumb, unfortunately.
But all it takes, like I always said, the Tottenham riots that happened, I said, if that anger was placed in the right place and targeted the right people, okay, more people would have fucking joined in. But unfortunately, it was just a riot over a fucking dickhead drug dealer who was a piece of shit, who, by the way, my own family felt the effects of that fucking arsehole years after his death because they gunned down my, not my niece, but it's like my cousin's ex's side of the family, who me and her mother are godparents to, her kid.
Yeah.
She was gunned down in cold blood, and they were connected to that fucking idiot. And but I always say, like, people riot for the wrong reasons here. If you rioted for the right reasons, then you get change. But just people misplaced priorities, unfortunately. And we're too civilized. We should be a bit more like the French.
Yeah,
like
but
we used to be.
But I mean, there's been a lot of laws. There's been a lot of laws now been instituted because of the protests with the RMT and stuff like that have negated a lot of our right to protest.
It doesn't. You can have all the laws
Palestine.
you want, but if people go out there and fucking riot and target the right people, and just drive them out and make them scared for their lives until they put in policies that benefit the masses, then it's all for now. They'll take away your rights anyway. They're happy to take away your fucking rights.
I mean, they're trying to do that with the Palestinian protests, aren't they? Like they really don't want people to be protesting for Palestine. I mean, they're fucking stupid to try that. If anything, it's become worse because so many people, like every weekend now, there's Palestinian protests going on everywhere, and governments from around the world, especially in this country and in America.
It was 2005. It was around 2010, 2011.
They're trying to shut people up when it comes to Palestine. You saw those actresses in Hollywood who were fired from Scream 7 because they supported the Palestinians, while people like Amy Schumer and stuff can support Israel and nothing happens to her. It's ridiculous, and the narratives are created that if you support Palestine, you support terrorism, which is fucking stupid.
Well, I mean, that was my big news of the year. It was basically, look, this year, people got to see just exactly how entrenched the West is, or with being okay with genocide as long as it suits their interests, and just how undemocratic the West are, especially Germany and France. The United States we already know, so just them clamping down on anti-Israeli protests was nothing new, but Germany really fucking showed their hand this year, just how fascist they are and shutting down because of the history. But it's like, no,
because of the history,
just because you have the history of what you did doesn't fucking mean you could justify and allow the genocide of another race. It beggars belief. And
they're brown, aren't they?
And storming universities. I know, serious, yeah.
And how
they're brown, so they're expendable.
How hypocritical is it for an Israeli state to be carrying out these actions with their own history? And
they're doing the very thing that they had done to them. Their actions, their policies, everything. They are no different to Nazi Germany and British colonial times.
Yeah. No
fucking difference whatsoever.
And you're right. Nations don't care as long as it's in their interest. Like with Rwanda, General Dallaire.
You can join us. Do you want to join us? You can join us.
General,
I'll send you a link to send to him.
Okay. I can't send links. I don't know how to do it.
Oh,
But-
I'll see if I can find him and send one.
When
yeah, okay.
Rwanda was about to have its genocide, General Dallaire, a Canadian general, was in charge of the United Nations contingents there. But prior to it starting, he had advance warning. He was told by warlords, this is coming. This is what we're going to do. And he would phone the UN and the Secretary General there, and they just ended up taking his phone calls because it wasn't in their interest. They didn't give a fuck. It was just a bunch of brown people. They don't care.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then the first 100 days, there was 800,000 people murdered with machetes. You know how much energy and like how hard you have to work to do that? 800,000 people, not with machine guns or gas chambers, but with machetes. Like, it could have been stopped. It could have been slowed down, but they didn't care. And the poor guy, I mean, he's mentally fucked now. They would find him years later, drunk, passed out under benches in parks in Ottawa because of the shame and how bad he felt, because he fell in love with the country and the people there. And he felt like he let them down, but I want the world to know he didn't. He phoned the UN, he faxed the UN, he conferenced with the UN. He told them with no uncertain terms, this is coming. This is what they're going to do. And they just didn't care. And it was, what's her
They
name?
didn't care. They probably found ways to profit from the chaos.
Yeah. And it was, what's her name?
Hey, buddy.
She was the Secretary General at the
Hello.
time. I can't remember her name, but she should be tried as a war criminal.
Madeleine Albright.
I think so, yeah.
Madeleine Albright.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's like 90 something.
Yeah.
Hi,
Serious.
Joe.
You wanna,
Hi,
hey, Joe. You want to have your say? Oh, we can't hear you.
I hear ya. Yeah, hold on,
Yeah, go,
You're
go
on
sit-
mute, mate.
You're on mute, or your audio is very, very low for your microphone, Joe.
yeah. Go to settings, you can change your microphone settings on it.
Joe, you're looking really good, man.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah, you can hear you now.
Yeah, for some,
Yeah.
my computer defaults, always everything defaults to my headset, even when the headset's not on, which is lovely.
Standard.
But
You're
great to
looking
see
good.
everybody. Thank you, Christine. It's always great to see all of you guys, but especially Christine. Totally love Christine, and I'm going to be trying to visit you in the earlier, in the year once it warms up a little bit. But the thing, and I want to address what you guys were talking about with the Palestinians, but especially Rick B made a point too, and I've kind of stayed out a lot of the discussions because it's so tribal, and I was talking to somebody that I was trying to add some nuance to the whole discussion, and he was like, well, you don't think Israel should have to accept death raining from the sky? And I said, you're right, nobody should accept murder raining down from the sky. Nobody should accept murder raining down from the sky. No. And I was like, think of what I'm telling you now. Nobody should accept indiscriminate killing of civilians. We know, and I'm not even talking about collateral damage. That happens. It's unavoidable. That gets to a policy of should you be at waging war or not. That's a separate discussion. But when you just like, hey, there's 5 guys over there we're going to get, and they're surrounded by hundreds, fuck it, And I've seen the memes of showing that the Israeli soldiers are standing in front of the people and the Palestinians are hiding behind the people. Here's the thing. There are other methods of prosecuting that other than dropping, GBU 50s on them. Like when you're bombing a camp from the sky, there's aircraft, there's drone, there's more precise weapons you could use. How about send guys on the ground and you go in and you do it that way? There's still a risk, but at least you're making an effort, And unfortunately, it's like, and on the flip side, I haven't gone full-throated for the Palestinian, with the pro-Palestinian protesters, because I have seen some stuff that's questionable in some of the rhetoric, and like calling for wiping anybody out. I'm not on board with it. It doesn't matter which side it's coming from. Now, although I do point out, the people that are stumping, solely for Israel, like, okay, you can't say, oh, boo-hoo, 1,500 people died, and ignore the 20,000 on the other side. And then so if you're weighing how bad it is by the number of deaths, well, get a calculator, dude, because I think you might have to readjust. So for me, I'm always very cautious and very careful to make sure that my protestations of what Israel's doing is aimed at the government, the secular government of Israel, and especially I'm getting to the next part, and particularly the Likud party, which has basically far too much sway over the government. Because yes, there's a lot of fundamentalists that basically have sway in that party, and
Likud is a far right party.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, for people who might not be aware of the situation, the history of it, because obviously, depending on if you weren't around back in the day, but I squarely blame Netanyahu and the Likud party for the collapse of the peace deal back in the late 90s, because what a lot of people don't remember is that when after Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by right wingers, by the way, it wasn't by the other side, it was by his own side. Yeah. And when he was assassinated, then Shimon Peres was PM for a while, and unfortunately was ineffective. So then you ended up with Netanyahu, and they basically said, "Oh yeah, that treaty that was negotiated, which is the law of the land, that doesn't apply to us. We're a completely different government. That doesn't count," and threw it all out. And then that's when the Intifada started, because basically they're like, "Well, because unfortunately this is what's happened, is that the standard for maintaining peace has been there can't be any bad acts by any Palestinian or anyone supporting the Palestinians at all. So what would happen is, it's like, well, some rogue people would go out and do something horrible, and they're like, oh, well, the deal is off now because two guys did something shitty.
Yeah, but usually they're doing it in response. I'm not saying what they did was correct.
No, I agree.
Because the houses were bulldozed into the ground. I mean,
no, I'm going back further before that happened even.
Yeah,
but I agree with you. But the thing is that, in other words, the Likud party doesn't want there to be a peace with Hamas.
The government officials have been open about actually committing mass genocide.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's very clear to me that what's happening.
One second. Hang on, Joe. 1 second. So the creed of the Likud party is death to all Arabs, no Arabs living in the land of the Israelites.
Right.
Okay. People talk about Hamas and how in their manifesto they had death to all Jews. They dropped that because it was unpopular even among the Palestinians.
Right.
So they no longer say that creed. But you have to understand. Okay, so the Zionists, the colonizers from Europe, this is their end game is to push everyone from Gaza into the Sinai Desert.
Yes.
Now, people could talk about Hamas. The problem with that is the West Bank doesn't have Hamas. They have no ties to Hamas whatsoever. They have seen a massive increase of having their homes taken away, illegal settlements, being driven out, being murdered, being imprisoned, and all of that. What Hamas did in October, okay, when they captured a whole bunch of people, that was because they wanted an exchange for their own hostages. Israel has imprisoned thousands of Palestinians with no trial, no nothing. A lot of those are children as well. And so this isn't about, like, at this point in time, what's happening to the Palestinian people, what Hamas is doing is irrelevant, because they are literally all fighting for their lives. And so
it's
you
similar.
can't. And sorry, go on, Joe.
Well, I was going to say it's not perfectly analogous because of the scale, but I was trying to explain to somebody like BLM here in the U.S. And people were like, oh, well, the riots and everything. I said, yeah, well, that's great. You know, you could be against the violence. Where were you when the violence was being perpetrated against our community? By the police, by the state. Where were you? You were nowhere. When
like a hockey team wins and a bunch of white frat boys go out and destroy property, flip cop cars, not a word.
There's a town somewhere in the U.S. and I can't remember where it is, but this college every year they go out and have a riot, and it's like
St. Louis, isn't it?
It's covered. What's that?
Isn't that in St. Louis?
It might be, but they go out and the news covers it like, oh wow, it's that time of year when our students go out and riot, and it's like you celebrate it. Like what the fuck, you know? So that's the thing, and you're right. I mean, what your point about we're seeing about the bulldozing. I mean, that to me is been one of the most infuriating things, because it's like you're not even punishing the person who did something. It's not like, okay, I did something bad and then you're knocking my house down. I did something bad and you're knocking my relative's house down. What did they do? And the worst of it is that it's not even an effective strategy. Even if you're totally full-throated in favor of Israel, right, and you don't care about the Palestinians at all, it's just a stupid tactic. It's not going to work. All it does is make more people that are going to fight you. He's right. Because I know if someone knocked my house down because one of my brothers did something wrong, I'm probably going to fight them, whoever they are.
But it doesn't. It's not about doing something wrong. That's not, Joe. That's not the goal. The goal is, think of what happened in America when the settlers came, and then what happened with Manifest Destiny. What's happening in Israel is the same thing. It's Manifest Destiny. It's to take back the entire land, no Arabs at all. And you want to talk about a racist population? The Israelis are among the most fucking racist people.
I'm with you.
They've sterilized black Ethiopian Jews. They won't allow interreligious marriages. Okay, the end game. People need to understand.
But my point is, it's never attacking civilians is never justified for any reason. Period. Like one.
Of course not. Of course not.
Without saying.
That goes without saying. But when you're pushed to a point when you've got no choice, sadly, this is there. And the thing is, let's be clear as well, because like Rick B puts, no one should be supporting Hamas. Netanyahu loves Hamas.
Oh, sure.
He loves it because they're perfect
Keeping
for him.
in power.
All their actions,
exactly. We know now that they were warned. They were warned.
Yeah.
Netanyahu was warned. He knew he wanted this. This is the project. This is the Israeli PNAC, Project for New American Century.
And they're already bombing Jordan as well, and they're claiming Hezbollah is attacking them. But it's what's happening is Israeli are launching missiles and Hezbollah are retaliating. But you're only hearing one side of the story, because again, it doesn't end with Palestine, because once they've taken all of that, which will happen in the next couple of years, then they're going to move into Lebanon, and then they're going to move into Jordan as well, because that's been their manifesto since the creation of the state of Israel, to claim back all their lands.
Right.
And where does it end there? And the West loves it. And we've seen it. We talked about it earlier. The West has shown itself for just how pro-genocide they are. They don't care. As long as their special interests are in place and they get to keep all their lovely friends there in the Middle East to cause as much chaos as possible, it suits them perfectly. The rest of the world,
because
I sat there
if just one quick thing, that's like an oil-rich region. We all know that. If it's stabilized, it can get together and go, okay, we're going to control the price of gas, and we're going to hype it up, and then the Western world's going to have to pay.
That's what happened in the 70s.
If they can keep it unstable, they won't band together.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too, and this is something that just for full fair disclosure, I am 1/8 Ashkenazi. I have Jewish ancestors, at least some. So what happened? So that's why I get torqued when sometimes I try to point out to people that are like totally full-throated Israel and don't really care about what's happening to the Palestinians, and I'm like try to point out that that's probably not a good thing to think. And then of course then what happens is you get the accusation of anti-Semitism. I'm like, well, I'd have to like hate at the very least my ancestors, if not myself. So
they're calling Orthodox Jews anti-Semites as well, just for being, there always has to be a distinction between Jews and Zionists. Okay, so it's the equivalent of saying the distinction between Germans and Nazis. Zionists are fucking Nazis. They're batshit crazy, idiotic Nazis. Jews are Jews. You know what I mean? You can't equate. And I love it when they got a lot of pushback. So Zionists got a lot of pushback for playing the anti-Semitism card, where a lot of Jews were saying to claim that all Jews are associated with and condone the actions of Israel is anti-Semitic. Do not put us in that fucking same class of people where we're not the same. And if you do that, you're anti-Semitic. And so that backfired on them. And so they've now had to change the wording around, you know. And here, sorry, go on, Joe.
Well, growing, being, being from New Jersey as I am, we're like the second highest per capita population of Jews in the United States. And so
what's the first? Is it Florida?
What's that?
What's the first? Is it Florida or Hollywood?
New York.
Oh, New York. Yeah.
New York, then New Jersey, then Florida, then California.
I meant LA, not fucking California.
I live in Hendon. I'm fucking surrounded by Jews, mate.
So
you got all the Jews up there.
So the community I grew up in was like my school was probably a third of Jewish people. And so I'm still friends with a lot of people on Facebook, and you're right. A lot of them have come out and said, "Hey, man, I don't want Hamas killing civilians, but I'm not on board with what the Likud party and Netanyahu are doing either." And they're making don't exterminate a people in my name.
and that's the right attitude to have.
Yeah,
because it's like it's the equivalent of fucking crying over what it's like supporting the atrocities one group of Christians are doing compared to like people that aren't. It's just like, no, just because there's Jews over there doesn't mean you have to be fucking connected to them. They're nut jobs. They're complete fucking nut jobs, and they deserve to be punished for it.
And I'll tell you what, it has created a schism within the Jewish community here in the U.S. in general, but particularly here in New Jersey, and even within families, where it's like some people are, completely one, completely the other, somewhere in between, and it's created a lot of problems. And so, like I said, so that's for that reason, I've generally avoided the conversation, because it's just, I know it's not going to produce anything positive. Like I've had friends, usually we do is we're in PM typing to each other, keeping up on it, as opposed to doing it in the open, because we just don't want to deal with the arguments,
Yeah, I mean, here, look, I mean, again, so yeah, people who support one side or the other 100% are not smart enough to understand the situation in the Middle East. Well, if you understand what's going on, then yeah, it's a right to say. But a lot of people only get one side of the story, and how propaganda as we are here and pro-Israeli. Of course, that failed miserably. Like in London, we had a record number of protesters. Sorry, go on, Sam.
The news in this country, as well as in parts of America, was 100% behind Israel. I mean, they were calling it Israel versus Hamas, when it was really basically Israel killing a fuck ton of Palestinians and hardly anyone from Hamas, and it was very one-sided. We saw the propaganda. There were so many videos I saw, like the one of that one person being arrested naked, and you were following the video, they found him dressing up in an Israeli uniform. It was just fucking there just to pretend that they arrested somebody who was Palestinian. All of this shit. The calendar, the work calendar, they saw written in Arabic in that hospital, making it out there was some sort of terrorist list, when it was just a fucking calendar scheduled for what shifts people were doing in the fucking hospital. They're full of shit. It's really hard to. They're supposed to be, but they're supposed to be the good guys. We're the good guys. All of this shit, they're just full of fucking shit. And someone like Netanyahu, he's loving this, because this motherfucker never wants to leave power. He wants to be a fucking dictator of fucking Israel, and this is his opportunity right now. I'm surprised he's still in power now.
Did you ever see the faked? Supposedly there was that bunker beneath the hospital. It turned out to be complete horseshit. But the image, I saw somebody did a video on it, and it's Ryan Macbeth. He's a good guy, and he's somebody who definitely kind of attack media bias and misinformation and stuff. And he's always pointing out to people, like, be careful, like, don't become part of somebody's information operation, because or info op, because you just you see what you want to think, and so this thing that was supposed to be a bunker with all these weapons he pointed out that this was AI generated because the rifle had two grips on opposite sides of the rifle. Was completely we couldn't be real, and then there was one that had 2 barrels and no stock.
Yeah, I mean, they've really gone full on propaganda to try and justify their actions, but nobody's buying it. Like, look, I say nobody. A lot of people, like again here in the UK, they tried to like the pro Palestinian. What wasn't it? It's the pro peace protesters that they had here. Okay,
to stop
they
the genocide,
Hamas protests, and the BBC had to issue a correction, not even an apology, a correction that actually they were pro peace and pro Palestinian protests. And like I said, here in the UK, like we had record numbers of people take the streets. They still take the streets now. Still now.
I was swamped by them. I go do my job as a cab driver, Joe, and I was dropping somebody in central London, and the next thing you know, I'm surrounded by fucking Palestinian protesters, and they were totally cool. I mean, I was pretending to be a Middle Eastern person myself. I was like I was opening up my window and going, Habibi, brother, sister, I need to turn left. And they were no problem. And they were letting me pass and stuff like that. It was totally cool, totally peaceful. But at the same time, this was during. Oh, I'm really sorry.
Put the blanket on them.
I will in a second. I need to finish my thought. But at the same time, on that particular week, we also had Remembrance Sunday, and a lot of British people were really upset that the Palestinian protests were happening on Remembrance Sunday, even though it was Armistice Day. And what the fucking people who are pro-Palestine were doing was basically supporting a fucking armistice. So what better day to do it than fucking Armistice Day? And yet, unfortunately, the Blighty Brigade in this country. The Blighty Brigade in this country were really upset because they're like all pro-British, they're basically our version of fucking Trump supporters, and they had. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say the people that died to stop this behavior. So of course it makes sense that those protests could go along with that remembrance, because the whole point of that war was to stop fascism.
Yeah,
right.
But this is what
sorry. Sorry, I was disturbed by my birds, which kind of threw me off. But what it was on that particular day, on Armistice Day, Blighty Brigade initially thought that the Palestinian protesters were going to destroy. What was the name of that monument?
The Epitaph.
The Epitaph. Yeah.
Cenotaph,
yeah, and that wasn't the case, but because Suella Braverman, that fucking dumb bitch, was stoking up the flames, we ended up having all these fucking dickheads, who probably don't give a shit about any of this stuff, but wanted to look for a fight against some brown people, come along down to central London.
Tommy Robinson even showed up to this.
Police.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm going to cover my birds.
Yeah, because the whole thing was that the protesters literally said, we're going nowhere near the cenotaph. And then literally said to the police, this is our route. He goes nowhere near the cenotaph. And then the people who actually were destroying the cenotaph were the right-wing idiots from places like the PLP.
Yeah, they were the ones getting in fights with the police. They, as soon as little Tommy 10 named Stephen Yaxley Lennon realized that he wasn't going to have enough muscle to back him up, if it actually did come to blows with the Palestinian march, he hopped in a Pride Mark taxi and bolted out of the scene.
Nice.
Yeah. And this is what brought down the Home Secretary in the end, because she pissed off the Metropolitan Police, and in the end, because she wanted the protesters to not take place at all, but the protesters are like, look, we're going to show up, we're going to be peaceful, we're not going to be anywhere near the cenotaph, we're going to be at Hyde Park. And all the news coverage was basically of the right wingers that were causing riots and fights. Everything else went off beautifully.
I'll tell you one thing. Thanks to James O'Brien and YouTube, I've been able to keep up with the British politics to some degree. And people like Suella Braverman. I mean, I'm like, okay, you're a brown person. What the fuck are you doing? Why do you hate other?
Pick me, mate.
It's like there's always a friend of mine described. He said there's always collaborators. Yep. It's like, and I would love to pull her aside and say, you know what? those people that are cheering the stuff that you say and do, they don't like you. You're useful to them. You are a useful idiot, but you'll be up against the wall with the rest of us when the time comes.
But this has
Because
gone
I
on for over a
don't like
century, mate.
I
This has
call
gone on
people
for
like
over a
that the
century.
Yeah, they're the agents of supremacy. That's what they are. You know, people like her, people like Rishi Sunak, people like Priti Patel. You know,
the thing is,
all of them,
though,
even
they always think that if they
Justice Thomas.
collaborate, like they'll end up on top after the dust settles, and they're always wrong. They're always
Yeah.
wrong.
You get them in
Yeah,
all
but
in all demographics. You got people like Blair White, who's the anti-trans. You got Dave Rubin, who's the anti-gay. They have them all. You know what I mean? You got the anti-woman in that Pearl girl. You know.
Oh, and was it Karen Strawn? You know, she used to be girl right what, like the anti-feminist woman, and you know, and it's like, yeah, again, you're just part of their now. This is actually why I left the Breakfast Club channel. Not that because a lot of our viewers, probably about 40% of our viewers, tended to be right wing. And look, I have no problem. You know, I'm not a leftist, but I'm on the political left, and I have no problem taking the left to task when I think we're making a mistake. And people were like using what I said to try to, you know, for one, they thought I was like on their side, and two, they're trying to use what I said, whatever bare criticisms I had for the left, as ammunition. And I'm like, not going to do it anymore. I can't let people twist what I say, where I'm just trying to take what I think is overall proper movement and just, kind of guide it a little bit and then take that to try to destroy it. Never going to let that happen.
Fair enough.
Oh, I knew that was the case. That's interesting.
We should point out when something is not correct. I don't care if you identify as right wing or left wing. If it's not right, it's not right. And if I point something out that I think the left's doing incorrectly, that doesn't negate all the good stuff they've done.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, again, a lot of the issues I always took with the left are regarding the arts. I'll always take people to task when it comes to the arts because I'm a staunch protector of them. And it's just being logical and being an adult and understanding. Okay, this is the reality. Fuck your tribe. This is the reality of it, and it's as simple as that. And if you're not adult enough, like, I won't deal with you if you're tribal. It's simple as that. If you're tribal and you're stuck on your side, I'm not going to deal with you. I'm just going to just wave you away and say bye.
Please stop bringing up comments like this from Rick B, for fuck's sake.
I need to respond to this dickhead. Tommy Robinson has been doing a lot of black podcasts recently, and he's surprised I heard because they had this idea he's racist, and they agree with a lot of his views. He is definitely 100% Islamophobic. He hates fucking Muslims. And
can we just? I'll add to this.
Yeah,
I'll add to this. Tommy Robinson, yes, he can adjust his position when he goes on, depending on which audience he's with. I mean, Kaylin Robertson, for example, who used to work with him on Rebel Media, was a gay man, and Tommy Robinson, acted as if he was a friend of the gay community. He was discussing about the fact that Muslims were targeting gay people, things like the Pulse nightclub shooting, for example. But lo and behold, Tommy Robinson turned out to be a massive homophobe, which
I'm not surprised by that either.
Kaylin Robertson. So, don't be surprised that Tommy Robinson is acting all nice to black podcast hosts, but then in private, going out and saying the N-word.
Here's the other thing.
Also racist as fuck.
One second, Joe. 1 second. No, Shredder does not live in an echo chamber. Shredder was somebody that used to go after a lot of fucking people ruthlessly that, were just wrong. And the thing is, look, Rick, you have to understand, people on the right always use this argument, never stay in an echo chamber, never this, never that. But the problem is, the right position and the right rhetoric has not changed in the fucking 20 something years that I've been interested in politics. It's always been the same fucking talking points. The right brings nothing of value to the world whatsoever. You are not progress. And so we don't have to sit there and listen to the same shit that we've heard over and over again. It's like a fucking playbook. Okay. All right. So it's not about the echo chamber. It's the fact that the other side are not listening. So if you're not listening, that's fine. Here on our side, we've broken down everything to what works as a functioning society. We know what fucking works. We've seen what fucking works. And we're sick and tired of idiots. Like, again, you equate the right. Got conspiracy theories coming out your fucking your QAnon stuff, your flat earthers, your fucking all your weird fundamentalists and all that. That's all on the right. Doesn't matter if they're Muslim or Christian or whatever, they're still on the right side. So there is no value there. So it's not about we are not in an echo chamber. This podcast, it might be like an echo chamber, but we spend the majority of our times outside the echo chamber fucking trying to bring some sense to people or argue or debate. Right. So I just want to put that out there. Just don't think that just because this podcast is full of mainly leftists that's all we do. No, that's not the point. We bring up these points.
Each other a lot.
Interactions with the rights.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I want to say to Rick also is when I read that first one about he goes on Black podcasts and agrees with them on some things, I'm like, that's the I have a black friend defense. Okay, I hear that bullshit all the fucking time. Secondly, here's another thing too to know about that. If I'm going to use U.S. politics because I know that better than I know politics in other places. But if you look at right-wing populists and left-wing populists in the United States, even though they're diametrically opposed on a lot of things, there's a lot of crossover and a lot of things they agree in, and that's why there were a cadre of people in the United States who the two candidates they liked were Trump and Bernie. Now, if you want to talk about two people that were diametrically opposed to what they were going to do, it's Trump and Bernie, and yet there were people who liked both of them. Because
right, again, the fundamental difference is that Trump used left-wing populism on his platform to get elected because he said a lot of the similar stuff that Bernie was saying about going to end the wars, Medicare for all, this kind of shit, and that is popular among the American people.
That's right,
because they lack the understanding to kind of say, I like this stuff, but I'm still tribal, so I'm going to stick with my tribe. That's why they ended up voting for Trump.
I don't trust the other tribe to do
nothing.
Yeah,
whereas if
I don't trust the other tribe to do this thing. But the thing is that like you're saying, like, okay, well, he agreed, like, well, like I like dogs, I got 3 dogs, and Hitler liked dogs. It doesn't mean that I'm okay with Nazism. You know what I mean? That's how fucking dumb it sounds. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, and sorry, there was something else he said.
Right.
He put that. He mentioned that the grooming games. Listen, mate, fucking the Catholic Church have been known for paedophilia for fucking God knows how long. Target paedophilia in general, regardless of what religion somebody is.
Right.
Because there's loads of Muslims who are not fucking paedophiles.
Right. Tommy Robinson literally came to my city, came to Manchester, and terrorized a lot of innocent people in the Muslim community. He went to mosques, he went to flaming really dense Muslim public, and terrorized a lot of kids. What danger are they having to public? Oh, they may fire my Power Rangers toys at me. And secondly, he's ex-BNP. So tell me he's not a racist. He is a fucking racist because he's an ex-BNP member. So
without doubt, the people who follow him are racist as fuck. You saw it when I was watching the news. You could just tell these guys are fucking, wannabe National Front members or whatever, Combat 18, all of this shit. You could just see it in them, in their mannerisms, their look. And then when we had that incident at was it Victoria Station or Waterloo Station? Where they're all fucking going after, go, I was born here, I'm British and shit like that. Talking to other British people who happen to be brown. But, they don't give a fuck because they're brown and they don't look at them as British, even though they are fucking dickheads.
Christine.
By the way, I'm sorry.
Wait, Shredder. We'll go to Christine first.
He only left the BNP party because he knew it was unpopular and it would stunt his progression. It wasn't like he didn't agree with him. He just knew he couldn't have that title attached.
Can I address the thing that Rick just said? Because it's really fucking irritating. So the fact that someone has a black friend does not mean that they're not racist. I'm sorry, but because here's the thing, there are some people, very often there are people who are racist in the broad sense, like they don't like black people as a group, but they may like an individual black person and they'll think, oh, that's one of the good ones, or you're not like the other people.
Exactly.
my friend Johnny, I love him. If I ever need something, I know I can count on him. My friend Johnny is a racist. Okay, so please don't tell me that. And then there's other times there are people who are like not racist in the aggregate, but they don't have black friends. It's just it's this idea that there are people who are married to like a black or brown person who still hold racist attitudes because it's baked in the society they live in. You've been indoctrinated. It's just like I'm a man.
They're
like,
both.
I have relations with women. I've been spending the last 20 years expunging all the sexist bullshit that I've been indoctrinated in, and I know that there's probably still some shit in there, and so so the process doesn't stop. So that doesn't mean I'm not sexist. It just I'm not an intentional sexist, but I'm sure it's still there.
But
Well
the
said,
important
Sugar
part is that you realize that you have bigotry in some level and that you're going to recognize it and change it, because that's the smart thing to do. And just because Joe's my friend doesn't mean that I don't hold some ideas that were ingrained in me through family members, and you know which one, Joe.
I do.
And the media that I know that I have to tackle. I do. I'm not as bad as I used to be, but I know that it's continuous work. Like you said, you have to keep going.
You do. I mean,
Rigby.
you have to work to reach the levels of purity that I am at. I am supreme. Some might say white supreme. Change the subject. I'll go to Shredder because he wanted to say something. I don't.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to address
That'll come to
the
you,
last
Sam.
comment that he left directly towards me. The whole thing is, if I say anything to the left, even though I'm not on the right, do we have to listen to his views, like Shredder said? Well, the reason I keep saying, do we have to fucking bring this guy's comments up, is because every time we're having, a solid flowing conversation on this podcast, for some reason, Zam decides to bring up your comments, and it's something stupid like claiming that we're on the same side as Nick Griffin because we don't agree with the mass slaughter of Palestinians by Israel, or because we don't agree with Israel slaughtering Palestinians. We're on the same side as Nick Griffin, or things like how Tommy Robinson isn't a racist, or this comment you've recently brought up suggesting that the whole thing about having a black friend isn't fucking racist. I mean, and you keep saying about how, I mean, for example, there was a podcast I left because I had to go to work the next morning. So I left because I had to go to my fucking bed. And you leave a comment about how, I've left because I'm fucking triggered. And you always go on about how, Shredder's triggered and the blah, 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 blah. And you wonder why I don't fucking like you. You wonder why I think you're so full of shit, Rick B. The fact that you keep saying that you're a landlord, that you've gone to all these wild sex parties, that you've done this, you've done that, etc. And you listen to this fucking podcast?
You thought you'd be enlightened by now. There's a movie called Crash, Rick B.
Anyone who says that has to say that they've been to a sex party has not been to a sex party and is not getting any. And there's nothing wrong with celibacy or having a dry spell, but if he feels he's got to put it out there that he's getting some, he's obviously not, and that makes him feel bad.
Again, look, he claims to be a millionaire landlord. Walter, it's like the secret life of Walter Mitty. Every time fucking Rick B comes into this comments section, and we somehow entertain it, and I'm just getting fucking sick of it.
To Christine's point, it's kind of like, do you remember Curious 1? That little troll of a human being.
It's not in my house, Rick. Just so you know.
But yeah, basically, it's he was another just a repugnant person. He was always one of the comments on the Breakfast Club, and where we did our weekend thing, podcast. He wanted to come on, and I'm like, no, because you're fucking disgusting. And again, he was always like, about all these women. He's like, dude, you haven't touched a woman. The only time any woman's touched you is like when you went to the doctors and you get a shot. That's it.
Yeah. It's just, that was the last time a woman touched me as well.
My condolences.
In this room here, we have different views about different things. We have voiced them. Like a lot of the people here are atheists. I'm a Christian. right? A lot of people here are pro-life, pro-choice. I'm pro-life. You know, a lot of I'm socialist. I'm sure some of these people have different, but we're okay with that because we're adults. The different we don't like you.
Yeah,
is
because
'cause you're
Gary
like-
doesn't
it's
like
imp-
gravy, and we still
Yeah.
allow him on this podcast. I mean, that,
Shredder and I,
but
we
Rick B's in his
differ on
comment
that guy
section,
got
he's like-
shot in the
it's like-
mall.
But Rick B
Yeah.
is in this comment section like a 40-year-old fucking edgelord, desperate for attention, and for some reason, Zam, you keep giving him it.
He's in our chat, dude. Don't you're having a go at me. I'm just.
Yeah, you
It's
don't
just how
have
it
to
is.
highlight his comments.
I don't
well,
have.
we don't like to silence our crowd. You know,
Yeah.
we give everyone a fair cop.
And look, I wanted to mention to him, like, watch a movie called Crash. In that film, one of the cops, he tried to save this one rich black guy from being discriminated by his cop mate because he knew that guy was not a criminal. But when he had another black guy in his car, he instantly stereotyped him and fucking killed him. You know what I mean? My point is that, you know, just because you might be okay with you recognize one person is not necessarily your stereotype, doesn't mean that you're not stereotyping other people, and that's what fucking someone like Tommy Robinson does generally.
Mhm.
And so he's a fucking cunt.
Oh, well, here's another good example. Here's people that I would consider not racist, but still have racist attitudes because, again, it's baked in. I've had people say to me, because Zam, you triggered my memory here. There are people, because I don't speak in some stereotypical black patois. I don't generally listen to the music you would expect a black person to listen to. I don't walk a certain way, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I've had people on the political left in the U.S. who were, you know, pro, you know, equality and all that, say to me that they didn't think of me as black because, you know, I don't sound a certain way or walk a certain way, and they say it like it's a fucking compliment. Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, well,
Yeah, what is black? You know, well,
Yeah,
exactly.
what
Black.
is it?
and I always tell them David Duke thinks I'm black, so I'm black enough.
Listen, my mates who are like my black friends, they are not your stereotypical blacks. I mean, they are what you would consider like white, but it's not. It's just their education, their upbringing, who they hang around with, and all of that. It's
They're
as
still
simple as
black.
that.
It's not just, but black people in Africa are different to black people in America. Yeah, they're black and they're black. So what the fuck is black? You know, is it the black style in America or the black style in fucking Africa? Because they're both fucking different, yet somehow they're both black.
Well,
Yeah.
it's really
Listen,
fun.
the fuck is
Just because they're similar to you, they're still just black people that happen to be in line with your likes and tastes. They're still
Look,
black.
again, people look at me, they don't think I'm Greek, okay? But both my parents are Greek. I'm as Greek as they come. And a lot of people here would be like, oh, you ain't a real Greek, man. You ain't a real Greek. You don't listen to the music. You don't this. I'm like, hang on a second, mate. You can't fucking speak the language. I could speak it fluently. And it usually will come from a lot of Cypriots who just never bother to learn Greek at all, or even Cypriot, because there are some differences there. And I'm like, at least I could speak the mother tongue. At least I visited the country God knows how many times. But regardless of that, your genetics are what you are. You don't. It's not the surface. It's literally the biology of you. So, like, how am I supposed to be as a Greek? I don't understand. I swear a lot. I'm very passionate about everything. I like food. I cook
Like
food.
20 a day.
That's all you know. You know what I mean?
Well,
But
let's-
at the same time, you can
Fuck like
agree
a
that
rabbit.
there are
That's all you
Greeks,
need.
but there are also Greeks, and you know this, that don't like cooking and that don't swear. I mean, they're still Greek.
Right. Well,
still
that's
Greek.
the thing too. I mean, like one of my great favorite examples is you know, Pino. You know, he's the Italian
Dutch Irish.
Dutch Irishman. You know, he's of Italian heritage. You know, born and grew up in the Netherlands. So he's and he lives in Ireland, and
Yeah.
you know, and you know,
I
it's
still call him Belgian.
Yeah, I mean,
Belgian.
I've actually been racially stereotyped because people think I'm Jewish. But
Hmm.
I have not a Jewish blood in my
Oh.
body.
Oh, I can
Yeah,
see
yeah.
it now.
No.
Yeah,
can
people
see
think
it.
people
No.
think people said, "Are you Jewish?" No. Are you Yiddish? No. I'm Scottish Irish.
Yeah,
So,
I'm more Jewish than you are,
exactly.
and you're not. I'm some.
Even when I was in Israel, people were asking me if I was Jewish as well. And I'm like, no, I'm Greek. They're like, well, that's all right.
And funny thing, when I went to,
The
when I came to
Mediterranean,
America,
right?
when I came to America in 2008, I was too afraid to say that that I was an atheist. I was worried I was going to get sent back to fucking England. But I know how atheists are. They look more down upon than fucking Muslims are within America. So I just said I'm a fucking Muslim because I didn't want to get sent back. I'm here to watch WrestleMania, and I ain't going to be fucking sent back to England anytime soon. So yeah, I just pretended that I was Muslim because I rather
even when I was going to an atheist conference, I was coming in from Bulgaria to the UK, landed in Manchester. By the way, Manchester.
Nice.
They wanted to know why I was visiting, and I was like stuttering, which is the worst thing you could do at immigration, because I didn't want to say I was there for an atheist conference.
Right.
I was fearful. And
What, in the UK?
Yeah.
They wouldn't not have given a shit. We're predominantly atheist in this country.
But I'm so
secular
used,
for fuck.
I'm so used to the behavior in North America, right? And so 3 hours later, I got out of immigration. But she accused me of wanting to land there and stay there in the UK. It's like, this is my 14th trip either to the
Canada.
UK or through the UK, and I live in Canada. No offense, love the UK. I don't want to live there.
Yeah.
What?
You want to be riding mooses and shooting beavers. You know what I mean? You don't want to be sitting there fucking chasing badgers and running over foxes. You know what I mean?
And drinking maple syrup.
And drinking maple syrup, not fucking Marmite.
That's right.
You
That's
know.
right. Yeah.
Yeah,
So where? So speaking of this, so where? I know. So Zam, you're in London area.
I'm a Londoner. Yep.
Gary, you're up north, right?
I'm in Manchester. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Ginger Creek, where are you at?
Yeah, I'm in North London. I'm not too far from Sam.
Okay. Shredder.
Yeah.
The east coast of Scotland.
Okay. Well, I'll be there as well. It's because I also have as it turns out, I've got some Scottish ancestry as well. I got everything.
You got everything. You're like a mixed bag.
I am.
Mine's 57.
Dude, I am
the Jersey cum bag.
I am Nigerian, but specifically Igbo. I found out thanks to 23andMe. I've a few other African
I've
areas.
dated 2 women from an Igbo tribe.
And I'm also Irish, Polish, Hungarian, Czech, Romanian, Romani, Scottish, Irish, English. So
it's called Heinz 57.
And then
women did your mom have? Jesus.
And then if you figured the Hungarians, these were Asiatic people who absorbed everyone. They didn't kill all the way to Central Asia, Central Europe. And it's actually showing up on my mom's DNA. Sometimes we'll get Bengali. Most recently it was Bengali. We've gotten Middle Eastern. We've got Persian, because again, Hungarians are a mixed people and the Romani are a mixed people. So I am the world. I am the children.
Yeah.
You're just these little tiny world indeed.
Yeah.
My aunt just bought me the 23andMe. It hasn't arrived yet, but my dad's really upset about it. He just doesn't want me to take that test, eh?
So
I wonder what he doesn't want you to know.
I know.
I think all of us. I think all of us could, if we checked our ancestry. God knows, even the ones who are not from the new world, like yourselves, even any of us, we could.
Oh,
be,
mate, mine is. From what I know, I haven't done a test, but from what I know from our family background, it would be Syrian, Egyptian, Greek, Cypriot, Turkish,
thousands of years, man.
Lebanese kind of thing. That region. So, despite being ginger, but the ginger side of our family comes from Syria, because Syria had a large ginger population.
So you're Mediterranean basin, really.
I'm all there, baby. I'm all on that basin right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's where our family history is from.
My family's been here about 7 generations, so I'm Canadian. But I would love to find out my ancestry. That would be fascinating.
I've
Yeah,
I've
it'll probably be like English and Scottish and maple
But-
syrup and beaver and moose.
When I when I did do some family tree research, because of my last name, which I won't mention my full last name here, but
Sure.
there's Pampelone, Spain, and I guess a lot of people back in the day would
Oh, okay.
adapt the variation on the name of the city or town they were near. So I'm most likely from there. I did trace some people back there, and it makes so much sense to me because they run with the bulls there, as you know, and that's just fucking
Yeah.
crazy. And that explains a lot.
Shredder, where do you reckon your lot are all from? Would it be predominantly Scottish, Celtic?
But that's the thing. I don't really know much about my family heritage because my biological father was adopted as a child. So,
Oh, right.
my maternal grandmother was German. So that much I do know.
Are you anywhere near Aberdeen?
No, I'm further down. And I'm in the Kingdom of Fife,
Oh, okay.
closer to Edinburgh.
Nobody's
closer to
near
Edinburgh.
Aberdeen.
Well,
There's like
I'll-
empty space, and then there's Aberdeen.
I will be stopping in Edinburgh also though because you know thanks to DNA okay one of my part of my Irish heritage, it's a very common name, so it makes it very hard to look things up because I literally with my great grandfather I found 4 or 5 couples where the man and the woman had the same, their birth names were the same first and last of both the husband and the wife. And I'm like, well, fuck, which one of this is mine?
Yeah.
So,
McDonald.
yeah, you know, well, and that's actually part of where my Scottish ancestry is a McDonald. Yeah, good luck with that one. But
Yeah.
but I matched one of my Irish relatives, and we were able to figure out which was, you know, the connection. And so my cousin Julie lives in Edinburgh. She's from Newcastle originally, so I got Geordie cousins. But she's
Weird,
from,
man.
yeah. So, but she and her husband live in Edinburgh. So I'll
This
be-
is like an American wet dream for you, isn't it? Doing this whole ancestry like hunt
There's-
down. You're gonna have a
There's
fucking great time.
There's a large park outside of DC that has my last name on it, Joe. If you ever want to look it up.
sorry.
But
Oh, really?
They're really they're slave owners from back in the day. They're rich, and they've got this huge park there.
I found it.
Yeah.
Well, there's a college, yeah, you know, in Vermont too.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, guys, I want to quickly do this before I need to go to bed soon. Well, you guys can
Yeah,
continue.
that's fine.
but-
Yeah, bring up. We're doing dead celebrities. Go for it, dude.
Okay, so I had a quick look at this list earlier, and there is a couple of names missing from this list, which I want to mention now. One of them being Bray Wyatt, and the other one being Gianluca Vialli. Other than that, I'm not sure who
Oh,
else is
fuck
missing.
me,
But
yeah.
let's just go through the list. So this is the first guy, Lee Sun Kyun. He was in Parasite, which is a fucking fantastic movie. If you haven't seen that,
No, I've seen it.
Tom Smothers. Stop me if you guys know anybody here.
I know
I
him.
don't know who the fuck he is.
Yeah, he was really big in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tomas
old-
Reyes.
I'll be right back.
I'm not sure. Bobby Jean Carter.
Was she one of the founders of
No.
the Dixie Chicks?
I'm not sure.
Am I thinking of
she's the
somebody
sister
else?
of our character Nick Carter, so she's not famous.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
it's
Oh,
okay.
well, Nick
Because I
Carter
didn't
died
read
last
that.
year, wasn't it?
Yeah, I did read somewhere that one of the founders of the Dixie Chicks has just died.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Shame.
this guy is not. He's not
Norman Lee, I
even
think he was like a producer, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he produced some of the biggest
television writer,
shows in
film
America.
producer.
101.
Yeah,
101.
and,
yeah.
one of the most famous that you guys would definitely know is All in the Family. And what's funny to me about All in the Family is I keep hearing right-wing people here in the States say shit like, well, you couldn't make a show like that today, not understanding that it's actually one of the most woke show that's ever been on television, because while Archie is the main character, he is not the hero. But the funny other part about it too is that unlike the people who are fans of the shit he says, Archie evolved over time. Archie changed over time. he never prospered for his bigotry. He always lost out, and over time he changed. But they missed all of that.
We had a very similar show here. It was called To Death Do Us Part. And
that
the
was
character in
All
it.
in the Family was a British adaptation, was the American adaptation of Till Death Do Us Part.
Right.
Yeah.
This young man, look how long he's only 35. Look at that
see,
baby
look,
face.
ba-
Man.
It looks like he's 13.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who he
Yeah,
is.
keep going.
Here's
This is
somebody I
probably
do know.
American, the Hollywood lot that passed away.
No.
Yeah,
Richard
Mole,
Mole,
him.
legend.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. 80 years old as well. I didn't know he was that old.
Yeah.
Andre Brown, we know about him. Yeah, this
Yeah,
was
and-
recent as well.
Bravo. Oh, stomach cramp.
And Chickadee
Oh, there you
Cardwell,
go.
I'm not sure who she is.
I don't know who she
That-
is.
That'll be. I might be who I'm thinking of.
Is that one of the Dixie Chicks? Is that what it says there?
Hang on.
The reality TV star.
Which
Oh, maybe
Dixie
not.
Chick?
Oh, that's isn't that Honey Boo Boo's sister?
29
Yeah.
years
Right,
old,
okay.
man. She's just... Ryan
I like-
O'Neal. Oh my goodness.
I like
at the
the
surgery
Dixie
he's had.
Chicks.
Yeah, one of them died apparently, Christine.
Oh no.
Well,
Yeah.
82
Yeah,
years
Ryan
old, Ryan
O'Neal.
O'Neal.
Legend. Yeah.
Shane McGowan, he was in that song in there, that Christmas song,
Oh,
you
sure.
know.
In the
Fairy Tale
Pogues.
in New York.
Yeah, the pose, yeah.
Pogues.
65. His teeth are really fucked up.
I
It's amazing.
seem to remember him on like Would I Lie to You? Like I love that show.
And he only just recently got his teeth fixed.
Yep.
Okay.
Just in time for the
Francis
funeral.
Sternhagen.
Was
I
he,
heard that.
was he also in the Peep Show?
Yeah, wasn't he Super Hands?
Yeah.
No.
Rosalind Carter, she's 96.
That's Jimmy Carter's wife.
Okay. Oh yes, of course. Tyler Christopher. Don't know who he is. Sounds familiar. Died at 50. Jesus Christ. Some young people. Matthew Perry is a familiar one.
It was a ketamine overdose with him, wasn't it?
Yeah, ketamine overdose.
That's
Thought he
what
drowned in the
happens
bathtub.
a lot when someone quits and they're sober and then they go back to drugs thinking they have the tolerance they used to.
Yeah.
Susan Summers.
Okay.
Suzanne Summers, supermodel.
Yeah, supermodel. Yeah.
And Three's Company. And
Yeah.
and if
Michael Gambon. Here's a big one. 82.
Great. Legend.
Great actor.
Hmm.
David
Oh, we talked
McCullum,
about
another
Franklin
great
Buffett.
actor.
David
Oh my
McCullum.
god.
I loved him.
Oh my, I love
The
loved him
Avengers
in
and
Man from Uncle.
NCIS. Yeah.
Man from Uncle, mate, for me. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, Man
awesome.
from Uncle. Yeah,
And,
yeah.
and the Invisible. He played the Invisible Man as well.
Fucking
Yeah,
legend.
yeah,
Jamie
guest role.
Miller, he's
Well, he was
got
on
young.
NCIS and he had a guest role on Babylon 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Angus Cloud. Okay, he looks young too. Died age 25.
Who he is?
I don't know who that is.
I think he was in
Before
like
that,
Euphoria. Or
Tony
something.
Bennett. One of the last of the original crooners. Tony Bennett.
Yeah.
96
Good
years
innings.
age.
96.
Yeah. Paul Rubin, Pee Wee Herman himself.
Pee Wee.
Oh my god, 70
Yeah.
years old. Wow.
Shame.
He's been great, man. He's actually a really good actor. He's been in lots of stuff, man. He's
Yeah.
done some serious roles as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Steve Harwell, he seems familiar. Frontman of Smash Mouth.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Fuck
Oh, yeah.
him. He's a prick. Yeah.
Was he? I just recognized
Yeah. The fucking shit views.
Ron
Absolute
Cephas Jones. I'm not sure who he is.
No idea.
And this is us. Alan Arkin, he's a familiar guy. I love this actor. He was also
Okay.
very funny.
Yeah.
This is backstage.
Yeah.
I'll get you guys.
Oh, sorry.
Gary Wright. Familiar to anyone?
Nope.
No.
He's familiar. He's a musician or something, isn't he? Yeah, Dreamweaver.
Musician passed away. Yeah,
Jimmy
Parkinson's disease.
Jimmy
Jimmy
Buffett.
Now I'm convinced that
Paradise.
I'm convinced that people only sing along to Jimmy Buffett because everybody else is.
Because what? Sorry.
People sing along with Jimmy Buffett because everybody else is singing along with Jimmy Buffett. So
Yeah,
they
of
just-
course. Yeah.
They're just conditioned. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but if that
Yeah.
was the case,
Young-
everybody would have just died when he did.
I'm still hopeful.
Unfortunately, he's had a head concussion.
Yeah, that was the
died at
he.
36.
Yeah, I saw about that. Bob
Here's another
Barker,
legend, Bob Barker. Now,
the guy who famously
for
beat
many
the shit
people-
out of Adam Sandler.
yeah, for us Brits, it's him having a fight with Adam Sandler in Happy Gilmore. While for everyone else, is in America that is The Price is Right.
Bob. The Price
Yeah,
is
Price
No,
is
we
wrong.
Wrong,
have-
bitch.
We have The Price is Right as well in the UK, but we have our version. With
Is it
British
done by
pounds
Brucey?
and stuff like that.
Arlene
Arlene
Sorkin,
Sorkin.
Harley Quinn, the legend, the original voice for Harley Quinn.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Rich.
Shame. Sports.
No, I can't say that
Move
word.
on.
Sean Ray.
Oh, Michael Parkinson.
Oh yeah, we
okay,
got
wow.
Parkinson.
Legendary chat show host.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his interviews with Muhammad Ali, fantastic. Loved
Yeah,
it
was
back in the
great
day.
for the day. Chris Peluso.
Yeah,
don't know.
Chris. Yep. Right, Robbie Robertson. You've got to be an
Don't know.
American with a name like that.
He's the lead singer of the
and-
band.
All right,
Okay.
the
I think
band.
we were
like,
Canadian, weren't they?
the band.
Johnny Hardwick.
Yeah,
Seems sounds familiar. I'm not-
Yeah, he was the voice of
Oh
Dale
yeah,
Gribble.
Dale Gribble. Yeah.
Oh yeah, King of the
Sinead
Hill.
O'Connor.
Sinead
You know what?
O'Connor died.
Controversy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When a few years back, when she was
56.
having her emotional breakdown, she was actually here in New Jersey, holed up in a hotel. I'm actually not that far from me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
was sorry.
no, it's like she was asking people for help, and I actually, I couldn't, I wasn't able to find because she didn't want to say it publicly where she was at, and I was trying to find people who knew because like I was close enough that I could have brought her help.
Right. I was
Yeah.
in love with her music when I was a teenager.
Yeah, me
And not-
too. Nothing compared to
And
his
not
awesome.
just her famous songs. I mean, her whole catalog. I was enthralled with.
Okay.
Bo Goldman. Don't know who he is. Seems like somebody maybe
Screenwriter.
behind the camera. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jane Birkin,
No.
Singer.
nothing
Oh,
actress.
Singer.
Elise
Elise
French.
The 10. If you were what which did.
Yeah, only 51. Yeah, that's
He's
Noah
young.
Cunningham.
yeah. She was news person in my area.
All right.
The voice
The
of
original voice for
boyfriend.
his boyfriend Ken.
Oh,
Okay.
look at this guy. He looks like a young Bon Jovi, Jeffrey
Hmm.
Carlson.
No, I don't
Who is
know.
he?
Yeah, 48 as well. Brett Hadley. No. Treat Williams. Oh my God.
Oh,
Treat
B
Williams.
movie legend.
The Phantom. And one of my favorite monster movies ever. The one on the ship.
Deep
Why am I
Rising.
forgetting its name?
Deep Rising.
Deep
Deep
Horizon.
Rising. Yeah, I love that film, man. With Famke
Deep Horizon.
Janssen.
What
Yeah.
was the other one? He was
Oh.
in the White Heat. Of course, Iron Sheik.
What was the
Yeah,
thing
Iron
with
Sheik,
Treat
correct.
Williams? He was in a very underrated movie, 1941. It was one of Steven Spielberg's earlier films.
Yeah.
and I thought
Was
very
it Close
funny.
Encounters?
Yeah, it was a legend. He was.
Iron Sheik. The only wrestler in it, even the Bray Wyatt's not in this list, unfortunately, but Iron Sheik
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
81. Pat Casey.
Yeah, but
Jim
we
Hines.
know there was a reason for the Iron Sheik's death at the time. Because guess who died a
Hulk
few days
Hogan.
after Sheiky Baby?
Who?
Pat Robertson.
Oh,
So
really?
if
He's
there's
not
a-
on this
if-
list
if-
either.
If there's an afterlife, Pat Robertson is spending eternity in the camel clutch.
In the camel clutch. Yeah.
Don't know this lady.
Oh,
No,
girl
I
from
don't
Ipanema.
Oh, that's
Anna
such a great
Shea.
song.
No.
Jackie up. Nice
No.
set.
Not familiar with
Yeah.
her.
Only 32. What the fuck, man?
Tina
That's
Turner
Tina
was a big
Turner.
one. We
Legend.
lost this year.
Oh,
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Some of
Yeah.
the greatest songs. Here's another big one as well. I've
Oh,
had him
this
twice
one-
in my cab,
this
by
one.
the way.
Oh wow.
Really nice guy. I've met this man in person. Really nice guy. He tipped me
Mm.
on both occasions. Really, and I did a little clip with him on my phone as
Mm.
well. He's humongous. He's a big guy too. Very nice man. Loves being famous. Such a shame that he's gone.
And he left us with a great performance as Balin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim Brown. Oh my god. I love Jim Brown. He's awesome, man. I loved him in Mars Attacks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He was even better than
Yeah.
a football player. My God, was he unstoppable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Jacqueline Zeman. Looks familiar.
Real quick about Jim Brown. He was one of the few sports figures turned actors who was actually like really good at it.
Yeah. I never
Yeah,
knew he
he
was a sports figure. I just thought he was an actor. Herbert
Yeah.
Armstrong. It's got a familiar sounding name.
I have no clue who she
Tori
is.
Bowie.
The Olympic
No
athlete
idea.
died quite
Olympic-
tragically young.
Yeah, 32 though.
32,
That's
Yeah,
sad.
multiple medalists. I think she won gold for the U.S. Olympic team.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Jack Zonfrillo. Looks like an actor.
Jock.
No, MasterChef. Okay. MasterChef Australia. Jerry Springer. Here's a guy
Rotten
who's
Hell
influenced our culture.
Fuck that
Big
guy.
time brought influence.
I hate
Yeah.
Jerry Springer. I hate everything that he created or helped create.
Len
Len
Goodman.
Goodman from Strictly Come Dancing.
Michael Learn. I know this actor.
Yeah, he's an awesome,
Yeah, he's been in lots of stuff. Yeah.
good character actor.
Yeah.
Mm.
Paul Grant. Not familiar with him. Oh, he's been in stuff like Star Wars, Harry Potter. Makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Brian Briz Gillis.
No idea.
Original member of LFO. Who the fuck are LFO?
Boy band,
Paul
I think.
Catamore.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the dude from S Club
that's-
7.
It's Club
Yeah.
7.
Oh yeah, my
Right.
God, look how old he looks now.
What's the next club?
Yeah.
No, man. He went from fucking young chiseled god to dad bod in like seconds.
Yeah.
Lance Riddick.
Lance Reddick, huge.
Oh, yeah.
There's,
Oh,
there's two
no.
names I can think of that I've not seen so far on this list.
Lance Reddick is played a great part in the TV show Oz, the miniseries.
Oh, love
he,
Oz.
He's a
played
big one.
he was an undercover cop in the prison.
Tom
Yeah,
that's
Simon's
what
one.
This guy
Oh,
could
man,
have
three
been
names
on
I can
par
think of.
with the greats if it wasn't for his own actions.
Hmm.
What did he do?
Hey, he was just just fucking crazy, just heroin addict, just druggy, and just fucked his life away, man.
Gary
Wasn't-
Rosen.
didn't he have
No,
some-
Rosenthal.
I was a
Leonard
heroin
Skinner.
addict.
Also, didn't
Huh?
Sizemore have some DV issues?
So what?
DV domestic violence issues. I thought.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. He just went off the rails with his drugs and domestic violence, all that. Yeah,
Those-
this is
those two
Hayden
aren't-
Panettiere.
Shouldn't be grouped in the same group. I was addicted to drugs. I didn't beat anyone up.
No, you did not.
Well, he had a lot of demons. I don't know how to play.
Oh,
Sorry, I don't
Topol.
want to just group.
Topol's dead. I
I'm
never
not
knew
mad,
that it was
Ginger.
Kane.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Topol, he was in for Your Eyes Only. He was also he played the Doctor in Flash Gordon.
Yep, and he was
Um,
also the Fiddler. He was the main character in Fiddler on the Roof.
Original, Fiddler on the Roof. Yeah, 87.
Chaim
Okay.
Topol.
Bobby Caldwell,
Not a clue.
Sounds familiar, but
Yeah.
Carl Jacobs,
Carl Jacobs, no idea.
Richard
Richard
Belzer. I
Belzer.
know about him.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
liked him.
yeah, awesome.
Law and Order. Yeah.
He also got choked out by Hulk Hogan in a filming program.
Yep, yes,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Stella
Stella
Stevens,
No.
Raquel Welch. Oh my God, man! I used to.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
mate,
God, yeah.
you don't want to know what I thought about her. Oh my God, I love this woman.
We
I
already-
She
love
we
always
her.
looked good
know.
for her age.
The
Yeah.
great titillator of many a man.
Oh man.
You know what? I don't swing that way,
pause
but
for a second?
I can admit when someone's hot, you know?
Can we pause for a
Yeah.
second?
Yeah, same with men. I'll admit if they're hot. I don't.
You know,
yeah,
pause.
no.
Well, the thing is, like when I met Erin Gray, she played Wilma Deering on Buck Rogers. Well, I met her and I was like, "You were the source of
Erin
many
Gray, yeah.
adolescent fantasy," and she was like, "Thanks."
Yes, absolutely.
She was cool.
Her and Chrissy Hind from the Bangles. Oh my god, was it Chrissy Hind? I always
Yeah,
forget.
yeah, yeah.
Susanna Hoffs.
Yeah,
No,
Chrissy
Susanna
Hind.
Hoffs.
Chrissy
Oh,
Hind
from-
was
for
something
the Pretenders, and I've had her in my cab.
Pretenders,
She- I've had her in my cab. She's a. I can't really say with them on camera. Okay, Hugh Hudson. I know, but I know this guy.
Nah,
Chariots of Fire. That's where I
Director.
recognize him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Burt Bacharach.
Oh, Burt Bacharach. Every time I met Scousers, I'd always ask him to say Burt Bacharach's name.
Susie, are you
When I was
big?
Indian, they always go, Burt Bacharach.
Cindy Williams.
Yeah, she was from the Ren and Shirley.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, she played Shirley.
Annie Wershing. Annie Wershing's gone. Oh my god.
Yeah, she died of cancer.
I don't know.
Oh
who she
man,
is.
that's such a shame. She's been in loads of stuff.
You know, she's only 45. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's no fucking
Yeah,
age.
24.
She played
Star
the
Trek,
ball.
Bosch.
She played the ball queen in the most recent Picard
Oh,
series.
okay. I'm surprised at how
Bobby
many
Hull.
people that I've outlived, considering that I'm a big giant fat guy.
Hey,
Yeah.
same here.
Likewise too. Bobby Hull,
Yeah, people don't know him.
No, I heard of him.
Tom Verlaine,
Yeah, Verlaine. Yeah.
Tom Verlaine.
musicians.
It was he.
Barrett
Which
Strong.
band was he in?
You know,
That looks like the world's angriest dildo.
and
Everything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
If you're
Well,
brave
well,
enough.
it is for you, Ginger.
Hey, I'll take it.
Lisa Laurie. He looks like Susan Sarandon.
Yeah.
Wednesday
She
Addams.
played
from-
Wednesday Adams, the original
no
Wednesday
way.
Adams.
Hmm.
David
David
Crosby.
Crosby.
I'm amazed that he lasted as long as he did.
He had
True.
massive drug
Yeah,
problems.
so-
Given the fucking drugs he took.
He's a sperm
I
donor.
mentioned Lisa.
Hmm.
I mentioned Lisa Marie Presley earlier.
Yeah.
Man, she
Yep.
looks wrecked here, man.
Yeah, she had a lot of issues as well, bless her.
Yep.
CJ Harris,
No
I don't know
idea.
who he is.
Al Brown.
No idea.
Al Brown.
Good player.
Hmm.
Carol Cook.
Ah,
No.
she was.
Oh
Jeff
shit,
Beck.
Jeff Beck.
Jeff Beck.
Really?
Yeah, Jeff Beck died earlier this year.
The Yardbirds.
Fucking I didn't even know he was that old. Jesus.
Tatiana Petite.
Petites.
Petites. Okay.
Heard of it.
Ben Mar-
Ben Masters. Ben Masters.
COVID-19.
Adam Rich.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. Adam Rich died. I didn't know about that. He was on Eight Is Enough a million years ago.
But
Yeah, I got confused when I
Bernard.
first saw the announcement that he was dead. I thought it was Adam Richmond, the guy from Man vs. Food.
Oh, Man versus Food, yeah.
This guy here, Bernard
No.
Carl, not sure. Fred White,
Media
he's
guy,
like a
yeah.
drummer.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. drummer.
Chris Ledsma.
Ledesma.
Needs-
Ledesma.
Dave.
Gangster
Hey.
Boo.
Like,
What's her
scroll
real
back a little
fucking
bit.
name?
Apparently, he had something to do with The Simpsons.
Ah,
Gangsta Boo. Never heard of her.
James Buster Corley.
Never heard of it.
creator, I
And
think
finally, looks like some NASCAR guy here. Ken Block.
he was. Yeah.
Yep.
No mention of Zephaniah the poet either.
There's no mention of
no,
Barry
no mention,
Humphries. There's no
No
mention of
mention
Paul
of Barry
Barry
O'Grady.
Humphries.
No,
Paul O'Grady's not
Paul O'Grady
mentioned.
died this year.
Yeah, he
That's a
died in
shame.
March of this year.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
yeah,
I mean,
there's a whole list of people.
there's a few, as you pointed out. Bray Wyatt wasn't mentioned.
Gianluca Vialli.
Yeah.
Gianluca Vialli wasn't mentioned. Betty Boothroyd first ever female Speaker of the Houses of Parliament, wasn't mentioned. Glenda Jackson, who was an actress as well as an MP, she wasn't mentioned.
Yeah, Glenda
Yeah, I mean,
Jackson's
let's say it's more of a American heavy, Hollywood heavy list. So even Parkinson would have been known by a lot of them.
Well,
So, yeah.
Glenda Jackson did appear in a number of movies as well, though, so I thought she might have made the list.
And
because
won
of that.
Oscars.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
won
we
2
also
Oscars.
lost Richard
2 Academy
Roundtree.
Awards, 2 Academy Awards,
Oh.
3 Emmys,
Yeah,
and 1 Tony. She's got the trifecta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, we lost Richard Roundtree. Shaft.
Yeah, Shaft.
Yeah,
The
Richard
guy-
Roundtree, yeah.
Did Joss Ackland get a mention on that
No.
list?
No.
No.
Yeah, because I thought he would have got one. Diplomatic immunity.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Just been revoked.
Community.
He
He
also,
was
he
also
also
the bad guy in
played, he
Hayden
also
Quinn lost, who was a legend from Drop the Dead Donkey and Rome and things like that.
he was also the Soviet ambassador in Hunt for Red October.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, one of our submarines and Alpha is missing.
I thought Joss Ackland
Julian
died years
Sands.
ago.
Oh, we lost Julian Sands this year.
I bumped
Yeah.
into him at Heathrow Airport. He comes across as
Did
like a
it hurt?
6 foot guy, but he's actually quite short. No,
Did
no,
it hurt?
he's short. He's short. Julian Sands. He's not tall.
Did you bumped into him? Did it hurt?
No.
Little
He died.
I met
Damn,
we also
athletic
bumped into him. We shared an elevator, a lift together.
William
as I was going
Friedkin
into Terminal
as
5.
well. We lost William Friedkin this year. French Connection director.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
We lost legendary newsreader George Alagaya. We lost former Chancellor
yeah.
Alistair Darling. Henry Kissinger died this year, obviously.
Good riddance.
I'm glad he wasn't
Yep.
on the list.
Oh yeah, Henry Kissinger died. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Right in hell.
Silvio
Yeah, right in
Berlusconi,
hell.
former Italian
Oh
president.
yeah, Berlusconi.
He passed away.
Right in hell.
Yeah,
He's right in hell as well.
Guys like Kissinger make me wish, because as an atheist, obviously I don't believe in an afterlife or a hell. But I'm like, man, I'd almost like to be wrong just so he'll have a place to go,
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
said that about him.
We lost Paul O'Grady as well.
As I've already mentioned, yep. He died earlier. He
Yeah,
I've
died
had-
in March this year.
In my cab as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had Paul O'Grady in your cab. Is this an exclusive, Sam? Kiss and tell.
Yeah. It was a long time ago. I picked him up somewhere in central London and I forgot where I dropped him. But Chrissy Hind, I picked her up. I picked her up from Maida Vale and I dropped her to Stansted Airport.
It's funny, by the way, earlier on, Panny, how you got confused with John Venables with Terry Venables, because Terry Venables died this year too.
Oh yeah, Terry Venables died as well.
And the thing,
As
the
in
thing-
Bobby
Harry
Charlton.
Belafonte.
the thing
Bobby
is with,
Charlton
with
died this
Chrissy
year.
Hind.
Yeah, Bobby
Yeah.
Charlton, Gordon Lightfoot.
Hey, Bobby Charlton. That was the one I wanted to
John-
mention. Bobby Charlton.
John Motson, Dickie Davis.
Oh yeah, John Motson. Fuck. Dickie Davis. Yeah.
With Chrissy Hind, I wanted to ask her for a selfie. Some of the famous people I get in my cab, I usually ask them for a selfie, and I knew I blew my chance the moment she got in my cab because she started choking on my air fresheners.
Oh,
Yeah, it was just
Don't stop them
too
in your
strong for her.
cologne then.
And then I ended up having put them in my glove compartment so she could fucking breathe. I've never seen anyone. She's got a bit of a Karen-esque sort of demeanor as well, which is a bit
Oh,
of a
mate,
shame.
to be
but,
fair, I can't stand air fresheners. They give me a headache. They kill me.
yeah, so I
Diane
had like the jelly
Feinstein. we
bean
lost.
ones. Diane
Dirty bitch.
Feinstein,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Nigel
So-
Lawson. I bet you're devastated about that, Shredder.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Although I wouldn't mind consoling his daughter.
Me too. My favorite thing with Nigella Lawson, I always harken back to the Frankie Boyle joke in Scenes We'd Like to See, or whatever that thing is in.
Let us the
And he
points
goes,
of view. Dear points of
Yeah,
view.
point of view thing. And he goes, "Dear BBC, I watched Nigella Lawson the other day and I picked up 1 or 2 tips on bread making, but in the process, I just about ripped my cock off."
Here's one thing. I don't really know Nigel Lawson, although I got the impression from you guys talking that you're not a fan of him. But one thing I'm gleaning from him, because I didn't know anything about him until just now. So what kind of guy is so full of himself that he has a daughter and then he feminizes his own name? So, Nigella, because I always thought it was a bizarre name. Now I understand. Oh, her father was an egomaniac.
Yeah.
Well, it's a name I thought you
cartoon.
might have. It's a name I thought you might have been familiar with, Joe, because you mentioned that you listened to James O'Brien. He's the name that James would always often bring up when he talks about the ridiculous nature of having to have balance on things like the BBC.
Oh yeah.
And the example he always brings up is imagine back in the day Galileo Galilei with his telescope explaining that no, the sun doesn't revolve around the earth revolves around the sun, but for the sake of balance we bring on Nigello Lawsini, who has absolutely no evidence. Who has absolutely no evidence, but gets to speak on the issue because Nigel Lawson was often brought onto the BBC to counterbalance on the climate debate.
Facts and information to counterbalance fact and information.
Yeah, so you'd have scientists
alternative facts,
giving facts and information about climate change, and you would then have for counterbalance Nigel Lawson.
Yeah. We got to balance all these facts with
with somebody who knows
bullshit.
Yeah.
What is, I don't know why. I guess I usually listen to James O'Brien in the morning, so maybe my brain's not working right. But I just never made the connection between the two people. Which is should have been incredibly obvious, but I never made the connection.
Just regarding that name thing you mentioned, like Will Smith named his daughter Willow, and then Jaden obviously named their son. Jaden named their son Jaden. So there's that shit going on as well. I've never been a big fan of naming your kids after yourself.
I actually like Jewish tradition. You don't name anyone after anyone who's living, so it cuts down on fights dramatically. And actually, it's funny. I actually revealed to a relative of mine, my grandmother's one of her first cousins, that was born, and her birth name was Hermina, and she never understood why she got this name, which she hated, her mother hated. So when she was 18, her mother took her to the county clerk, changed her name. And so so when I got in contact with her, she filled me in a lot of family history. And then I filled in what I found, and come to find out her grandfather, who died a few months before she was born, was named Herman. And so her father had feminized Herman to Hermina, and she's like 87-year-old woman. She's like, oh my God, I finally understand. She took her 87 years to find out why her father.
That's hilarious. See, in Greek tradition, if your firstborn son takes your father's name from the father's side. So, but my mum didn't want to do that. She didn't want to name my brother after my grandfather, and she didn't. She called him something else. But I'm named after my grandfather, so that was a compromise. But I was fucked either way, because the other name she wanted to give me was Renos. So I was just like, well, I was fucked either way. I was going to end up with a shit fucking name. So
sounds good.
I don't like it, and I don't like my actual name. I nearly changed my name to. I legally nearly changed my name to Obelix, but I got distracted and I didn't end up doing it.
TJ, you want to do that?
I was going to be called Dawn, because my parents were kind of hippies back then. At least my mom was.
Oh my God! If I was a girl, my mum was going to call me Shubnub.
I actually know a woman named Shabnam.
Shabnam. Yipcha.
Yeah, but I'm very happy with my name. It's unique.
Zamir is a lovely name. Yeah. Let Shredder speak. Go on.
What I was going to say is, Penny, actually, first of all, is that, I'm just glad that when you said you were going to change your name, you weren't going to go down the Vadia Blast route.
Oh, God.
Back in the day, he tried changing his name legally to the N-word.
Yeah,
maybe. Oh, my God, I remember.
But the Yeah, the other thing I was going to bring up though is, Zam, you hate the fact people, name their children after themselves. Well, imagine being related to George Foreman. All five of
yeah.
his sons,
Oh
Yeah,
my
all
God.
five of his sons are
And
named
a daughter.
George.
And a daughter.
And
He's
the
got
daughter.
way.
one daughter named Georgetta.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
What a
Georgina,
narcissist.
Georgetta.
And actually, Zam,
Georgetta.
I've got a niece named Zamira. So
Yeah,
very
yeah,
similar.
I've come across that. I've come
Um,
across in my 46 years of being on this planet, I've come across a couple of only like I think maybe you can maybe count on maybe both hands how many people with my name I've come across, but not even with the same spelling. Like most of the time, my name is spelled ZAMEER, whilst most people who have similar name to mine is spelled ZAMIR. And I get a lot of people who try to spell my name, thinking when I tell them my name, when they spell it, they always spell it that fucking way. So yeah, but I'm very happy, very unique.
Well, one thing about Variablast that I always thought was kind of funny is because he's trying to give me his spiel of how the N word just means person and blah blah blah. I'm okay, okay,
Oh, yeah.
David, come to New Jersey, go to Camden, Trenton, and say that go down in the corner and say that to people. If you're convinced that's how they'll take it, I'll accept it. And he always did that thing when people that are full of shit, so, they're kind of just smile and kind of like, yeah, okay, because that you'll get your ass kicked, at best.
I've been in Camden, New Jersey, so I know exactly what the response would be.
Yeah.
I mean, like in most places, to tell you the truth.
Was that
Most places with a black community would be like, what the hell? Yeah.
Shit, my brothers would give him a beat.
Well, like like the name Muhammad, like apparently, like it's a common name, for certain Islamic sects. SECT, yeah, that one. Not because I got a bit of a lisp. So yeah, like you call your son Muhammad, like everyone's will be called Muhammad, but they would have a second name. So the first name will be Muhammad because they're religious as fuck and all of that shit, and then they'll be giving them a second name. So yeah.
I've got two uncles named Willie. So it's Willie J and Willie C. But actually, we're talking about like feminized names. So I guess technically my stepmother's my father. I'm not the product of my father and his wife. I'm the product of his father and my mother, who was not his wife. And one of many side children that my father was irresponsible for. I'll put it that way. But
hey, why stereotype?
yeah. But so when his wife died, he married a woman that he had known from back in Alabama, and her name was V Eddie, spelled V Eddie, no hyphen, no gap. Because her parents thought they were going to have a son. They were convinced they were going to have a son. And they were going to name their son Eddie. And when they had a girl, they still wanted to have the Eddie thing going on. So they in their mind were feminizing it by calling her V Eddie.
Instead
Very
of
nice
Edwina.
woman, dumb as a stump, but very sweet.
My name is actually feminine if you say it in English. My name in Hebrew actually means flower. And in Gujarati, which is where it comes from, it means conscience.
And in Greek, it means cunt.
There you go. Fair enough.
Doesn't everything in Greek mean that?
Yeah. Yeah, got a cunt on Malacca.
Isn't Puta Malacca?
Yeah, Pushti, Malacca. Well, Pushti, we don't really say much now because that's derogatory against gay people.
Oh,
at least I don't say it, and I don't let people I know say it. So
I didn't know that though.
Yeah, no, you didn't know that, but what I'm saying, that's the equivalent of calling somebody
the F word.
Yeah, the F words. Yeah,
I know that now, so I won't use it.
Guys, I'm off. I'm sorry. I'm off. I'll see you guys later.
Good night.
Bye bye. Nice seeing you.
Take care. It's like 2 a.m. here.
Yeah, the college they went to, we had 10 fraternities, And
Yeah,
one of the
anyone who wants to jump off can jump off. It's
Yeah.
cool.
we had a lot of exchange students from Greece, and they all ended up in the same fraternity. And yes, we just heard them walking up, Malaka, at everybody.
Yeah.
And everything.
Yeah, in Greek, every other word is malaka, but it's not. Although it's a swear word, we don't. Even if you call somebody a malaka, it's like an endearing term. It's like us calling somebody a cunt over here in the UK.
I got
All right, cunt, yeah, cunt. It's more endearing than it is an insult.
Gotcha.
But yeah, you have. But some of the swearing in Greek is like for a country that's 96% religious, a lot of their swearing is geared towards Jesus and Mary, like
tabernacle ski in French. It's against like the tabernacle. Like I don't get it. They're very religious.
Yeah, it's one of those. Like I can understand more in French because like they lean more kind of not so secular, but less religious. But in Greece, like when they say "Gamoti Banagiamo," it's just like fuck Mary, Mother of God, kind of thing.
Damn.
Or Gamoto Christos, or like fuck your Jesus, and all this kind of stuff.
Damn.
Yeah. They just.
My grandmother, when she used to get angry when I was a kid, like she didn't really learn. Like her grandmother was from Hungary, actually from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and her mother was born here, but they spoke Hungarian or Magyar in the house, but they didn't teach that to the children. But she learned from her other grandmother how to curse Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, but in Yiddish.
Oh, right, okay.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah. What would that be in Yiddish?
I just got that.
Yeah. I don't remember. It's been so long, and I'm sure I would say it wrong, but it's like Yoisum, something like that. But it was like, it was so funny. It was like when I found out what it meant, I was like, what?
Yeah, brilliant. Cool. All right, then, guys, I think I'm going to end the stream here. It's 5 hours we've gone. This has been our longest one, but it's been good fun. Joe, lovely to have you on.
Yeah, definitely.
Love having different people. Whenever you want to pop on. We're on every Friday.
Thanks for having me on. And I also wanted to say too, Penny, because I know we've bumped heads on Facebook, and it's just like, I even remember what I was mad at you for, because I just get mad at stupid shit. So
yeah, it's all right. We bump heads when it comes to politics. It's always going to happen, but it's all good. Yeah. And that, but yeah, cool. All right, see you, everyone. Thanks for that joined us. Join us tomorrow where we will be doing the Golden Glasses Award. It's our annual award ceremony. Better than the Oscars, less bias, maybe. And on that note, good night, everyone. Bye.